Hello everybody, Oki, Daranastada, Ambawastich, and Tansei. Welcome back to public hearing on Treaty 7 territory. We are continuing with the public hearing, and Madam Clerk, let's have a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Corral.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Here.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Okay, everybody, like I've done for the last few days, I'm going to ask, is there anybody here from panels earlier than panel 138 that missed their opportunity to speak but is here today? And let me tell you who I have here. Do we have Marie Tremblay? Perfect. Do we have Gerald Wheatley? Perfect. And Anne Landry? Perfect. If you are not one of those three folks, pop your hand on up and let me know that you're here. Okay. Which panel were you, sir?
131.
131, and what's your name?
Drebit.
Okay. I've got you right here. Perfect. And? Okay, I've got you as well. Okay, so these five folks are going to be the second panel today, and I'll read your names for you. Marie Tremblay, Gerald Wheatley, Anne Landry, Keith Drebit, and Dominic Mesenchuk. You'll be the second panel today to get you caught up. I had promised that we would start with panel 138, so that's what we're going to do in just 1 second. But let me see if there's anybody on the phone line that's here from a previous panel earlier than 138.
Yes, Mayor Gondek. This is Doug Clark with panel 137.
137. Doug, was it Doug Clark?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hang on the line and we'll make sure we get to you into panel 3.
Thank you.
And who else is there?
This is Robert Falconer from panel 137.
Panel 127, what was your name?
This is Robert Falconer from panel 137.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone from a previous panel?
Pamela Young from panel 109.
109, hang on 1 second. Okay, anybody else?
Shanon Palmowski from panel 135.
135, okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, good. So the people that just gave me your names from the phone line, I'm going to try to assemble you on the third panel that we do today. So please hang on the line on mute. Appreciate you being here. Now let's build the 138 panel. From panel 138, do we have Gurman Sahota? Do we have Gianluca Cross-Bussoli? Oh, hi, thank you. You can come on down and have a seat. Do we have Darren Polanski? Hi, please come on down and have a seat. Do we have Kayla Browne? Please come on down. Do we have Kate MacGregor? Hi, you can come on down as well. And that's 4 people from this panel. We're gonna go ahead with these 4. Let's start with Gianluca, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Gianluca Cross-Bussoli. I'm an 18-year-old university student doing my Bachelor's of Design in City Innovation, and I was born and raised here in Calgary. I live somewhat nomadically between a single-family home in Glendale, Ward 6, and a townhome in Hidden Valley, Ward 3. I come here as an up-and-coming voter and a current nomad to urge you all to vote yes on blanket rezoning. I care about putting roofs over people's heads, my own head no less. I care about lowering rent. I care about providing diverse housing options for those that need it. I care about reducing unnecessary barriers to said roofs, rents, and diversity. I care about having more neighbors split the bill on our infrastructure. I care about improving our alternative modes of transportation. I care about reducing our city's impact on the environment. I care about giving mom and pop homeowners more power in the market. Blanket rezoning to RCG can provide all of this. From my understanding, too many of people's concerns with blanket rezoning are seeped in misinformation. Some are blatantly rooted in privilege and selfishness, while the more understandable concerns, fortunately, have already been addressed some way or another. First, I care about providing housing diversity beyond that of single detached homes. Sure, they certainly work for families that fit the traditional nuclear family, but as a young queer person, that just isn't right for me. In fact, I'm far from alone here. According to the 2021 National Census, only 29% of Calgary households are couples with children. We all have diverse needs and diverse desires that single-family homes and the odd high-rise condo alone can't fulfill. Our diversity of housing should reflect the diversity of our people. Second, I care about seeing my neighborhood's characters evolve alongside their residents. It may be a hard pill to swallow, but our culture is constantly changing. And yet it seems that we're obsessed with preserving the past. Consider a community such as Inglewood, on which I have recently done a research project. Inglewood and its surrounding communities have seen changes to their culture and built character since the 19th century. It wasn't always the city's poster child tourist attraction with a slight sleaze. There were times of migration, of abandon, of divestment, and investment. Inglewood has its character today because the community members themselves were able to decide how it would evolve. Will our grandchildren care about Citadel or Spruce Cliff, for example, if they remain the master-planned communities which they are now? RCG gives residents across the entire city options for how their communities will evolve. Third, I care about my potential new neighbors. Where else will they live? It seems every community has some opposition to groups they deem undesirable, whether they be poor people, racialized people, immigrants, queer people, people with mental health issues, what have you. I am happy to see more stable roofs over more people's heads, period. Fourth, I care about row housing's positive environmental impacts. Consider, what biodiversity exists on a lawn of Kentucky bluegrass? Would you prefer destroying an ecosystem on the fringes of the city for new suburban development? Are our lawns more precious than our prairies, foothills, and wetlands? Fifth, I care about funding our infrastructure. Most communities haven't seen their peak populations in ages, especially given that household sizes have been shrinking over the past few decades. Less people are using and paying for our infrastructure. Not only do we have room for more users, but we stand to benefit from more taxpayers funding the same amount of infrastructure for lower taxes. Sixth, I care about improving our public transit. Not only are places with decent transit great places for density, as many people have already remarked, but dense places are great places for decent transit. Once again, more users and taxpayers funding our services at a lower cost for all of us. That's also more people off the road and less parked cars. Seventh, I care about giving everyone more power in the market. I know many of us have spoken about how the greedy developers and landlords will take advantage of this lowered red tape. While this may be true in part, consider how this will affect the mom and pop to homeowners. Under the status quo, many mom and pop folks lack the funds and understanding to go through the land use redesignation process. Eliminating this gives the small guys more ease and power in the market, and the added competition keeps the greedier developers and landlords in check. Blanket rezoning to RCG will make the widespread development of diverse housing options easier, something which wouldn't be a problem had we not made it hard in the first place. Let's not keep the cycle going. Let's critically consider what we actually care about here, and get her done already. Thank you. Peace and love.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Darren Polanski, please.
I have a slide presentation. Oh, there it is. Okay. Hello, Your Worship and Councillors. My name is Darren Polanski. I'm co-principal of Bold Workshop Architecture, where we've spent the last 2 years studying the housing crisis. I've worked on single-family and multifamily residential for my entire 16-year career. I truly appreciate Council's efforts on the housing needs assessment and housing strategy. I also thank you all for dedicating your personal time to this public hearing and to listening to various perspectives. I'm declaring our support for the strategy and especially for housing rezoning for housing. While we understand rezoning isn't a sole solution, it's a crucial step alongside other measures to tackle our affordable housing shortage. Next slide, please. There has been a steady increase of secondary suites approved annually. Currently, approving secondary suites can be a time-consuming and costly endeavor for the city and the general public. RCG rezoning could save time and money for the owners, applicants, planners, council members, and potentially taxpayers. Next slide, please. We understand there's concern from some of the general public over townhomes suddenly appearing in their single-family neighborhoods. Yet, due to construction costs, land values, a rigorous DP approval process, these larger developments won't emerge overnight, nor in every neighborhood, or easily be accessible to the average citizen. The more likely outcome is invisible density, which provides more housing options and choices on a much smaller scale. I'd like to share with you some examples of what invisible density can look like from some of our firm's completed projects. Next slide, please. This is Mora's house, a renovation project completed in 2020. Our client, a retiree, wanted a comfortable place for herself, along with a basement suite, and thought a renovation was the best option. Next slide. We created a 3-bed, 3-bath primary suite for Mora and a 1-bed, 1-bath for the basement suite. Next slide. We included a proper entry condition and front porch, which is a universal signifier of home and crucial to the context. Next slide. To provide a proper front porch for the suite, we had to dig out the foundation on the front of this property. This created enough space for seating and a planter and usable street presence for the suite. You can see that in the lower left. Next slide. We put in a large glass door that lets in ample natural light. Next slide. This really enhanced the typical basement suite living condition. Next slide. We completed a new single-family residence and backyard suite in 2019, and this was self-developed by my co-principal, Kayla. This was her home. The intention was to gently increase density beyond that of a single-family home. Next slide. When you're already building a new home, the incremental cost of adding a laneway suite is minimal, and yet the rent collected from the backyard suite puts a significant dent in the mortgage payments. Next slide. This particular suite provided a home for Jimmy, a young professional who wanted his own 4 walls, a front porch, but yet couldn't afford his own home. Next slide. A successful characteristic of this suite was getting windows on all 4 sides to provide lots of natural light. Next slide. We collaborated with the city to introduce a balcony. Balconies serve as front porches for laneways and foster community gathering, and we feel it's essential to integrate these character elements from the outset. Next slide. This house and laneway suite are situated in a typical 1950s neighborhood of Highwood, characterized by oversized lots. I developed this project. This was my home. Next slide. The original owner had some extra land on the corner and subdivided an unusual sliver of sloped land. Next slide. The main house allowed for a 2,400 square foot home with a deck and courtyard separating a 760 square foot private suite above a 3-car garage. Next slide. If we were to redesign and develop this again, we would definitely consider a lower suite on this parcel, which currently this would require a change to RCG zoning and incur increased time and cost. Next slide. There would be no difference to the appearance or massing of the home, and no one would know there were 3 suites, not just 2. The footprint of these homes is the same that's allowable for a single-family home, an RC2, and just the same as a single-family house. The front porch allows tenants to engage the neighborhood. Next slide. This large 1-bedroom was occupied by a nursing student and her partner, a journeyman electrician. Next slide. These homes even considered future owners who might want a relative nearby. The suite had a false frame door on the deck for a future live-in relative who could simply walk across the deck to meet the rest of their family. Next slide. From 1990 to 2018, Calgary lost 3,155 low-cost small housing units while growing by 590,000 people. This equals a per capita loss of 59% of low-rent market units. These units, though unseen, are essential for various individuals. Increasing density in existing neighborhoods is a critical tool that could restore these units and address our housing crisis. Next slide. Show Calgarians what's possible and offer property owners opportunities to be part of the solution. Embrace RCG zoning. There's potential for increasing density while still respecting the character of our existing neighborhoods. We hope these examples demonstrate to you and to others that densification is positive for the neighborhood. It can complement the existing context and create variety within this community's social fabric. We inspire people to create density of their own.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Kayla Browne, please.
I just have an updated, shorted presentation slide deck. Can I? Yeah, it's just shorter. It's too long. Thank you. It's just that. It's in there. It's just go down. It's in this folder. It's just called PDF. Keep going. No, it's down. Keep going. Oh. It's in there. If you click on that PDF. My apologies, sorry.
So if you want, I could just make a copy and get another speaker go up and just go right after that.
She also has
Oh.
shorter.
Okay.
Sorry. I can start talking without the...
Up to you, but if you're... We're up here.
Okay, sorry about that. My name is Kayla Browne. I'm a licensed architect and a member of Open Concepts Design Collective, which is a group focused on design research and educational projects in the city. I am in support of RCG upzoning, and I'd like to thank Council for bringing forward this proposed solution to help increase housing supply. I have worked on, built, funded, and studied housing for over a decade, from single-family residences, semi-detached townhouses, mid to large-scale multifamilies, mixed-use laneways, and secondary suites. Next slide, please. I am a sessional instructor at the University of Calgary School of Architecture. This past fall, our design collective taught a work-integrated learning studio that explored the potential of market-driven affordable housing in Calgary. With each student, we explored an unconventional approach at a different scale. I would like to share with you all 2 case studies from a hypothetical project developed by our student Natasha Levinsky as an example of a subtle method of adding housing options into the existing fabric of the community. Next slide, please. Calgarians are facing pressure points at all points of the housing continuum. It may be most dire for the unhoused and those requiring subsidized housing, but part of the problem is the lack of choice in market available options. As the households in this section of the continuum are priced out of more expensive options, they look to the left for smaller and cheaper places to live, exerting downward pressure across the spectrum. Quality housing options should be available at a price every Calgarian can afford. That looks different for everyone, and so there's no one way to solve this problem. We must come up with innovative ways to bring new housing solutions to market. Next slide. According to the City of Calgary's 2023 Housing Needs Assessment, single people make up 57% of households in need of housing. 30% of individuals are students and seniors. Next slide. Our population's need for housing doesn't match the inventory available, as Calgary's housing stock is predominantly single detached homes that could be repurposed or reimagined. This thoughtful approach explores invisible density through the ideas of tertiary suites within the walls of existing single-family homes. Next slide. Oh, sorry, next slide. Again, that's okay. The first example is a 4,500 square foot home. These types of homes were initially designed for a single family with 4 children, which isn't necessarily the norm these days. Next slide. This house can be renovated to accommodate 3 units with a total of 8 beds and 5 baths. Oh, sorry, next slide, yeah. Adding a tertiary suite is made possible with RCG zoning. Next slide, please. Renovated front entries can offer semi-private amenity spaces for the residents, giving them each their own identity. The renovated house fits into the existing neighborhood because it has always been there. By incorporating additional front porches and windows to match the original house, the home's character is preserved while accommodating more residents. Next slide. Homeowners have a great opportunity in these renovations to tap into existing infrastructure, which can save a lot of money. Renovations similar to this one start at around 125 square feet to build. Comparatively, a new small-scale multifamily building would cost a minimum of $300 a square foot to build. Next slide. Adding housing choice doesn't have to happen by tearing down serviceable housing stock and building new. The most climate-friendly approach is making use of the house that you already have. The approach we are proposing through these exercises preserves existing features and reduces costs. We are saving the foundations, exterior walls, windows, and roof of the existing home. Housing renovations reduces environmental impact by minimizing new construction and embodied carbon. We are able to retain mature trees on these existing lots, and there is no additional demand put on the stormwater system because there is no additional hard surface footprint. Modifying existing buildings decreases resource use and material production. Next slide. Providing additional suites in your single-family home can empower homeowners to realize new potential in their homes. It allows individuals to age in place without losing financial freedom by gaining a supplemental income from the rental suite while also expanding the rental stock. Blanket upzoning to RCG can help address market housing supply by delivering more diverse housing options and choices to Calgarians in established neighborhoods quickly and dispersed throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Kate MacGregor, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Kate MacGregor. I've got a presentation.
Teams. What's your presentation?
This one here.
This one here. Is it the third presentation? No, that was theirs. It's done. Yeah. Bigger stick. Oh, you need that one.
Councillor Dumont, can you confirm if you're able to hear me?
I just got it back now, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Dumont.
Okay, sorry for the delay, everyone. I'm Kate MacGregor, as I said. Thank you for taking the time to contemplate this important decision that's before us and help address our lack of housing supply. I was born and raised in Calgary, and I've been a resident of Ward 7 for nearly a decade. Because my background is in engineering and architecture, I want to express my support for the blanket rezoning by sharing a project that my office, XYC Design, is currently working on in partnership with an inner city resident. It's in the early stages, but we're here to demonstrate how these developments can fit into the existing community and that they can be thoughtful, desirable, and affordable homes. And if properly considered, they'll enhance the neighborhood character. Next slide, please. RCG can take many forms, and as designers, we feel passionate about this change because it can empower homeowners to see new potential in their lots, for Calgarians to find homes in the neighborhoods they want to be a part of, and for our city to make progress addressing our current housing crisis. Blanket RCG will increase housing supply by eliminating the lengthy and expensive land use redesignation process, which has the added benefit of making lower rents feasible and speeding up the delivery of new units. Secondly, by giving clarity to property owners so they know what can be done with their own land. And third, increasing the diversity of housing options and choices available in established neighborhoods, including providing smaller options at more affordable prices than the typical single-family home. Next slide. Via RCG, citizens can make use of their property to provide necessary new housing options for Calgarians. There are, of course, still many controls for what can be built on an RCG lot, including lot coverage and unit density, shown here for a typical 50 by 120 lot. We think it's important to note that the rezoning of the base district to RCG does not circumvent the development permit process, and that with discretionary uses, neighbors will still have the opportunity to comment on applications. We believe that these small-scale, grade-oriented housing types can be built as thoughtful additions to established neighborhoods where the infrastructure is already in place, amenities and commuting paths are close by, and the transit system is consistent and reliable. Next slide, please. This is our project, and because this is a very large site, a through-block parcel approximately twice the size of the neighboring lots, we're able to achieve 8 units, 8 parking stalls, and additional 8 secondary suites, and those will meet the CMHC definition of affordable housing. This is something that both my company and the landowners are very passionate about including in their project, and together we want to be a part of the solution for providing housing to Calgarians. Next slide. We want these projects to be a place where those currently living in the neighborhood could see themselves moving into, whether it becomes an opportunity to age in place, a home for an empty nester who wants to reduce their footprint, or a young professional that wants to return to the neighborhood they grew up in but can't afford and doesn't need a single-family house. Next slide. We started by taking note of character elements such as roof type, cladding type, window type, porch type, and made a map of the community so we could see how these were distributed and how they might apply to our site. Next slide. We noticed commonalities like hip roofs and dormers, and these we refer to as character staples. Next. And we also saw unique elements that were only on 1 or 2 houses, like an intricate corner detail or an arched window. Using these existing community-accepted architectural character elements, both staples and anomalies in new RCG developments is critical. We want to make sure that we're not populating the city with copycat projects that look the same everywhere and aren't considerate of the architectural expression of their context. Next slide. We did some quick sketches of different options and decided on the most promising direction. And from the street, our front building has the same frontage as the house and duplex next door to it. In fact, this building, which contains 5 units and 5 CMHC affordable secondary suites, has a footprint of 231 meters squared. This is smaller than the single-family house footprint across the street of 265 meters squared. Next slide. We wanted to have units on both street frontages, so the back of the project, as some might call it, where there's 6 parking stalls and a garage, feels considered and continuous of the language of that street, not just a place to park your cars. The other units face a landscape courtyard so that they can get beautiful outdoor space and light, and this will also allow us to keep 3 mature trees that are growing on the property. That's also why we tripled the side yard setback requirements on the east side of the property in the middle of this development to help ensure that the yards on that side don't feel too crowded by buildings. Even though at this density the allowable lot coverage under RCG zoning is 60%, we've carefully designed functional but compact units to reduce coverage to about 52%. Next slide. You can see here that the main units are 2 stories stacked on top of a basement suite that is only half a floor down, which allows for large windows on both sides for great light. Each has its own dedicated outdoor space and entry on opposite sides of the building. Finding creative ways to work with the new policy to bring more diverse housing options to market can be a win-win for everyone. Next slide. Creating density while preserving the neighborhood character is critical to the success.
We're just at time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to go to questions for this panel. We're starting with Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. Could I speak to Mr. Go back up. Cross-Bussoli? Thanks. You brought up Citadel as a master plan community and not changing. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
I mean, I use it as just an example of one of the, I guess, newer communities that don't have much infill quite yet, that are sort of in that stage of the life cycle. I think well, it seems, if I'm to kind of like read from what I've heard, that a lot of older communities have been designed with like an unchanging, this idea that they're unchanging, right? That they're master planned. And I think that we should move beyond that and try to evolve.
Yeah, I get that. Do you see a density difference between what you see in that community versus, say, the inner city? I think we're kind of having 2 different conversations happening with this.
Yeah. I mean, certainly, right? I don't know exactly. I mean,
like if you look around school sites in the inner city, are they surrounded by apartments or are they surrounded by single family homes?
Definitely depends on the community, but the inner city ones have, like as is right now, just like a greater density or greater diversity of housing options. Like they have more infill. So although there is, I think, yeah, I don't know if I can really speak to that. I don't know the exact figures. I can only make sort of vague assumptions that, like, okay, I'm kind of inclined to say that inner city neighborhoods have like larger lot sizes, but I don't know if that's true on average.
Yeah, I'm just saying for density, because like
yeah.
In Citadel, for example, there's an apartment building across from an elementary school and row townhouses around it. So that's why we're having 2 different conversations. And when we go master plan, if you look at greenfield development, we are building with different lot shapes, with different density mixes.
Yeah.
And that's why I was kind of curious by that. If we're looking at it with more diverse housing options from the outline plan with today's theories and planning goals, wouldn't we expect even under this to see those redevelop as is, whereas the old planning rules were different in the inner city?
Well, I think it's like yeah, there are places where there are, you know, like, okay, this area is designated for townhouses, this area is designated for this. Like we have like different areas specifically planned for specific forms, and I don't think that we should be regulating what forms of housing can be built if they kind of on the whole have a similar density anyway, right?
So you're more of let your lot dimensions determine what can be built there under broader classification?
I think like in like an ideal scenario, I'd love to see what kind of interesting housing configurations like are possible if we were to like get rid of just regulating by form and just saying housing. But that's a conversation for the future, right? But RCG is a step in that direction.
Awesome.
Right.
All right, that's great. I just wanted to poke your brain on that one a bit. And then Ms. MacGregor.
Yes.
Thank you. I enjoyed your presentation and how you explained how you took in characteristics of the community. But when we listen to the conversation happening, that's not always the case. And so when you listen to people saying we shouldn't do this, how can we give citizens that assurance that your care of architectural design will actually provide consistency in the redevelopment and not just be, that's your business, that's how you operate, and someone else will do it differently?
Well, I think the critical point to make first is that those architectural and formal decisions get implemented at the development permit stage, not the land use rezoning stage. So if I'm going through a rezoning process, I'm not presenting any of that character-driven work. That happens when we go to the development permit stage. We're reviewing elevations, we're reviewing material changes, and that sort of thing, making sure that it fits within the fullness of the land use bylaw of the lot. And so rezoning to RCG for the blanket is not going to circumvent that process. That process remains the same. And, I take the same care for these projects, and hopefully we can encourage people to take more care when others are developing their lots. We can give power back to the homeowners that, want to redevelop within their own communities and stay within their own communities. I do think that there is an important step in educating the public that these visual presentations that me and my colleagues have given were not a part of the sort of consultation process, and I think that can be a really important point of educating Calgarians about what is possible within the rules that we're actually talking about here.
See, and that's where I'm still challenged, where we've seen built form that have different architectural design. So that means if you have one with one historical look, one modern, and one river rock, all beside each other, how does the community get that consistency of what they're looking for? And that's going under the current DP. So what would be an idea that we can give Calgarians assurance that they're not going to have different looks in their community?
I mean, I think that's impossible for me to do because, I only have control over my projects. I think educating the public to be more mindful and thoughtful about how they're showing up to development permit hearings is a great step. I'm with my colleagues developing sort of a program called Residents' Choice, which is a research project that we're developing to sort of disseminate some more of this information, to start to get some more of these visual representations of what's possible in a neighborhood out there. And I think the more that we can help to educate the public, the better that we're all going to appreciate our city.
And then just last question. At the end of the day, is it ultimately like you're dealing with your client who has a want, who owns that, and that's why it ends up what it is, or?
I think in traditional practices, that's true. I'm not a licensed architect, I'm not a licensed engineer, but that's what I went to school for. So I am pretty selective about how I choose my projects and who I choose to work for, and I make sure that my values are closely aligned with all of the projects that I work on. And I collaborate with some really exciting architects and engineers in order to do that, whether it's for an affordable project like this inner city redevelopment that we're working on, or if, a lot of my work is single family houses.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. MacGregor.
Sorry?
Ms. MacGregor, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Apologize, I was listening intently in the back there. You just about finished your presentation. In 2 sentences, what was the closing comments you were going to make?
My closing comments were creating density while preserving the neighborhood character is critical to the success of our communities. RCG redevelopment is one way to help solve the problem we're in, and as many people before me have said, it's not a silver bullet, but it is one important part of a holistic strategy for our city. Thank you for considering this process. I know it's been incredibly long days for all of you, and I really appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Now, leading off where Councillor Winus is leading you with, engaging the public, and you mentioned a lot of what you presented there are conversations you have in the development permit stage, right? But a lot of the angst we hear many times when people come for a public hearing on land use are, again, development permit type questions. If the city were to implement new procedures or new expectations for public engagement at the land use stage, how can we embed some of what you just said should be done at the land use stage?
So you're proposing that you don't pass the blanket upzoning and we're going to land use redesignations as well as development?
Let's use that scenario, yes.
Can you speak to what the specifics of what public engagement you would require is?
So again, you did a lot of research of contextual aspects of neighboring properties, neighboring built forms when you got into designing what you want to do, right? Communities, that's what they want to hear, but they don't know that at the land use stage. Is there a way we can embed some of that in the land use stage, assuming that we still have land use?
I don't know that I can speak of adding extra development permit requirements to the land use stage. Often these processes proceed concurrently, and in that case you would have the design ready to go, but to ask developers or residents or architects to produce the full design prior to knowing what you can do with the property, that's a really tough ask.
I realize that is. I just wonder if there's any sliver that could be done earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of what I'm trying to do in my free time between, working as a sessional instructor at the U of C with the research that we did. Open Concepts is a lecture series that I started and I run with my colleagues. And so we offer chances for the public to come out and, we presented the full lecture that we took this from in February and invited everyone we knew to come out and see it. And I think that more things like that need to start happening. And I think that it can exist outside of the land use change or outside of the development permit change process, and we have to start doing that, or our communities aren't going to be what we want them to be.
I was just looking for a bit of innovation. The second question is around the development permit side. Right now, when the development permit is issued and circulated, affected parties around that property get to see the development permit. The question I have is, how can we enhance the engagement at that level so the adjacent properties not only provide feedback, but also be part of the journey of the development permit? What would you suggest can be done?
I would, we give a lot of design presentations as architects. I think that, I've been to public hearings before, not in Calgary, but in other jurisdictions that I've worked in. I think, there's a lot more ways to get in touch with people these days. And I think, there's ways to reach people even beyond the people that are immediately affected by a property. And if the city wanted to support a way of sharing projects that were successful, say at interpreting the land use bylaw, then maybe there's a route where those could be put to other communities or other blocks in the same neighborhood that you can get an idea of the background of the story. Because oftentimes you get a written description of the project, you get what land use infractions there might be or how it complies with the bylaw, and you maybe get a set of renderings that don't even completely show the project. And I think there's a different set of information that's delivered when we get to talk about our projects and you guys can ask us questions. And so maybe there's a way to advance the city's presentation of some of these projects.
Great. Well, thank you for sharing that, and thank you for potentially raising the bar for engagement, and hope others follow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions of this panel, so thank you very much for taking the time to give us your presentations and join us today. I'm going to go to the next panel. This one is going to be Marie Tremblay. Yeah, you can come on up, Marie. Hold on one second. Just hold on. We're going to go to Gerald Wheatley.
Nice.
We're going to have Anne Landry. And Keith Drebit. And Dominic Mesenchuk. So if those 5 individuals could make their way to the front, that would be great. We'll start in just 1 minute. Following this panel is going to... Hi, there's someone on the line that's not muted. If I could just get you to mute for a minute, please. Thank you. Following this panel that we have assembled, we're going to go to panel 139. And just so that everyone's ready for what 139 is going to be, it's Jeff Watson, Carlos Nasciemento, Jade O'Riley, Luke Tracey Newmann, and Michael Duggan. After that, there will be another panel that will be Doug Clark, Robert Falconer, Shanon Palmowski, Pamela Young, and Penny Clipperton. Now, is there anyone in the audience that's registered on a panel prior to 138 who's here today? Yes, what's your name? And what panel were you on? 138? I don't have you on 138, so we're going to get a member of the clerk's team to come and talk to you if you'll just give us a minute. Okay, thank you very much. So let's start off with Marie Tremblay, please.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I thank you for your extreme patience in hearing from so many Calgarians on the important question of rezoning. My name is Marie Tremblay, and I live in a single-family detached home in Lakeview in Ward 11, where my husband and I have lived and raised our family for the past 25 years. I'm a semi-retired environmental scientist, ecologist, teacher, and climate educator, and most importantly, a proud mother of 2 young adults in their late 20s. I'm here to express my strong support for blanket rezoning. My support for this initiative comes from at least 2 different places. Intellectually, it's been well documented that densification is the key to more sustainable and climate-smart cities, for all the reasons that so many before me have expressed, and so I won't repeat them here for the sake of time. Bottom line is, in today's context, 60s style, car-centric R1 neighborhoods like mine, which make up over 60% of our city's residential land base, are a relic of the past and simply no longer tenable in today's context. Putting urban planning theory aside, my support for RCG also comes from my heart. My heart goes out to all the young people and new Calgarians who are struggling to put a roof over their heads, one of the most basic of human needs. This hits very close to home for me because my own sons, at the start of their careers and not yet homeowners, are caught between skyrocketing rents and skyrocketing home prices and wondering if they'll ever have a place to call home. My sons are just 2 examples of an entire generation of young Calgarians facing the same housing challenges, many of whom have spoken before you in the past week. Our future teachers, healthcare providers, store clerks, tradespeople, service industry workers, and so forth, who are feeling squeezed and anxious about their future as their dream of owning a home, especially one that might be suitable to raising a family, i.e. the missing middle, becomes nothing more than a pipe dream. I'd like to think that Calgarians are at their core generous. This generosity of spirit was on full display during the 2013 floods, when people rallied to help their neighbors and strangers in need. I can't help but wonder where this generosity is now. What kind of society turns its back on its young people who, through no fault of their own, are caught in the current housing crisis? Is this really who we are as Calgarians? Now, I've been listening to the many presentations over the past week, and I've been trying to look for a way to move forward on what has become an incredibly divisive issue. Despite all the polarization, there seems to be at least a couple of things that many people on both sides of the debate seem to agree on. 1, the need for more densification. The question seems to be where and how. And 2, I've heard a lot of empathy for all the people who are struggling to find housing on both sides of the argument. So perhaps we can build on these common areas of agreement and take some steps forward together. And I have 3 suggestions here as a starting point. Number 1, I would encourage the city to do more to bring people along and build a big picture understanding of the nature and scale of the housing crisis, and especially how we all have a role to play, really a responsibility to help solve it. Number 2, provide better information on RCG. There seems to be an awful lot of confusion and misinformation And these muddy the waters and stoke fear. Are we really talking about 12 units on every single lot, as some people seem to claim or be so fearful of? And I appreciate some of the examples that were presented in the previous panel to help us kind of understand what that might look like. Number 3, consider better defining what we mean by contextual and how might that be applied depending on the size and the configuration of the lots, for example, whether it's mid-block or on a corner. So, and again, I want to thank our speakers for providing us with some examples of context-sensitive development. Overall, I encourage City Council to keep moving forward with rezoning while addressing some of the very valid and specific concerns and questions raised by reasonable people during these hearings. To my fellow homeowners in established R1 neighborhoods, I say that we have a choice between being part of the problem or part of the solution. We're part of the problem by hanging on to outdated exclusionary R1 zoning that takes up inordinate amount of residential land across the city. Let us be part of the solution by opening our hearts and our neighborhoods to our younger generation and their families, who represent the engine and the future of our city. Let's work together towards a more vibrant, inclusive, family-friendly, sustainable, and climate-smart city. RCG is an important tool that can help us achieve that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Gerald Wheatley, please.
Hello, Mayor Gondek and council members. Thank you for this great exercise in democratic dialogue. My name is Gerald Wheatley. I support this rezoning as part of this city's action on climate mitigation and adaptation and moving us towards a more equitable city. I wanted to share some thoughts that you might not have heard enough from some of the people that I know aren't able to be here. There are many Calgarians that work day jobs, evening jobs, and don't have the privilege to be here to present to you. It's exciting to see how many have presented, but I feel a huge obligation to various users, members, friends, and customers that aren't able to be here. So this includes new Calgarians, students, those from the 2S LGBTQ+ communities, low-income, Indigenous colleagues and clients, and especially those with climate anxieties and struggling to reconcile around climate change. The context that I work in is at the Arusha Center, which is a local charity. For the past 2 years, I've been the chair of the board of the Community-Wise Society as well, which operates the Old Y Building as a nonprofit location for 77 different nonprofit organizations. So last year, our building served 15,000 individuals looking for essential services. They are users and largely volunteer-run organizations directly addressing urban issues in those sectors that I mentioned. We cannot manage the loss of a historic resource like this building and the community-wise society because of the serving of so many vulnerable populations, whether that's in harm reduction, arts and culture, and the environment. I'm also the strategy chair for Norfolk Housing Society that's demonstrating the high value of a mixed market, affordable housing model. This is not a subsidized model. This is an entrepreneurial model with 6 buildings in Hillhurst Sunnyside. I think you've heard a number of people speak about Norfolk Housing. It's leading the way as a model for helping to address the affordable housing crisis. I'm the Fund Development Board delegate for the Calgary Climate Hub and am passionate to engage more citizens in dialogues like this on the most important issues for future generations in the city. For myself, this community development work has involved academic roles at U of C and Bow Valley College. I've got a graduate degree in complementary currencies and community economic development, published multiple times in academic journals. I've been recognized with the Alberta Centennial Medal, the YMCA Peace Medal, and Top 40 Under 40. And I feel a great responsibility because of my privilege to try and implore you to support this zoning to better allow those that aren't able to be here or that would be unrepresented to prosper in the city. I've heard lots about the impacts on aesthetics or parking or waste recycling bins. I'm a homeowner of a detached home in Hillhurst Sunnyside that has a brand new fourplex right beside it. So we have now 4 households that are my neighbors where there used to be 1 household. The benefits of this have been in the form of increased enrollment at Sunnyside School. In my 25 years in Sunnyside, there's been 3 closure threats to my neighborhood school, and the neighborhood school is now oversubscribed, bringing more people to inner city communities, more varied businesses in Kensington, more variety, more types of businesses, more numbers of businesses, and generally more people on the sidewalks in our inner city community. So want to emphasize the future around our equitable access for all people to housing on this whole spectrum. Again, thank you for this democratic dialogue to get Calgarians thinking about future generations, what we're going to be doing in the long run. It makes me think of Schopenhauer's statements around the processes of adopting truth, that truth has to go through 3 stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. And then finally, it's taken as self-evident. And I trust that you will see this rezoning as self-evident.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Anne Landry, please.
I have a 1-page overhead. Oh, does it shrink?
That way?
Yeah.
Good there.
A little bit shrink, a little bit more. Perfect, thank you. Okay, right. Thank you, Mayor Gondek and Council, for the opportunity to present before you today on the topic of the citywide blanket rezoning. I have attachments that I would like to provide to you. In brief, I support the citywide rezoning, but this needs to occur at the same time that the City of Calgary implements housing as a human right as per the National Housing Strategy Act 2019, moves forward to eliminate predatory financialization of housing, and also takes immediate actions to protect the most vulnerable. Financialization of housing is using housing as a for-profit investment and not first and foremost as a home, a basic human right. My name is Anne Landry. I have long lived in the Beltline in Ward 8 in an apartment owned by one of Canada's largest financialized landlords. I am a Calgarian for housing as a human right. I have a disability. I will soon be of retirement age. Over the past more than 26 years, I have paid my landlord over $300,000 in rental payments. I would like my investment to be protected and to age in place. Last year, I also participated in the 2 national reviews regarding financialization of housing at the House of Commons Human Committee and the National Housing Council. I am very interested in the impact on housing affordability of the proposed rezoning. My rent is to increase by $150 per month, approximately 12% on May 1st, 2024, following a $185 per month rental payment increase, approximately 17% in 2 installments in 2023. Please immediately address the growing housing emergency in Calgary. Have a heart. The Heart Housing Needs Assessment tool reveals that over 50,000 households in Calgary are in core housing need and need rents of $1,262 per month or less, Census 2021. This occurs at the time that Rentals.ca report for April 2024 reveals an average rent for 1-bedroom apartments and condos to be $1,820 per month. Unsustainable. Stop the bus. Back it up. No means no. Approximately 29% of Calgary's households are renters. The City of Calgary's inflation review reveals month after month of double-digit rental accommodation inflation. Unacceptable. Research before the Office of the Federal Housing Advocate reveals that corporate investment in housing is resulting in unaffordable rents, evictions, and long-term care deaths. Left unaddressed, financialization of housing can be like a computer virus that may expand across Calgary to infect newly rezoned areas. Last year, at the House of Commons Human Committee review of financialization of housing, Marie-Josée Houle, Federal Housing Advocate, stated, "The key word in all of this is harm. This is why Canada needs to treat financialization as a serious human rights issue and also a key component in addressing the housing crisis overall. It is causing real harm to individuals, families, and communities. When we realize the right to adequate housing for all of Canada benefits, our economy benefits, communities benefit, and people benefit. The apartment rental market in Calgary is apparently broken. See the chart on the screen. This is a game changer. CMHC data reveals that increases in apartment vacancy at the time of COVID resulted in increased, not decreased, average apartment rent in Calgary. Housing expert Ricardo Trangen of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives addressed this at the time. Thus, increased vacancy, increased supply of apartments or other housing in Calgary is apparently unlikely to result in decreased apartment rents without direct government involvement that is urgently needed now. In Calgary, we need an all-government, all-hands-on-deck approach with a multi-pronged strategy, including rezoning, best practice rental caps and protections, increased non-market, non-profit housing supply, elimination of predatory financialization of housing, comprehensive housing planning and data tracking with costs, accelerated emergency local area planning, quarterly budget service reviews, and more. Follow housing human rights guidelines. Use the maximum resources in the shortest possible time to focus on the most vulnerable. Ensure wide, meaningful consultation and justice. The proposed zoning changes seem to allow homeowners to control whether to make a change. New housing forms may offer less costly alternatives to single-family homes. Red tape, cost, and time seem to be cut by simultaneously holding public hearings now targeting thousands of households. Ensure second-stage review at the development process when detailed documentation is available and the community may participate and appeal. Write letters along with other municipalities and stakeholders to echo the request of the Federal Housing Advocate for financialized actors to appear before the House of Commons Human Committee with data regarding profits and strategies. Stop the loss of affordable housing due to financialization, as revealed by housing expert Steve Pomeroy. Lease, don't sell city land. Address property acquisition affordability. Prevent rent evictions. Build accessible housing. Address income inequality and climate change. Protect parks. Fast forward landlord licensing. Implement a senior strategy. Count the homeless and take the city census each year for foster co-op housing. Leave no one behind.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Landry. Thank you very much. Let's go to Keith Drebit, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm asking both the mayor and council to vote against blanket rezoning, and this is why. I don't want my neighborhood blanket rezoned because it will cause parking problems on my street and probably expropriate my home, and I don't want to give up something good for something crappy. My neighborhood is an old neighborhood, and there's a row of houses on the in the 500 block of 20th Avenue, and they're up for demolition. I'm asking that it would be I would ask you to reconsider demolishing those old buildings, including the old apartment building on 5th Avenue or 5th Street. Sorry, I live in Ward 8. I live in Cliff Bungalows, Mission. I don't want high density because it will cause social problems like rising crime rates. I'm asking the mayor and council to vote against blanket rezoning. I am not a racist, but I blame the housing crisis. I blame the housing crisis on mass immigration. The building I live in is an older building in better shape than the newly built ones. Displacing longtime homeowners and residents at their expense is a communist plot to oppress people and violate ownership of private property. The row houses have no character and are not soundproof. I own a condo, and there are vulnerable people in my neighborhood who live in live on low income. Some of them are physically handicapped. If the developers buy their rentals, and they get evicted by the developers. Where are they going to go when their rented homes are going to go to the wrecking ball? And as far as social problems go, high density causes stress, and it causes people to be bunched together like rats in a cage. And that's all I have to say. And this is my final comment.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Dominic Mesenchuk, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. First thing I would like to do is thank everybody for their time and effort throughout this hearing. Council, administration, clerk, security, and many other people have been working 12-hour days already for a week, with many more days to come. I'd also like to say I'm sorry for many presentations this past week with personal attacks to a lot of you. I wanted to applaud you for staying professional and not complaining about being offended. That being said, let's get started. My name's Dominic Mesenchuk. I live in Ward 11 in Chinook Park. I'm an urban studies major at U of C. I'm here today to speak in support of the rezoning proposal. I'm living in a city where the type of housing I need in order to have a successful start in life is banned almost everywhere. Young people in the city cannot survive, let alone succeed under these circumstances, which is leading to more young people leaving the city each day. The biggest factor for rising housing costs is because there aren't enough homes. It's simple. When there's nowhere else to go, costs for existing housing goes up. Whether renting or buying, when demand for housing is so high and supply is significantly below that demand, prices spike up. It's not rocket science, it's basic economics. This trend will not stop until the supply increases to meet that demand. With a continuously increasing population, this issue will just continue to get worse. In order to minimize the drastic impact that this will have on the market, we need more housing now. It's simple. However, this rezoning isn't even just a solution to the housing stock problem. The problem with Calgary's low housing stock is rooted in RC1 zoning being the base district for so long and not getting updated. Just remember that the goal here is to allow for more choice and flexibility and ultimately build more homes, not change of preference. Single detached homes are still permitted under RCG. RC1 is not problematic because it allows single detached homes. It's problematic because it does not allow anything else. In places where housing demand is low and everybody wants a single detached home, most structures will be single detached homes, regardless of regulation. The zoning in that case does not bind, and non-binding zoning imposes no cost, but also delivers no benefits, so it doesn't make sense to have it. But that isn't the situation we're facing. In our case, where housing is in high demand, RC1 does bind, meaning that neighborhoods would not be uniformly single detached without it. In Calgary, RC1 suppresses the supply and diversity of housing and denies some people access to the housing and opportunities they want. Putting this another way, where RC1 is harmless, it's also unnecessary. But where it's necessary, it's also harmful. Both of these situations argue for its abolition. Another thing to think about is that RC1 often is referred to as single-family neighborhoods, which promotes a special sort of social life. RC1 is synonymous with the American dream, uniquely suitable for home ownership and raising families. The idea that RC1 neighborhoods are the only places families can thrive is supported by virtually no theory or evidence. Yet a common trend throughout this hearing has been that people choose RC1 to raise families. Every day, all over the world, people successfully raise children in and around townhomes, row houses, apartments, and multiplexes. It's even happening in the city, and it's perfectly fine. I've noticed that nearly every speaker in opposition to this rezoning either directly or indirectly states that this sort of zoning or built form does not belong in their own communities. But they also try to say that cities should be taking a targeted zoning approach. So when all these people from all over the city are saying that they don't want their community rezoned and say that they want density where it fits, but it doesn't fit into any of their own communities, then where are they suggesting it goes? On the outside of the city, in new greenfield developments where the residents must rely on a personal vehicle to commute to work every day, we're building brand new infrastructure costs significantly more than simply upgrading and improving infrastructure in existing communities. It all seems very hypocritical to me. What this boils down to, in my perspective, is that many people don't want change near them and will fight with everything in them to stop change. I've also seen many people suggesting that we should just use the LAP process to determine where this sort of zoning would fit. Hate to break it to you, but essentially what RCG is proposing is what is already covered under the base for the LAPs. Both of the lower density urban form categories, neighborhood connector and neighborhood local, are outlined to support a broad range and mix of housing types, unit structures, and forms, which is what's covered under this rezoning. On top of this, the lowest building scale under the LAP is limited scale, which supports development up to 3 stories, which also aligns with this rezoning. So according to every LAP, RCG would essentially be the minimum that should be allowed for residential properties. And then LAPs are how we identify where we can accommodate growth and density beyond that permitted for RCG, including TOD areas. Thank you, and I encourage you all to vote in support of rezoning.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel. We will start with Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wheatley, please. Sorry, thank you very much for your presentation. If I may say, you have a unique perspective that I haven't seen in the past week or two. You're in favor of densification, and you've recently experienced densification. I'm wondering if through that experience, there's any experiences you might share with us. Were there any challenges through that densification, and how did you surmount them?
That's the reason I'm so supportive of this, of these council hearings. I think Calgarians are having to really rethink and recalibrate their communities and their expectations. It was very challenging. My 700 square foot house beside a fourplex of 4 3,000 square foot $1 million homes. So I think all Calgarians need to think, readjust a little bit about where they want their own lives, their kids, their parents, and also future generations. So I think it's this kind of conversation, having these public conversations so we can hear different people's opinions and experiences on it, that's actually the most important.
At a more granular, thank you, at a very granular level, were there issues with parking, issues with garbage? There's a classic list of these problems, which there are solutions for, but I'm wondering what your experience was.
There's quite a few counterintuitive elements of having that particular development there that, people are concerned around parking. It's an incentive to ride my bike more, walk more. If people want to be able to have active lives, and if driving is a little bit more of a hassle, which I think it is in my neighborhood, then there's an incentive which is maybe a bit counterintuitive, to walk a little bit more. And then you see more people on the sidewalk and you have those conversations. Until it's happened to many Calgarians, I think there's a lot of trepidation, and there's a lot of upside to it. I think the recycling bins, you've got lots of multifamily in my neighborhood as well, apartment buildings and condos and things. These things have been worked out. And so it's only daunting to those that haven't already been through it, probably.
Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. My question was for Keith.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. You said you lived in Cliff Bungalow?
That is correct.
I wanted to, I'll phrase it as a question, but I wanted to say, are you aware that Cliff Bungalow is not getting rezoned?
No, I'm not. But there is a street in Cliff Bungalows, and that is 20th Avenue Southwest in Cliff Bungalows in the 500 block.
Yeah, there's a lot of Cliff Bungalow there's a lot of different developments going on, but it already has a higher zoning than what's being proposed here. So I just wanted to make sure that we walked away knowing that your community is one of the few that is not actually being rezoned, because you have a higher zoning already.
Okay, yeah. But we, the people in Cliff Bungalow's mission, we love and have pride in our old buildings because they're historical. And I live on 24th Avenue in a brick and concrete apartment-style apartment building. And on the west end of the building, there's a row of 100-year-old rooming houses where young people are staying in them, and the architecture has a lot of character.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And if there's going to be a domino where those structures get flattened, and the developer who buys those houses evicts them like a nice way to put it is vacate them, where are they going to go? Because that could cause a homeless crisis in our city as well.
That is absolutely worth comment. Thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Keith, I also have a question for you right here. You mentioned, I just want to, are you aware that the government is not able to actually build anything? These are private properties, so this amendment or what we were discussing would only give that private property owner the right to develop their property further if they wish. So it's the individual property owner that would do it, not the government. Were
Yes.
you?
Yeah. Well, when individual private property owners wish to develop their own property, I don't have a problem with that because they can do what they want, because I respect property rights and the right to ownership of private property.
Okay, well that is what this is, and I just want to follow up. You mentioned, because it's the first person we ever had speak to this said they like it because this is about property rights, this is about capitalists and the free market. But you mentioned that you think this is communism, and I'm just not sure how I can square those two.
Well,
so can you explain?
Well, there's a similar thing going on in countries like China and maybe Cuba and probably back in the days of the Soviet Union. And I could even give you an example here in Calgary, the community of Meadowlark Park. I have seen and it grieved me to see these older homes, like these houses were built either in the 1950s or 1960s along 58th Avenue. They all got bulldozed down and flattened like in a domino effect. Now an apartment building's gone up, and also these new buildings I have seen for plywood, cheap particle board.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your contribution. Just only owners can actually change that. The city itself won't be the one that does the building. So I just wanted to affirm that for you, but that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
My question is for, I think it's Mr. Wheatley. Right. Mr. Wheatley, you shared your experience with us about you live adjacent to a redeveloped property. You say 4 units?
Yes.
And it sounds like they're fairly good size. Is that?
Yes. Yeah.
And do you have any indication on the price point of those units?
I believe they're about $900,000 each, 3,000 square foot, 4 separate titles on a 50-foot lot.
Would you consider that affordable?
No.
Any idea on how many parking spots they have on site?
6 or 8, I believe.
Okay. Well, thanks. That's all the questions I had.
Yeah.
Good answer.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions in the queue for this panel, so thank you very much for taking the time to present to us today. We appreciate that. Let's go to panel 139 now. Do we have Jeff Watson? Hi, please come on up. Do we have Carlos Nasciemento? Hi, please come on up. Do we have Jade O'Riley? Jade? Yeah, you can come on up to the front. Do we have Luke Tracey Newmann? Hi, you can come on up as well. What about Michael Duggan? Hi, please come on up. All right, so following these 5 presenters, it will be Doug Clark, Robert Falconer, Shanon Palmowski, Pamela Young, and Penny Clipperton. Following that panel, I'm just going to get everybody ready for who's next. It'll be panel 140. That's Andrew Ebgase, Ann Stewart, Ji Zhang, Chris Edwards, and Chris Koichopoulos. So let's get started with panel 138. Jeff Watson, please.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Watson. My family and I are proud to call Calgary our home. I'll start by saying I encourage Council to vote no on blanket upzoning and any amendments. More important, I'll provide my thoughts on how Council can proceed on a positive agenda to provide more housing, tackle affordability, and consider long-term redevelopment in a way that brings the community together rather than dividing it. I've been following public hearings since day one. The yes side on blanket RCG has conflated the housing crunch with the affordability crisis, the objectives of diversifying housing supply, and with redevelopment. It may seem obvious, but Council needs to sort these objectives out. Blanket RCG is about in-neighborhood redevelopment in older established communities primarily. That is a medium to long-term process, one that should be consultative with affected communities and supported by policy before coming to decisions about rezoning. Minneapolis 2040 is a helpful illustration of policy preceding rezoning. In short, we shouldn't be at the point of debating blanket rezoning at all. So why are we? Well, the simple answer is the city has signed a contribution agreement with the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. In Annex A of the agreement, the city is committed to deliver blanket upzoning as part of its Annex B commitment totals, and to do so by June 30th, 2024, just 2 months from now. That's right, the city committed in a legal binding contract the result of Council's actions on blanket upzoning before Council even debated it and well before a single day of public hearings. That's the real reason we're debating blanket RCG now and not later. As proposed, blanket RCG is in-neighborhood redevelopment on the fly. It will lack order. It will lack the check and balance of Council and the public at the current land use change, and it will leave no way to stop adverse community redevelopment unless a future Council revisits and removes the blanket. If gentle density in neighborhood is desirable, RC2 already provides it. If RCG is ultimately desirable, then let the LAP process determine it and where it applies. For these reasons, I encourage Council to defeat the current proposal and reject amendments. So what then should Council do? 1, finish the LAP process and keep in-neighborhood redevelopment on the medium to long-term track, with rezoning following policy. I'd add that LAPs should include the kind of zoning specificity that, for example, the Main Street Bowness plan does, rather than just density, general density in built form areas. Number 2, take evidence-based measures to tackle housing supply and affordability. Follow the example of Minneapolis and move quickly on higher density along transportation corridors and nodes. While overall data for Minneapolis 2040 is inconclusive, some evidence suggests it's this type of development and not in-neighborhood redevelopment that work to lower rents. There's a lot of no-side support for that, so get on with it. And number 3, get on with below-market housing. I also urge you to consider not removing Council from land use changes. Council is not red tape. It's an order of government with legal authority and responsibility for land use and the connecting point for the public on development that impacts their community. Red tape reduction is government reducing or eliminating regulations, not using a regulation to reduce the government. If Council deletes itself, projects with negative community impact will go up because the power of refusal will be lost. Second, if Council deems itself irrelevant in its legal authorities, it invites special interests, maybe the administration, or other orders of government to conclude the same about it. Is it any coincidence, as Council debates whether to delete itself by approving blanket upzoning, that the province has tabled Bill 20, granting Cabinet authority to direct a municipality to amend or repeal a bylaw? I would suggest don't delete Council. In closing, I encourage you to vote no to blanket upzoning, and it's not solvable by amendments, so vote no to those as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Watson. Mr. Nasciemento, over to you. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
I had a presentation that I had sent.
Okay, just give us a second. We'll find that and get it up. Looks like we're opening it now. There we are. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, councillors and Mayor. I'm here to present myself and my family, my wife and my son. I'm against the rezoning plan I'll be show at the end of these slides why the reason of this. But let's go to start a little to know who I'm here and where I'm from, okay? I'm an immigrant from Brazil, okay? And moved here to Calgary in 2012. At the beginning, I started to live here in Beltline in an apartment near the job. When my wife was pregnant, I needed to move it to another apartment because the apartment not accept kids, okay? And I moved to Elton, near the Elton train station. But at the same time, the guy that rented the apartment to me that said that you cannot stay here for the stampede, okay? So you're just having a contract until the stampede. So I have some experience that I can say that I can understand what people are feeling, that they don't have a place to live, or maybe I had some apartment that they needed to follow some rules that maybe is not correct, okay? In 2016, I decided to buy my house. I have never think about to buy a house before. And I bought a house in Somerset that I enjoy a lot, and I live there with my wife and my son. If you go there every weekend, not every weekend, but the majority of the weekends in the spring and the summer, you see me play hockey with my son in the driveway or in the water storm, dry pond, the backyard of my house. Okay, but I'm here that I can say another thing. That I live there. I not use the car to come to the work. I take the bus. I take the train. I don't have any complaint to come, but I have lots of complaint to come back. That takes for me a long time, mainly in the winter. But this is not the focus that we have here. So what I'd like to present here in these slides here is something that I did in the last years when I started to do a course in the University of Calgary of data science, okay? One of the projects that I have at the end was to try to determine why the property assessment, what are the most important factors that affected the property assessment, okay? Why I started that thing? I started that thing because when I tried to register my son in the school in my neighbor, the school was full. And I say, why is it full, okay? So please the next slide here. So one thing that I did in that study for the units of Calgary, I take 3 data sets that are available for the public that the city of Calgary provide. At that time for 2019, before the pandemic. But last year I started to evaluate after I finished my data science program with 2013. But one thing that for me it's a surprise is that we don't have more the census since 2020. So how we know that population is increasing in the communities? How we know that we have the structure that the community needs if you not know the population of each community, okay? So this is one thing. So next slide, please. So data is good. You start to understand what is happening in the city, in the community, in different zones. For example, you can see here that in this table, how the price per square feet increased from before the pandemic and after the pandemic. So next slide, please. We can see how is the townhouse spread around the city, how the concentration of the duplex, things like this. So next slide, please. Or something that you can take some of the data and start to evaluate, what's the proportion of the kids that they have in that neighbor, based on the number of schools or recreation areas or playgrounds that we have, okay? For my surprise when I check this is that, my community is not too bad. I have communities better than mine. So I cannot complain that it doesn't have a school in my neighbor for my son, okay? So go to the next slide. So one thing in data science that we learn is that we can start to estimate things that is not just take plots and evaluate that this is, I know that I have lots of townhouses there, lots of duplex there. One thing that we can see, we can create models and start to evaluate things that, is the number of townhouses increase in my neighbor will be increase the property assessment. And for example, having that table on the left here is indicated that it's negative. When it's negative, that's indicate the number of the townhouse or number of duplex.
You're just at time.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's go to Jade O'Riley, please.
Good afternoon. I would like to talk to City Council about my experiences with rezoning. Until 2019, I lived in Edmonton. My partner and I rented a house in the neighborhood of North Glenora, a beautiful bungalow on a 50-square-foot lot with huge gardens front and back, apple trees, plum trees, raspberries, the whole works. And we loved it there. And when I saw the rezoning signs go up in the neighborhood, I was really happy. I thought, this is fantastic. We're going to have, because it's 10 minutes from the university, it's just across the river, I thought that meant that they were going to make the corridor, which is the bus corridor, into a more livable place for university students. And I was all for it. And they put out the survey, and I went, oh, this is great. What do I want to see in the neighborhood? Coffee shops and little boutiques and park space, bike paths, which they did put in. And so I was thrilled about it. And so I was really disappointed when I saw what happened next. In the name of affordable housing, developers took over our neighborhood, and within a year, the domino effect of the tall and skinnies was such that now our next door neighbor's house was gobbled up. And I phoned the developer and I said, do you plan to put tall and skinnies next door to us? He said, no, we're going to put a bungalow there. I said, oh, they even went so far as to make an architectural rendering and put up a sign that said, pending approval of this okay-looking bungalow. As soon as it was approved, down came the sign and up go the two tall and skinnies. Right after that, our landlady died, and her sons offered to sell us the house for $350,000. Very affordable. But by this time, I already saw the writing on the wall. Our neighborhood, not only did it not have, these coffee shops, etc., they tore down all the apartment buildings and all the townhouses and put up tall and skinnies in its place. So it was no longer affordable at all. We could have bought that house, but to what avail? I would have had to given up my garden, etc., and it wasn't even giving what it promised, which was affordable housing in the neighborhood for students and cool coffee shops. None of this existed anymore. And so we decided to move to Calgary, and I hope City Council does not do like Edmonton without any foresight. Talk about affordability, rip down actual functional apartment buildings and put in unaffordable homes in its place. The houses that eventually went up in the lot where we lived, which of course was bought up immediately by the developer, are like 850 to 1.2 mil. How is that affordable? I could have bought the house there for $350,000, and if I was a developer, I could have done the same thing and turned around and made it into a cash cow. So all I'm saying is, I am leery of this rezoning because I saw firsthand what happened in Edmonton. Was a huge disappointment to see our neighborhood go from something that was livable, actually livable for university students, to something that's unaffordable for everyone. So I oppose this. That's all.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Luke Tracy Newmann, please.
Good afternoon. I am also opposed to the rezoning. Just as Jade said, we lived in a 1950s bungalow that when they sold it was $350,000. The two tall and skinnies that went up next were, I think, $750,000 in 2019 dollars. So that was not within our reach. Our neighbor next door, his house was torn down as well. So where there had been two 1950s bungalows, there were now four tall and skinnies. Two garages in the back with suites above the garages, and all not affordable. So my main issue is that it seemed like the salesman's toe in the door for this whole initiative was affordability, and yet the affordability, there was a speaker last night that said that affordability is not even on the most recent brochure to deal with this initiative. Like, it seems to be gone, and yet that was the main selling point. So the affordability does not seem to be a factor anymore, and that seems like a bait and switch to me. I'm all for more housing, but it needs to be affordable. The other thing I'd like to say is that there were some nice proposals today about retrofitting existing structures so as not to disturb neighboring properties. Our neighbors Our neighbor on one side in Edmonton was an avid gardener, and then she wound up with this massive monstrosity of a tall, skinny, 2 stories. It seemed like more like 2.5, but it was at least 2 stories, blocking out the sunlight to her yard. And that yard was like her life. Her gardening enthusiasm, was totally, her life, the quality of her life is totally impacted. So one of the points I'd like to make is the affordability doesn't seem to be there, and putting these infills in seems to reduce the quality of life. There's no yard except for a postage stamp in the front for kids to play. There's no fire pit, there's no trees, there's no deck, there's no place to barbecue. Everything is on this lot that we experienced is right to the property line, and it's not affordable. If it was affordable, maybe people could put up with those compromises for the quality of life, but it's not affordable either. So if there's a way to retrofit existing structures so people's sunlight is not affected, so neighbors staying in their established house are not negatively impacted by rezoning and developers bringing in tall and skinnies, that would be ideal. And if it's affordable, that would be ideal. But so far we have, and if they're architecturally matching, like the architect that spoke here, say an hour ago, matching different features in the neighborhood, that makes the things look nice instead of what happened to our section, our area of the city in Edmonton was the tall and skinnies went up and they were homely. They are homely, and they're all the same. Doesn't matter if you're in this neighborhood, across the city in that neighborhood, they are homely. And they don't fit in, they're just parachuted in from somebody's drawing board. They don't match the neighborhood. So it's not an aesthetic effect. And I honestly believe that the people that are developing those things don't have to live there. They wouldn't live there. They're there, it's their business, but they wouldn't live in those places. So I'm against a blanket rezoning. I think it has to be somehow maintaining the old buildings in the neighborhood, not knocking them down, not giving the green light to knocking them down, and putting up homely tall and skinnies that diminish the quality of life for the remaining people in those neighborhoods. And above all else, it has to be affordable. None of what I've seen has indicated there's going to be more affordability. We went from a house that we could have bought for $350 to something that was over double that. And how was that affordable? And yet affordability was, as I said before, the salesman's toe in the door that we should consider this, we should let this happen, we should go for this. And that was like a bait and switch, not affordable. So we need housing, yes we do. We need affordable housing though. And we also need things that look nice, that aren't just big, long and narrow shoe boxes shoehorned into an existing neighborhood. Thank you for considering these things. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. That's all.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Michael Duggan, please.
Your Worship, Mayor Gondek and Honorable City Councillors, thank you for this opportunity to address my concerns to you in this public forum. My name is Michael Duggan. I am an impacted landowner who lives in Meadowlark Park. I oppose the proposed blanket rezoning of all neighborhoods in Calgary because it does not communicate the reality of Calgary as the world-class cosmopolitan city that it is. The blanket rezoning concept is a functional response to immediate concerns that undermines the creativity that makes life vibrant in Calgary today. It shuts off discussion and it silences its citizens. Reading about it provokes in me anxiety and frustration rather than confidence and hope. Please defeat this proposal so that we citizens can unleash the full potential of Calgary to be the beacon to the world that it is now becoming. I will start with a couple of personal anecdotes and then take you on a brief note about two components of Meadowlark Park, and I'll conclude with an invitation for you to become part of the creative learning process that we are experiencing as current residents of Meadowlark Park. I'm a native Calgarian with roots in the city that go back more than a century. My mother was born here when the population of the city was just over 43,000. Along with you and my colleagues in Meadowlark Park, I share the urgent concern for the fact that twice the number of the population of Calgary when my mother was born is the number of people who currently lack affordable housing in our city. I grew up in a house that my maternal grandfather purchased in 1917 for $7,000. My father came to Alberta in 1911 as a baby and spent his childhood homesteading on a farm in central Alberta. Almost 95 years later, throughout the final month of his life, he and I lived together in his room at a Calgary hospice. I cherish the memory of a caregiver awakening me at 6 a.m. one morning to let me know he was passing. She and 3 of her colleagues who were finishing the night shift joined me at his bedside. These women were from Poland, South Africa, the Philippines, and the Siksika First Nations people in Alberta. That morning, I thought, Dad, these amazing women have crossed cultural worlds near and far to care for us on life's journey. Their compassion and kindness are life-giving for me to this day. The world has come to Calgary. On the website of the Calgary Economic Development, we read, Calgary is the 3rd most diverse major city in Canada, home to over 240 different ethnic origins, and there are 165 languages spoken here. The world has come to Meadowlark Park. You and I could have great conversations about the burgeoning elegance of Calgary by walking together through the Chinook Mall, a component of Meadowlark Park, and taking in the plethora of languages and cultures embodied in the people who are enjoying one another's company there. Let's turn to our residential neighborhood. We want to make Meadowlark Park hospitable to everyone. We ask the city to please continue preserving and planting our trees as we try to make our streets hospitable for mums and dads in the huge apartment developments under construction on 58th Avenue and beyond. We want to welcome them wholeheartedly to walk under the shade of our trees and take in our gardens in which we are trying to make a home for worms, bees, birds, rabbits, squirrels, and any other living thing. We are sensitizing ourselves to the microclimate that is unique to our neighborhood. We're intent on decarbonizing the cumulative effects of the heavy traffic on Elbow Drive, Glenmore Trail, 58th Avenue, and McLeod Trail. We want to build up resistance to the smoke and debris from potential recurrences of forest fires in northern Alberta and British Columbia. This year, we will learn to plant drought-tolerant shrubs and flowers. Please, do not bore us with housing designs that are not informed by the microclimate that is distinctive of Meadowlark Park. In conclusion, I have a request.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. You're just at...
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm done. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And that is the end of this panel. Let's go to questions, starting with Councillor Penner.
Thanks. I have a couple questions for Mr. Watson, if I can, please. Mr. Watson, I'm not sure if you stated it. I didn't catch what neighborhood you were in, and
Bowness.
Okay, specifically, yeah. I was going to say, so are you in a local? Bowness.
We have an ARP.
You have an ARP, but not a local area plan.
Then for Bowness Road, we have the sort of Main Street program that gets down to the zoning options there.
So local area plans don't rezone property. So are you proposing then that we would rezone then just within approved local area plans?
No, my proposal, I said that we actually need the kind of specificity in LAPs that occur in the Main Street program. That's the next level of detail where built form ends up being expressed as a product of actual zoning choice.
Okay, and in the 3 approved local area plans, this matches already. So how much more specific do we need to get?
Sorry,
So this built form,
right,
so low density,
right,
in all approved local area plans,
right,
it's there as neighborhood local.
But
And so I'm just like,
there are
how much
different
more,
options, right?
but how much
so
more
my neighborhood
specific?
is RC1 and RC2, and if you look at the Main Street Bonus plan, there are areas of where they're already talking about where RCG will go. I think having that kind of degree of specificity in the context of talking with the community already will bring them in on the question of where RCG should go. I don't approve of blanketing the community with RCG, but I think there's an approach that can work.
Okay, I think I understand where you're going with that. So one of the things that you took issue with was that this was not removal of red tape. So can you maybe just expand upon, we've rezoned previously, the city has done redesignations before. How would this be any different than that?
Well, as I said in my presentation, that it's about red tape is about governments that remove regulations. Zoning is a regulation, right? Effectively. And so what you're doing is proposing to use a regulation to get rid of the government, which is an order of government that has legal authority. That's almost Orwellian, really, if you ask about it. I think this council has already had a chance to look at a proposal that would cut red tape, which is bypassing the Calgary Planning Commission and still keeping the review process with council and the public on that first phase, and turned it down. That was a far superior idea for cutting time out of the process, and one that was actual red tape, if you will. So I don't know that cutting out a legitimate order of government from a process is what you would call red tape reduction.
Well, I'm heartened to hear that you think we're legitimate.
For sure.
So I'm going to go back to that same question though, because we have rezoned previously.
Right.
So in the context of regulation and governance, how is this different than that previously?
Rephrase that question for me one more time. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're asking.
Totally. So we have rezoned, we've done redesignations previously, mostly to RC2, but we stopped, and we could argue whether or not we should have continued on and haven't made any moves for 40 years.
Right.
But how is this changed in the context of your arguments of regulation and governance? How is it different?
Sure, you're well within your authority if you wish to create any kind of zoning, right? But the idea of cutting out council from the land use change process here, before we really understand what RCG is going to mean, and before we have buy-in from the communities in terms of local area planning, I think that's premature. So, the other component of Councillor Sharp's motion earlier that was defeated was the idea of sort of testing this and seeing how it works, and then measuring it, and then seeing what the impacts of that are. You're preparing to cut out a whole range of steps and just go to regulation.
Sure. So, and in knowing that we've had this land use though for over 10 years, arguably probably on the ground for 5 or 6 years really, how many, and this is, again, I'm just asking for opinion, not a debate, how many more years of sort of testing on the ground through the current process do we need to get that buy-in?
Well, what we haven't tested yet is removing government from the decision about how RCG is used, right? And so you're proposing to take the next step, if you will. I think if you want true gentle density, RC2 is a better option. My neighborhood is getting duplexes in the place of single bungalows, if you will. We now see what the effect of that is over time. The idea of 4+4s and potentially anywhere, we don't really know what the full effect of that is going to look like cumulatively over time. So I think it needs a little bit more time. I think it needs a little more buy-in from the public before council takes that next step. I think you'll find that out at the next election too, whether you made the right decision or not on that. But I think the public is an essential part of determining whether it's time to go to that piece.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the thought you put into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Might as well stay there, Mr. Watson.
Okay.
Thanks for your presentation. If I remember correctly, you served as a federal member of parliament for a better part of a decade, right? So you got a little bit of experience with some
4 terms.
With policy and politics.
Right.
You had talked about affordability, which has been a common theme, of course, with these public hearings, with those that are in support of upzoning, speaking very favorably that this would make homes more affordable. And so could you expound on why you don't think that would be happening?
So let me say this, Councillor. I've listened to the arguments in favor, for those who are putting in favor of blanket RCG, and I think every one of them actually fail in what they're trying to achieve. It's not really about adding, a lot of supply. They argue that it's gentle, it's very modest, it's incremental. It's not really about mix and choice, because RCG is already an option. You can apply, though, for a land use change to have RCG to get it, and we've seen that on an ad hoc basis, we're getting some of that additional housing mix into a neighborhood. It's not really about affordability, and I think others who have presented here are much more into the evidence about why that's the case. Notionally, I would suggest to you that this is not an isolated market, so if you're competing for resources for building, so the cost of construction as well as the cost of land, we're not competing in an isolated sort of thing for that. Costs are going to go up for these things. So I doubt that in the short term that the units are going to deliver the kind of affordability you want. It's certainly not about speed, or council would have accepted Councillor Sharp's motion last September if we were truly in a rush on this. And it's not really about sensible community redevelopment. That's a process that has to have policy connected to it. It's one that has to have evidence connected to it. And it has to have some modicum of public support behind that before you redevelop people's communities, right?
Yeah, which leads into, you mentioned speed. You also mentioned the city entering into agreements with the federal government, the housing affordability funding and accelerator fund in the Calgary Mortgage and Housing Corporation. So do you think by doing that, do you think that has had any influence or pressure on councillors voting on this upzoning?
Well, I won't go to the step of whether it's influencing council's vote, because we haven't had a vote yet. But let me say this. I mean, the federal government, to a degree, or the process of applying for the Housing Accelerator Fund through the housing strategy to where we are today is heavily influenced by what's happening with the federal government on this one. If you put it on a timeline, if you go back to last March, that's when the federal government announced the details of its Housing Accelerator Fund program, right? By the time we get to September and we're about to discuss the housing strategy, you know that conversations have been happening between city officials and the federal government over how to apply and how to be successful in an application. Then we get Councillor Sharp's motion that suggests maybe we should speed up the process of approval, and one of the reasons that was applied against her motion was that it could affect federal funding. So already there's sort of a sense that that process is affecting what's happening at the council table. We know definitely by the time we get to a vote on the housing strategy that Minister Fraser intervenes and says, hey guys, I could pull the funding here if you guys don't follow through on blanket upzoning in particular. Follow on to that, now you've got a contribution agreement that commits council to make a decision on this before we've ever debated it. And it says in Annex A, it's by 2024, June 30th. Which is 2 months away. Now, you and I could speculate and wonder how the city could commit council to a decision before they've done it or undertaken it. One may say maybe they think they've got the votes on that or not. But this contribution agreement now weighs heavily over the process here. Are we going to lose money for it? Sections 4.1 and 7.1 in the contract itself say that the CMHC can withhold or reduce funding if the commitments in this contract, blanket upzoning, are not met. So I'm concerned that it's the elephant in the room, if you will, for the debate that's happening here now. Cynics will say that the fix is in, and there's 8 votes here, either 7 councillors plus the mayor, some variation of it, that will deliver the yes on blanket upzoning. I would like to take a more optimistic approach and say that these hearings have the ability to actually persuade enough to see that a decision about whether to go to blanket upzoning at some point, whether it's now or later, has to be an independent decision that's tied to long-term redevelopment.
Totally agree. I think, and I am also optimistic. I think having these public hearings are valuable and will influence our decisions. You've mentioned many times about Councillor Sharp's motion to cut red tape, but you didn't talk about my motion to put it to a plebiscite. So okay, we don't have to go down there.
Well, I could give you a comment on that if you want. I mean, if you want to take the ultimate sounding of the public rather than public hearings, a plebiscite's the way to do it. Obviously, it's non-binding, but if you're looking for advice, you get the broadest amount of advice possible in a plebiscite process before council makes a decision. So it's an option available. I mean, look, you could say no today, still have a plebiscite in the near future if you wish, and really test Or you could conclude maybe that this is enough consultation. I don't know. There's been a high degree of participation. But if you really want the max, go to a plebiscite.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for
sure.
coming to present.
Yep.
Madam Clerk, I have a question for you. Through this exchange of questions, there was a question posed and a response was given, and it's perpetuating something that's in fact not a fact in the agreement that we have on the Housing Accelerator Fund. So now I'm in a difficult position. Can this be clarified? Can it not, according to procedure?
Mayor Gondek, within the procedure bylaw, the flow of agenda items is laid out as presentation from administration, which we have already concluded. Next, we move into participation by members of the public, which is the stage upon which we are at right now. There is no mechanism within the flow of the agenda items for any further clarifications from administration. However, you as the chair have the ability to perform the meeting proceedings as you would see fit. So I would lean on the procedure bylaw with respect to the chair's role.
Okay. From a legal perspective, Ms. Wobesher, I'm going to ask you, sir, you can sit down.
Okay,
it's not
thank
a question
you.
for
I
you.
wasn't sure if that was in response to something I said
Not
or
a
not.
question for you, so
Fair
thank you
enough.
very much. It's a situation where a question's been posed to a presenter, and the response now is the response.
It's right here.
So how do we clarify what's actually in the Housing Accelerator Fund? Or do we have to wait until questions of clarification for admin?
Can you go back to?
I would agree with the clerk's recitation of the rules of procedure. So I think perhaps at this point we could leave the issue and further clarification could be sought from administration when we get to that point of this application that's before council.
Okay, I will leave this alone then. Councillor Spencer, over to you.
Apologies, Mayor. My question is for Mr. Duggan. Thank you for being here today and for your presentation. Your words resonated with me in terms of the blanket zone potentially shutting down creativity and conversation with the community, but then you kind of lost me a little bit when we got into microclimates. And so obviously we're talking about a pretty wide continuum of the types of feedback that we can have as a street, as Calgarians, about what individual property owners do with their individual property. Can you give me a sense of what it looks like for you to thread that needle between bringing thoughtful development on a street that honors some of the stuff that you talk about, but also doesn't limit and it doesn't slow us right down? Because obviously we have to respect, there's a healthy tension there we have to keep. If you could speak to me a little bit more about that.
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you all for the work that you're doing on this. And anything that I said, I want to express my admiration for you taking this on. When I speak about microclimate, what I'm trying to recognize is that the city of Calgary is made up of many, many climates. And what we grow there is very important. It's very important that we respect the world that we are in. My concern is that, and we look at the diversity, as I mentioned, of languages and people. I owe a great debt to the Tibetan community, by the way, here. They educated me enormously. But what I think I'd like to suggest is that we need to build on listening so that we learn from one another, and that together we can continue to allow Calgary to grow as a result of the richness of the individuals here, of all backgrounds.
May I jump in and just ask for clarity? Like when you think about that kind of conversation, are you talking about like a street by street, almost some sort of collection of?
Let's just talk about neighborhoods as they are designed.
Okay. So
And
more
I
the
don't think
LAP?
any of us are asking that neighborhoods always remain what they started off, but they do have a history. They have a tradition, and out of that tradition, it's meeting with modernity. That's what we are dealing with. But this meeting is not ideological.
Right.
This meeting is relational. And it's across languages, it's across cultures, it's across genders. And that's what I hope we could, and I know you're all trying to do this, but that's what we mean by listening. Now, I'll give you an example, just from across 58th Avenue from us. And I was in this building, a few weeks ago. This is a building that was a fourplex. Each of its units, it was built on what had been a single family dwelling. Each of its units has 3 floors, and each of them cost $600,000. One of them, the one that I was in, was being used as an Airbnb. Why? Because people come to Calgary, they do business with businesses on McLeod Trail, and it's very profitable for them to bring their families, avoid hotels, stay there. But one of the things I would suggest that is going to break down our culture is if we have short-term residencies of 3 or 4 days, let alone a half a year, that is consuming the new structures that we are building.
Okay. Mr. Duggan, I would say I definitely care about a lot of the same. I'm a bit of a localist myself. Care about a lot of the same things that you're outlining, and want you to know that there's genuinely people that want. But it's really we're trying to hold those two tensions in balance, right? I would love to go a little further with you down the road if you're interested, to see if I can't tap into some of the legacy history that you carry within the city, to form my imagination a little bit more. Is that okay for now?
I'd love to do that.
Okay,
sure.
sounds good. And I know
sorry
Councillor Pootmans has a question for you, so you're not off the hook yet. So
my hearing is going down too, and that's part of our difficulty.
No worries. Thank you for being here today,
response.
sir.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Pootmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Duggan, for joining us this afternoon. Like Councillor Spencer, I was picked up on the undermining creativity. I think what you just answered was that to that very point, but what you meant. So, on a very high level, taking the assets and resources and the God-given things that we have, and putting them together in ways that solve the problems. Is that in a crude way summing up what you're suggesting?
Yes, yes. And I come back to the point that we can only be well together. And everybody has a voice, and not just a voice, but a contribution to make. People who are in favor of the RCG zoning, well, you heard them before, so they have great wisdom and real conviction. We can talk to each other. I guess my concern is that in the process of listening, that we receive information from people who disagree with us, so that we develop this culture that is making Calgary such a place that people want to come from across the world to live here. This is a treasure. This is an astonishing thing that is happening. And so we have people in their neighborhoods that are passionate with what they have. We have people who want change that are passionate in what the good they want to do for others. Let's do the good together and learn how to collaborate in supporting each other across ideological lines, or so that we help one another to do the good that uniquely we can do. And that is always a good at the service of people who are most vulnerable, and then everybody else.
Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us today, sir.
Thank you very much for your
Mayor.
kindness.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Mr. Watson? First, thanks for being here and providing your perspective. You went down a path that we've heard from others insofar as specificity in the planning process and looking at integrating land use into, say, the local area plan, because that level of detail may not exist. It's more broad brush-based, i.e. neighborhood local, as was represented. So you think there would be some value in looking at that process and actually potentially phasing in some specific land use changes as part of the process?
I would suggest that that should be a standard part of the LAP process, like it is for doing main streets, right? So getting that degree, the community is already involved in the process, right? They have feedback and response into the process, and they'll have a much greater certainty, not just of built form, because built form right now is several designations of what would constitute low density, right? So low density, what does that tell me? Is it RC1? Is it RC2? Is it RCG? It would give them a higher degree of predictability about what that is. So I know on the Bowness corridor where they want to put multi-unit residential, so I can tell you where MC1 is going to go, I can tell you where RCG is going to go, I can tell you that the neighborhoods on that are still pictured as RC1 and RC2 for the in neighborhood. So what does that piece look like? And remember that long-term, like redevelopment of in neighborhood is a longer term process, right? So I think the pathway that people have suggested is get into the corridors and nodes where there's a lot of consensus, we can kind of move there. But on LAPs, I'd add that greater degree of specificity because you've already got the public in it. They'll have a lot more certainty. It'll make council's job easier for one too on the other side of it, and it'll make the planning department's job a lot easier in terms of the certainty of that. And the developer's going to know what they're going to expect in terms of the zoning, right, in a neighborhood.
Yeah, and I've seen you here several days, so thank you for taking time to listen to what others had to say.
Appreciate it. I've only missed 8 panels of testimony, so I haven't been here physically present, but I've been watching online. It's a good process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for joining us and for spending the time to give your presentations. I'm going to go to the next panel. This one will be Doug Clark.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Robert Falconer?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Do we have Shanon Palmowski? Shanon Palmowski? How about Pamela Young? Hi, is that Pamela Young on the line?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. Do we have Penny Clipperton? Hi, Penny, you can come on up and grab a seat. I'm going to call for Shanon Palmowski again.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So the order that we're going to go in will be Doug Clark, Robert Falconer, Shanon Palmowski, Pamela Young, and then Penny Clipperton. When this panel is done, we'll be going to panel 140, and 140 is Andrew Ebgas, Ann Stewart, Ji Zhang, Chris Edwards, and Chris Koichopoulos. So Doug Clark, could you lead us off, please?
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek, councillors, administration, and my fellow Calgarians. My name is Doug Clark, and I'm an RC1 homeowner in Ward 11, and I've been a resident of Calgary for over 45 years. Today, I'm speaking as the president of Bike Calgary in support of the proposed housing rezoning. Bike Calgary is a local nonprofit organization with a vision to one day hopefully see Calgary as a human-centered city that encourages and enables active mobility where all people have equitable, viable, and safe options to ride bikes for commuting, errands, and leisure. Why do we support this rezoning? Well, it's the result of considering our mission and values combined with research and observation of best practices in similar communities within Canada and beyond. Through our advocacy work to improve cycling infrastructure, we hope to see that the built form of communities evolve and transform into safer, welcoming, and human-scaled environments. This public hearing, of course, is concerned with the built form of our communities, And Bike Calgary is in full support of those actions, like rezoning, to foster gentle density increases, which move us all closer to our vision. Our investigations reveal that these density increases will likely encourage more walking and cycling due to things such as improved infrastructure with more potential users, shorter distances, people living closer to the places that they want to go to, and surprisingly reduced traffic congestion where we have less dependence on cars. And I have to thank Mr. Wheatley from panel 138 who spoke to that directly in his experience. With more walking and cycling, several additional benefits are typically realized, such as better health outcomes, reduced environmental impact, economic savings by choosing more cost-effective modes of travel, better social interaction and community engagement, and dynamic and active urban environments. Now, we know that this rezoning in isolation is not the complete solution, and it will require implementing the many other actions listed in Calgary's housing strategy to really move the needle in meeting Calgary's needs. But it's an important and necessary step. More specifically and relevant to the goals of Bike Calgary, we would like to emphasize action item 1.c.13 in the housing strategy, which accompanies rezoning. I'll loosely quote that the city will commit to the infrastructure upgrades related to increased housing opportunities by looking to equitably share the costs and benefits of housing-enabled infrastructure such as sidewalks, transit, and multimodal transportation options like cycling, and build upon already approved investments allocated for 5A infrastructure reflective of anticipated acceleration of housing development and population growth. So in short and in conclusion, we support this housing rezoning and expect that suitable cycling infrastructure will be built accordingly to accommodate the needs of our growing communities. Please vote in favor of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Black. Please mute and stay on the line in case there's any questions for you. Mr. Falconer, it's over to you. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Council. My name is Robert Falconer. I'm a doctoral fellow at the London School of Economics and a research fellow at the University of Calgary School of Public Policy. I am not here today representing either organization, but have developed the preceding views and ideas through my own original research at both institutions. I am also a father, a husband, and resident of Ward 13. In my day-to-day job, I focus on questions of cause and effect. Correlation does not imply causation, so what does? You've seen competing or dual lead citations throughout these presentations on the impacts of rezoning. In the following few examples, I'll focus on those studies which have, in my opinion, credible approaches that parse cause and effect from correlation when it comes to the impacts of housing zoning redevelopment. First, Auckland, which has been much talked about here in these proceedings. When looking at the studies of the Auckland experience that have credible cause and effect designs, we find that the upzoning of Auckland resulted in a surge in house building, above and beyond that which was normally seen in the economic cycle. We've seen a tripling of social housing as a share of new housing. We've seen lower rents relative to other communities, and including an erasure of a 25% premium compared to Wellington. Rents can and do still rise, including in Auckland, but their growth has been arrested relative to previous years, and in fact has stabilized within single-digit inflationary growth. It has also led to a lower rent-to-income ratio. It is important to note that housing costs in Auckland still do rise year over year. Rezoning does not erase the impact of inflationary pressures, economic cycles, and demographic pressures. What it did do was lower rents in Auckland relative to neighboring communities, slowed the rate in hikes, and erased that 25% premium that I previously mentioned. We've seen a similar pattern in our own backyard in Cochrane and Okotoks. Okotoks, pressured by water constraints, had to limit housing growth and diversity in its community. Cochrane, with more wiggle room in its water license, has pursued an aggressive housing policy in both absolute terms and in greater multifamily dwellings. This has resulted in a consistent $40,000 premium for housing in Okotoks, while young families, new businesses, and others flock to Cochrane. When we move to other jurisdictions, we see in Texas, in Austin, evidence from Avison Young suggesting that the increased development of multifamily dwellings has led to a price correction there and has actually helped reduce costs of housing by 12.5%, even through a positive demand shock through increased population growth. In New York, we saw that for every 10% increase in the housing stock, especially among multifamily rezoned areas, rents fell by 1% and condo sale prices fell by 0.9%. In Minneapolis, since introducing its own rezoning policy, Minneapolis has experienced the highest number of new dwelling approvals per capita out of any Midwestern city. Rent has fallen relative to inflation, about 20% lower than January 2017. And can these changes move fast enough to actually increase the number of housing units in a short period of time? Evidence from Santa Monica suggests so. In 2022, Santa Monica accidentally abolished its own zoning code for most of the 2022 calendar year, and the result is about 2 decades worth of housing permits approved within a short period of time. What are the economic impacts? Are you a senior who wants to downsize and rearrange your neighborhood? Evidence suggests that with a rezoned, upzoned neighborhoods, this is more possible. Do you want grandkids to live in your neighborhood while they are young, to have a start-in home within easy walking and driving distance? The socioeconomic evidence suggests that the answer is yes. Is equity from housing unlocked and pushed into retirement investments, into new entrepreneurial endeavors? The evidence again suggests yes. Is developer greed causing higher housing prices? If so, this implies that the cheaper housing in Regina is caused by developers being somehow inherently less greedy there than in Toronto or Vancouver, rather than the impact of supply and demand. Is it big investors financializing housing? Those investors themselves, such as Blackstone, say that they only invest in housing because a limited supply ensures a strong opportunity to invest in rents. Will it result in gentrification? Evidence suggests that gentrification follows, or that condos chase high-income residents rather than high-income residents chasing condos. What we do see is that when new condos are built or when new developments are built, that higher-income households move into those, vacating older housing and making them more available to households in the lower-income strata. We stand here in the coming weeks on the edge of new possibilities of the city, and we can cast our mind forwards and envision a new possibility in a vibrant future through this simple act of rezoning. I invite Council to consider the trade-offs that do exist. The reality is that this is not an easy decision, and thank you for your time and effort as you consider the evidence-based policy, and invite further questions in this meeting and in others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falconer. Do mute and hang on the line. Next up is Ms. Palmowski. Over to you. You have 5 minutes as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much to the City Council for the opportunity for all of us to share our perspectives in this important decision. My name is Shanon Palmowski, and I've been a resident of Ward 3 for well over a decade, but I haven't always lived in this city. I grew up on a farm surrounded by sunny yellow fields of canola and under the canopy of big blue skies. It was peaceful, quiet, and calm. To be honest, I struggle with living in a city. I don't love living in a loud, busy, chaotic urban environment, but I really don't love living in a sprawling city that gobbles up wetlands and other important ecosystems. I don't love living in a city in which driving a car is the only way to reasonably get from one end to another. And I don't love living in a city that doesn't have enough homes for its people. We have a housing crisis that can't be ignored. Our neighbors are struggling, and we simply cannot continue to build out. We must build from within. The longer I live, the more I realize that the one thing that is certain is change. And just as the sky didn't fall when the golf course in my community turned into condos, duplexes, and row homes, the sky won't fall when other communities open their doors. In fact, the change in density in my community has had some unexpected surprises. There's now a locally owned bakery that I can walk to on Sunday mornings for freshly made croissants, a pet cafe within biking distance, several new walk-in clinics, more pathway networks, and more new people to meet. So it's not all terrible. We Calgarians are known for being welcoming and rolling up our sleeves when push comes to shove. It's in the fabric of our identity to help one another, as we saw during the 2015 flood when we opened our hearts to struggling neighbors. We can do that again. Change isn't easy, but we can rise up to the challenge. I support base RCG. Please address this growing housing crisis without further urban sprawl. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Palmowski. Next up, do mute and stay on the line. Next up is Ms. Young. Ms. Young, over to you. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Pamela Young, and I am speaking on my own behalf as a resident of Ward 8. Let me be clear that I do not oppose densification. I oppose blanket upzoning and unreasonable, oversized densification for the following reasons. This plan eliminates public involvement in the redevelopment process. It erodes public accountability and transparency and removes all possibility of thoughtful urban planning in the future. I am not opposed to increased density. We need it, and I've benefited from it in the form of an infill. I am opposed to blanket upzoning because it removes the voice of citizens to engage with City Council on development in the communities we've invested in to make our home. A public hearing is not a hindrance to redevelopment. It is an important component of local government. Elected officials and community members, not bureaucrats and developers, should be the decision makers on matters such as community density, character, and context. This plan removes our voice to dispute ever-changing planning requirements and unreasonable, oversized design. Blanket upzoning will not solve issues of affordable housing. Redesignating land to RCG and HGO does not create affordable housing. There is no requirement for affordable housing on any privately owned land. Removing older, more affordable bungalows from the rental market may further reduce affordability. Rarely, if ever, is an existing single-family dwelling replaced by multiple dwelling units, which each cost less than what was removed. Developers do not construct affordable housing. They construct the amount and type of housing which will maximize their profit from development of the parcel in question, as is their right. Unreasonable sized redevelopment of lots. HGO and RCG designations allowing 8 to 10 units or suites on residential streets, especially those planned for mid-block that consider above ground and basement suites in both the front and back of the lot, are unreasonable. These units block light into neighboring homes and yards, do not provide enough parking, do not provide appropriate waste removal solutions, and deny expectations of privacy in adjacent homes, all of which will negatively impact quality of life for many Calgarians. As with respect to parking, Council may seek to convert Calgary to a city with many fewer motor vehicles, but that goal is contrary to the desires and demonstrated behavior of most Calgarians, who value and need motor vehicles in order to get on with their lives. Shifting parking from residential parcels to the street does not solve the parking problem. It only relocates it. I have not seen anything in this blanket upzoning proposal or in any planning requirements that address garbage, recycling, and compost bins. I regularly walk around my Killarney neighborhood and see garages for these multi-dwelling units with 3 bins in front of each garage and all cars parked on the street. And that's not just on this plan runs counter
Ms.
to
Young,
the city's declared
Ms. Young.
climate emergency. Yes?
There's something happening on your phone line. We totally missed your last sentence. There's some sort of buzzing noise.
Oh, okay. I don't know what, I thought that was somebody else.
Well, hang on then, maybe it is.
Okay.
If there's anybody else on the line right now, could you please make sure you're muted so we're not interrupting the presentation? And Ms. Young, if you want to go back 2 sentences, let's make sure we caught everything you said.
Okay. I have not seen anything in this blanket upzoning proposal or in any planning requirements that addresses garbage, recycling, and compost bins. I regularly walk around my Killarney neighborhood and see garages for these multi-dwelling units with 3 bins in front of each garage and all the cars parked on the street. And that's just not on waste pickup days. The greenest building is the one that already exists. The higher density forms proposed will lead to a reduction in green space, trees, and permeable surfaces, exacerbating the urban heat island effect. Reduction of urban tree canopy runs directly counter to the city's stated climate change goals. Now let's talk about solar panels, which many homeowners have invested in on their home and garage roofs. There is no consideration of this in planning requirements and no consideration in this blanket upzoning plan. Again, this runs directly counter to the city's stated climate change goals. This initiative assumes existing infrastructure can support increased density, but there will be impacts on sewer and water infrastructure, schools, parks, transit, and emergency services. I urge you to vote no to this blanket upzoning proposal and bring back a plan that actually considers affordability and bring back thoughtful municipal development plans in neighborhoods that consider and are updated for the following planning requirements. Restricting 11 to 12 meter buildings to the front of the property and permitting lower profile suites in the back with 1 parking spot each. Requiring parking of a minimum of 1 spot per unit or suite on redeveloped lots. restricting building heights when neighboring houses have solar panels on their roofs, restricting the number of suites to 4 or a size that accommodates 1 parking spot per unit on residential streets, and increasing that number on streets that have direct transit access, stops, and LRT. Requirements in the planning bylaws that consider garbage recycling and composting that requires designating a specific area to store bins in redeveloped lots so that bins are not permanently located in front of garages, resulting in all cars parked on streets, and better requirements for maintaining trees or replacing trees like for like. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Penny Clipperton, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Penny Clipperton. I live in Ward 9 in a small bungalow with my disabled son and on a smaller lot. Density is happening, and that there are quite a lot of basement suites now on our crescent, and our parking is almost saturated already. Just a 42-foot lot doesn't give you as much parking as a 50-foot. Thank you for this event, which I find useful and rewarding. I really like it. Our city has to provide homes for everyone that needs one, and I strongly support that. I don't know if this proposal is the best way to do that. I wanted to mention that this is a North American and worldwide problem. This is not something Trudeau did. It's happening everywhere as we move from single-family dwellings to larger populations and other changes. And that all 3 levels of government really need to work together. And I would like the right of the city to have inclusivity zoning back, please, so that we can get on with things. I find the proposal to be flirting with deregulation, and I'm concerned that responsibility for monitoring and evaluation, planning, and citizen well-being be retained by the city. That includes a ceiling on density. It should never be at the expense of well-being, and it certainly can be. I've also read that density serves best along corridors rather than throughout the entire area. I think it's privacy and sunlight are needed and must remain in the hands of the city and not the private sector. Emergency access and safety also have to be considered. And I'm not comfortable leaving those just to the private sector. These are uncertain and unprecedented times, and the research doesn't seem to be all that solid for the likelihood of this plan meeting its objectives. It therefore seems to me to be very risky to apply it to the whole city at one time, rather than doing a pilot, or perhaps quadrant by quadrant. Perhaps you could look at doing 1 quadrant at a time. I would recommend the Southwest, which has giant lots, rather than the Southeast where I live. Okay. I'm worried about whether you would try to put an equal number of units on my 42 by 100 foot lot, just because you're thinking about the bigger lots. And also my son's in a wheelchair, and when I look at some of the presentations, I see a lot of stairs, and that concerns me, that accessibility isn't taken into consideration. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel. We'll start with Councillor Chabot, please.
It escapes me at the moment. I forgot my
It's
question.
Mr. Clark that you're looking for, I think.
Mr. Clark. Honestly, I've lost my train of thought.
So no question? Okay, there's no questions for this panel. Thank you very much, everyone, for taking the time to present to us today. We appreciate it. Let's go on to the next panel. This is panel 140. It's Andrew Ebgas. How about Ann Stewart? Ji Zhang? How about Chris Edwards? Chris Koichopoulos? Okay, I'm going to go on to panel 141. Just before I do, Wanda Triton, you're sitting in the back. Just so you know, you're up at panel 145. So we're still coming to you. Okay, let's go to panel 141. Do we have Samantha Carter? Hi, you can come on up and grab a seat. Do we have Sabrina Grover? Come on up. Do we have Tyler Melnyk? Hi. Do we have Sarah Barrios Rodriguez? What about Amy Tesfaye? All right, you know, we've got 3 people, so let's just go with this panel. We'll start with Samantha Carter, then Sabrina Grover, then Tyler Melnyk.
Okay, hello Council. My name is Samantha Carter, and I'm here to voice my strong support for the RCG rezoning. I am here as a soon-to-be graduate of the University of Calgary who is hoping to join the workforce and develop a life here. Rezoning is a must for the thousands of students who are working hard in hopes of being successful, participating citizens of our society. A large part of this success requires affordable housing. As a student, I tried moving out and supporting myself through working part-time and going to school simultaneously. I lived in a basement suite in West Hillhurst with 2 roommates. I lasted 1 year before reality caught up to me and I could no longer sustain myself. I am fortunate enough to have parents who were willing and able to support me coming back home with them until I finish my degree, secure a job, and find an affordable place to live. As loving and supportive as my parents are, like any young person, I am excited to begin life on my own. I'm excited and I'm scared. I'm scared because I'm unsure of how I will be able to succeed if my city is not supporting me. I will rely on Calgary to help me find affordable housing that will allow me to begin my life of independence. I know that I am not alone. Many others who are in similar circumstances to me are experiencing the same things, especially those in my generation. My generation is hardworking. I see it every day in my classmates and my friends. They will carry this work ethic into society here in Calgary. They are willing to work hard. We need the city to support our upbringing into adulthood. We are the future of this city. We cannot have Calgary suppressing our basic human rights. My peers are driven, intelligent, and powerful. We cannot afford to lose them. It is heartbreaking to imagine these brilliant minds fleeing to find more attainable living elsewhere. We are reliant on these young minds to power this city. We are a diverse group making our way into the world, a group with various needs requiring options. Rezoning will allow for a variety in places to live with ranges of prices. Townhouses, apartments, and multiplex homes each allow benefits for these diverse individuals. For those of you who are worried about your solarium not getting enough light or not having enough space to park your multiple cars on the street, you need to understand that you are living the dream and have been for decades, and it is time to wake up and take a walk. You can step outside and get your desired dose of vitamin D. As a matter of fact, you can enjoy the sun during the 10 extra steps you'll need to take between your front door and your car. I can't walk outside and find somewhere to live. It is time to give others the chance to live their dreams. Please give me the chance to last more than a year. There are ways to find solutions to these qualms that you raise regarding your fear of densification, and I can guarantee that these problems can be solved by my resilient and smart colleagues who are ready to take this city by storm. We don't want trouble, we want homes. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Sabrina Grover, please.
Hi, my name is Sabrina Grover, and I'm a resident and renter in Ward 7. I want to start by saying thank you to Mayor and Council members for your absolute tireless dedication over the last week and for months before on the topic of affordable housing and land use. And I hope that we can pass the rezoning so your time can be dedicated to so many more things than just land use redesignation. Have you thought about just making more money? Alternatively, have you thought about maybe buying a house 30 years ago? Both of these thoughts don't often cross my mind, but this week, in listening to the speakers at this hearing, they've crossed my mind once or twice. Unfortunately, they're based in a reality that just doesn't exist. A reality that still lives in 90s velour joggers, Walkmans, and wood-paneled hatchbacks. A reality that seeks to limit the diversity, growth, and expansion of our city and our economy. On day 9 of this hearing, there's very little to say that hasn't been said already, so instead I want to focus and reflect on a little bit of what we've already heard. There was a slide that I had, but it hasn't been brought up, but it starkly illustrates who's who on each side of this debate, and you might be able to see who's who and interpret what side they're on. And of course, we all get a voice at the table, but what has started as a conversation about land use zoning has quickly spiraled into a conversation about just who can live in my neighborhood, and well, kids these days, they just aren't working hard enough. Some of the most absurd things I've heard this week: Wildwood is a more affluent neighborhood because of its post-secondary residents. If council wishes to diversify our economy and attract the best and brightest, we should preserve Wildwood as a place for the Canadian dream. That this isn't a social justice issue. It's a transfer of wealth from homeowners and established communities to a decrease in property values, unfettered development to an other segment of society that I call didn't earn it. Renters are drifters. They have no commitment to the community, no say in this process. If you're a renter, kindly shut the heck up. I'm terrified about what could happen next door. My opinion, all the inner city communities are a hot mess. Live where you want, but don't take away my choice. It took me years to get to the point that I'm at now. That process is called life. And my favorite, does our city even need to grow? Some of these are absolutely stellar comedic gems, because if you don't laugh at this, surely you're going to cry. There's a generational gap in this debate, a gap where a generation that had access to housing, accelerated wages, a life without climate change fire breathing down the backs of their neck, think that the best thing that they can do for the future is limit the ways in which future generations can grow and contribute to this city. If there's a generation that truly wants to keep our city sprawling infinitely, they should also be prepared to have a conversation about the cost to the city and taxpayers of that infinite expansion. I've heard from them all week. They're mad, they're angry, they're furious at this Marxist, communist, World Economic Forum globalist agenda. But you know who should be angry? The person that was just told that they're not welcome in Wildwood because they don't have a university degree. The families who live in their cars, work 2 jobs to barely scrape by, and haven't had a housing application go through in 9 months. The students who live in pest-ridden, crowded basement dwellings, like Sammy, while trying to pursue their studies. The new Canadians who've been told, we just don't have room for you. For every person who has the privilege to speak at this council hearing, there's hundreds that couldn't. Many of those are represented by the hundreds of housing, supports, mental health, and wellness organizations that our city has. Many of those are young people as young as grade 10 who are probably still at school. And many of them would be the beneficiaries of a policy like the one we're debating here today. Upzoning is a market solution to a market problem. It is about choice, the kind of choice that we give people when we legalize secondary suites, and the sky hasn't fallen since then either. The kind of housing that will be built is the kind of housing that people want. If people have 1.7 cars that they'd like to park, they'll seek a house that accommodates them. And based on an average 30% rate of single-family housing starts in the last 10 years, I have no doubt they'll find what they're looking for. We need supply across the spectrum. This is one tool in our tool belt. We need market housing, affordable market housing, accessible housing, subsidized non-market housing, and we need supportive housing for those folks that might find that to be the only house that they ever have over their heads. All of this kinds of housing will come if we enable it, and rezoning is one step to that future. I get it, change is scary, And it's important that we hear from all sides, but what's more scary is not changing at all. It's pretending that the same vision we had for our city 30 or 50 years ago is the same vision we should have for our future. And before I leave you, let me leave you with some facts from your Calgary Housing Needs Assessment. The average home price in Calgary is 43% more than what the average household can afford. Almost 84,000 households can't afford their house because they earn less than 65% of the area median income and spend 30% more on shelter. Nearly 115,000 households who own or rent were reported as spending more than 30% of their income on housing. This isn't a parking crisis, this isn't a tree canopy crisis, it's a housing crisis, and I hope that you have the tools to solve them today. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Tyler Melnyk, please.
Hello. I wish to express my sincere appreciation for everyone who spoke here today in the preceding 8 days. I'm honored to be on such a talented panel, and clearly you will see that I'm not quite as articulate or well prepared as my two fellow panelists. However, I will persevere. I wish to express my appreciation for your perseverance during these marathon public hearings. I've heard many of the comments publicly made by some of the councillors saying that they're in a sleep-work cycle, barely getting home at night and putting their head on the pillow before they're heading back here. So this is the work that needs to be done, and it is the mandate we gave you when we voted. It is not something that needs to be put to a plebiscite or a referendum. It is the work that needs to be done during your mandate, and I appreciate you honoring that procedure with us today. And so swiftly. One of my many hats is a high school teacher. And in order to get a level assessment, I will go easier on individuals or groups who go first in order to encourage them to show the standard or raise the bar. Clearly, after 8 days of a marathon, I'm not going to be awarded such a lenient marking scheme here with you today. Your Worship, esteemed council, city clerk, staff, it's my pleasure to speak on behalf of an innovative policies which will reduce the red tape in our city's zoning and development process. I can see a little bit further down the road into the future, and I can see my 8-year-old daughter watching this and knowing that I spoke on her behalf, because it is, in the end, her home that I'm fighting for here. Our city needs to grow, and that is something that is inevitably going to happen, and we cannot have sprawl. We need the missing middle. The missing middle that goes from the single detached house to the 12, 14-story high-rise where there are apartments you can tuck yourself away in. Both create a decent valuing of community because it removes us from one another, creating barriers and walls. Where's the community? It's in the missing middle. It's where we add density. We increase the opportunities for people to move into areas where they otherwise may not be able to afford to fill the jobs that you need when you go to the car and get into your coffee routine every day. You wonder who's going to fold your laundry, bake your bread, and have access to those services in your neighborhoods. People deserve to live in the neighborhoods they work in. Their kids deserve to go to the schools. It's a right to go to the school you live in. So yes, schools are going to have to change to include policies to deal with the increased amount of population. But that's a good thing because we'll have more generating tax revenue when they become educated Canadians in our wonderful school systems. As a father, and as a few other hats, a social entrepreneur, I'm lucky to be living in Ward 3, where we have not just one, but two representatives on council who we've been lucky enough to be led by. And your continued work has been unparalleled in our community, and we like to refer to it as the Northern Hills. I would also call it Wetaskiwin, or Mohkinstsis, Toronto, or Ottawa. When you use these names quite frequently, do you realize that they all mean meeting place or welcoming to others? How welcoming are you being when you vote against a very policy that's going to allow your communities to thrive and people to afford to live in it? Yes, you have a great property value and a wonderful asset. Does this boom make your asset look big? Could. Yeah, I'm facetious, driven, community-focused, and yes, at times a bit righteous. Henry David Thoreau said, any citizen more right than their neighbor constitutes a majority of one. In my 40 years plus, I have never seen a time more necessary to have civil, substantive conversations on issues. Now, obviously, not every Calgarian can come up here and speak, so I'll speak on behalf of those that are speaking in favor of closing the loops to ensure a vibrant, circular economy, regardless of one's wallet, demonstrating their worth. In our missing middle, we have empathy, we have requirements, we have inclusion, and we have the basis of a stronger nation. Thank you. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just looking to see if there's questions for this panel, and we'll go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Grover, Sabrina, thank you. Thank you for being here. I presume you've been watching a lot of the proceedings from Monday last week to now. Is that fair to say?
Many hours, yes.
Many hours,
Not as many as you, but many.
Well, thank you for doing that. And I think you know that we've been asking a lot of questions to be able to daylight more information, more understanding. Is there anything that we have not asked that you believe we should be asking?
You know, I actually think that a lot of the speakers that have come up have presented a lot of good, reasonable information that maybe wasn't included in the initial rezoning packages or hadn't been considered by city administration. But when I look at the examples that have been brought up, whether it relates to Houston, Minneapolis, Arlington, you know, I think a lot of those things that have been brought up and the ways in which rezoning or upzoning or land use changes have happened in those cities can be applied here has been important to be considered. So I don't think there's a lot of questions that haven't been asked. I think this is a really good opportunity, though, to hear from people.
Okay. Mr. Melnyk made reference to the fact that the question of plebiscite and not plebiscite, and his comment to us just now was to say 15 members of council we were put in here to make that, to make that decision. Do you agree with that?
That the members of council were put here to make that decision?
Yes.
I agree, yeah.
And do you think we're capable of doing that?
I think that this council is capable of making a decision, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Melnyk, you say you're a school, high school teacher.
Yes, I'm playing hooky.
Just for my knowledge, what is the concept of housing for these kids nowadays?
What a loaded question. I happen to work in a part of Calgary that has a reputation of being affluent. However, when you get to know the students in the building, you'll see that it's anything but. I have students coming to school hungry who go home to empty fridges, yet there's Mercedes and BMWs in the parking lot because the parents gave them their spare car. So when you have such a juxtaposition between levels of society represented in one school, you get a very rich glance at what's happening in our communities. They're living in your community already, and you're afraid that more will come. And so the rezoning bylaw will respect and create more opportunities for people to live with dignity. It will raise people up, and we will all be better before it. I see this in students. I think that is the goal of an educator, to create character for a better tomorrow. And that's what I'm committed to.
Okay, great. My second question is more of, you said the end goal is missing middle.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you think? The process is right to get there? Or process could have been different?
Yeah, I love that question, and I appreciate you bringing that to me. I'll say that this blanket or one-size-fits-all positioning is misunderstanding that every development needs to still go through development process in the development committee. By cutting the red tape, I meant everybody can now be vetted for whether or not their project meets standard. Standard doesn't change. It just makes it, in my opinion, of what I've read and heard, quicker to get to the table to be assessed. And the community input and all of the design work will still be taken to that high standard of rigor to make sure it's in the best interest of the community. What that will then entail will be much more of those fourplex, even eightplex. Look, I'm not a NIMBYist. I'm a YIMBYist. Put it in my backyard. I want my grass to grow into something where a family can take shelter. But if the designation doesn't even allow me to get to that meeting, then that prevents my willingness to open that up. So by bypassing that and allowing me to go straight to that developmental planning committee with my project, at least it opens the door in a more efficient manner, right? And that's what I'm taking away from it. And then, of course, it can still be denied if it's not in the best fitting, or if it's just out of line with what the community is needing. Then that, again, is not a rubber stamp. This does not make rubber stamp development where we need to fear, like overnight, losing our aesthetics or our feeling or heritage of our communities. It's just opening doors for more people to make that application in an efficient manner.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
Great. No, thank you. Thank you so much. My question is for Ms. Carter.
Hi.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I was on Planning Commission 2 years ago, and one of my colleagues told me that city building, we are building city for not grandparents, but for next generation. How much do you agree with that?
I completely agree with that. I stand here representing a whole group of people that can't necessarily make it down here. They don't have the privilege to be here, whether that be that they can't take time off work or that they are taking time to be studying right now. And additionally, the problem that taking this to a plebiscite poses would be that you're missing out on the voices of a lot of people who can't participate. I'm representing a lot of young people here, right? So there are people in my university classes who are just starting out. They're 17. They can't vote in this plebiscite, but there's things that are going to be decided through this issue that's going to be impacting them, right? And so it's definitely an issue for us, an issue for those of us who are coming into our own in this city.
Okay, great.
Your question?
No, that's great. Thank you. My last question for you is, you said this is the housing that we need. So you're already, do you feel like from your peers, your friends, that maybe single family homes may not be a thing that will be affordable in 5, 6, 7 years, and what product here, RCG grade oriented, is more of achievable when you are out of school and you're working?
Yeah, I think that there is going to be a decline for single family homes. A lot of the people that I go to school with, they have no ambition of settling down right away, right? They want to experience their lives, and they want to finish their degree and experience life on their own prior to settling down and having a family, right? And they're going to need somewhere to live in the meantime. And a single family home, that's just overkill for what they require.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for your presentations and taking the time to be here with us. I'm going to call a few more people. I think we can get through a couple more. Do we have Ken Young? Hi, come on up, sir. And do we have Kenneth Haddock? How about Carrie Wall?
Council,
oh, hi, who's on the line?
May I participate? Yeah, this is Ann Stewart from Panel 140. I would like the opportunity to speak and address Council.
Ann Stewart, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, you're going to be second. So hang on the line and just put yourself on mute. I'll call you when it's your turn. In the meantime, let's go with Ken Young, please. Yeah.
Mayor Gondek and City Council, my name is Ken Young, and I'm a resident of the community of Windsor Park. Just to be clear, I do not support the blanket upzoning. Just before I speak on the specifics of the issue, I want to make one comment. My comment, the intent of this comment is to provide some constructive feedback to our elected representatives on council. Twitter. I don't think that a loaded tweet presenting false equivalencies targeted at one side of the debate is constructive or helpful. And I would go so far as to suggest that it creates an appearance of closed-mindedness. So I'll just leave that there. Minneapolis. I've heard it mentioned twice today. It's interesting because I was going to speak to Minneapolis in the context of an article on the weekend by Don Braid. And Minneapolis keeps coming up. So I'm one of a dying breed of people that actually still read newspapers. So when Don Braid wrote this article, I was perplexed because he stated that in 2020, Minneapolis became the first major U.S. center to end single-family zoning. The city's housing stock has since grown by 12%. Remarkable. Wow. Single-family zoning out, 12% growth in 2.5 years, whatever. To suggest that a policy that came into effect would increase the city's housing stock by 12% in such a short time of period seemed to me to be incredulous. I read a book a few years ago called Factfulness by Hans Rosling. Basically, if something sounds implausible, then it likely is, and it's worth drilling into the data. So I searched for some data on Minneapolis's 2040 plan. and came across a housing policy paper written by the Pew Charitable Trust in January of 2024. Titled, Minneapolis Land Use Reforms Offer a Blueprint for Housing Affordability. Rents stayed flat for apartments as more apartments were built. Okay. Minneapolis' success was in building new apartments that enabled the city to substantially add to its housing supply and keep rent growth low. This is from the research. The facts are that Minneapolis is a great model for apartment development, and the development-focused near transit and commercial corridors is what they achieved. In the paper, it stated that from 2017, 3 years prior to the implementation of the plan, and to 2022, Minneapolis increased its housing stock by 12%. There's that 12% number again, but not 2 years, 4 or 5 years. But 87% of the added housing units were apartments of 20-plus housing units. Another 9% were 5 to 19 units. 2 to 4 unit housing only contributed 1% of that growth. I'll repeat that. 2 to 4 unit housing was only 1% of Minneapolis's remarkable, often quoted growth. For clarification, when Minneapolis wanted to achieve greater housing supply and diversity in their 2040 plan, they allowed, quote, small-scale residential structures with up to 3 dwelling units on an individual lot. So we're talking apples and oranges here when we start quoting Minneapolis. And before anyone waves on Mr. Braid's column in the air as evidence that Minneapolis is a model for blanket upzoning success, they need to have the full picture. There was also mention this afternoon about a row house. One of the earlier speakers went in and the one unit was a Airbnb. So my wife and I, last Saturday, after reading the paper, took our dogs for a walk, and there's a new row house that I can actually see from my bedroom window that's just nearing completion. And we're walking by it, and there's a young woman moving some stuff into one of the units. So I crossed the street and said, hey, is this coming onto the market? I'm curious about who's going to be moving in and all that. She said, oh, no, it's not going to the market. They're all Airbnb. So my jaw just hit the floor. So scorecard, permanent housing, fail. Affordability, fail. Community, fail. Sad face. So finally, 12 seconds. Remarkable presentations, lots of information here. I'm really sad that that wasn't part of the Housing and Affordability Task Force. It looks like communities weren't actually represented with immense knowledge and experience.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation. Before we go to Ann Stewart, is that Carrie Wall sitting there? Okay, great. Madam Clerk, let me clarify. Our time to end is 4 o'clock, but it's to the call of the chair, right?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, so we'll finish with this panel. Let's go Ann Stewart, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for hearing me. This is an extremely emotional debate we are having now, and the question before us. People's homes are so important to them, so deeply important to them, emotionally and physically. I have a great concern. I should say that I am an 11-year resident of Calgary in Crescent Heights, a senior, a former member of a city council in another jurisdiction or community. I'd like to say that I have a great concern, if the comments made recently are true, that Calgary Council and the City of Calgary have already signed a legally binding agreement to bring in blanket zoning. May we, the public and presenters, have clarification on that statement or accusation right now, please. Or perhaps after I have spoken and given my presentation. A blanket rezoning is blatantly undemocratic and frankly terrifying, in my view, and in the view of many other long-standing tax-paying residents, threatening to tear up the character and connections of long-time existing communities and contributing tax-paying citizens. The problems are that this is too easy. This is undemocratic, and we hear horror stories of no parking, no privacy, no green space, longtime taxpayer and residents' loss of voice over the control of their lives and neighborhoods, privacy being lost, loss of sunlight, loss of sky views, loss of privacy, loss of green space. Another problem is uncontrolled growth. If left in developers' hands, will intensify neighbors willy-nilly and creating chaos and disruption in neighborhoods. Not increase, and it definitely will not increase affordability. The majority fervently seem to oppose asking for neighborhood plebiscites. That, I believe, is the solution, a plebiscite per neighborhood. Densification can be done along traffic corridors with lower cost residences being available, not requiring cars in affordable units for those people who are lower income and struggling to put a roof over their head. Densification can be done as well as along traffic corridors downtown, in the downtown area, and in underdeveloped areas within city limits. Secondary suites are a solution, and I think most people in existing established neighborhoods would appreciate that. And very importantly, for any proposed changes to zoning within neighborhoods, a local plebiscite is the most democratic thing to do. And if you want a citywide plebiscite per neighborhood, that would seem to be the most democratic and acceptable solution at this present time. In this historical time of meteoric stress, we Canadian citizens need the calm and connection of our local beloved communities, where we have the assurance of our direct right and opportunity to speak and to be heard by any proposed changes. I believe that probably sums up most of my comments. If I have more time, I will see if there's anything else. People have already mentioned the problems of parking. To me, the loss of light and sky view and privacy and green space is really an current against people's citizens' rights for life and liberty and home. But I would like clarification on that question, that the statement that Council and the City of Calgary and/or the City of Calgary have already legally signed a legally binding agreement to approve blanket zoning in Calgary. I would like a response to that, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Stewart. We're going to go to Carrie Wall, please.
I do have a presentation that I had sent in, a slide deck.
We'll just get it ready for you.
Sorry?
We'll just get it ready.
Yeah, great. Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Wall, and I am a CPA by profession. This is my first slide for you. I am a lifelong resident of Calgary and have lived in many neighborhoods and types of housing over my lifetime, including the last 22 years in Ward 6 in a single-family home. For the record, I am not opposed to thoughtful, well-planned densification, but I am firmly opposed to the blanket rezoning being proposed. So what have we heard so far in this hearing? Slide 2, please. Firstly, those of us who are currently single-family homeowners and who have lived here over a long or lifetime and contributed thousands of hours to our communities are feeling pretty vilified, including by certain members of this council. Suggesting selfishness and/or privilege does not garner teamwork and pits neighbor against neighbor, community against community, and generation against generation, and frankly shows a shocking lack of leadership. We have also heard that those without homes understandably want and need them, and we have heard that we are collectively failing our most vulnerable. I wanted to refer back to one of the speakers last Wednesday, a veteran who served her country for all of us and was being evicted from her leased home. As she spoke and stood before council, her pain was palpable, and I'm sure you have not forgotten her. I know I have not. Her presentation should make us all realize that rezoning, no zoning, or current zoning are really moot points for her. We need to ensure low-income rental and subsidized housing needs are addressed, no matter how any of you vote after this hearing is over. Next slide, please. So how did we get here? Inflation is just a word in the news until you want to buy groceries or fuel or rent or buy a house. It is real, and so many people do not understand why it happens. Government policy and leadership matters. And so here we are, all living it, all while watching expensive blue sky and misguided government spending. Immigration policy, and I want to be clear that my comment is not about the individuals, but the policies under which we are bringing newcomers in, is putting pressure on every municipality across this country. In the latest available StatsCan census from 2021, 23% of the population were immigrants, meaning non-citizens, and this would be higher now. The percentage did not really mean much to me until I discovered that after World War II, the percentage was only 15.6%, and that was considered very high at that time. We simply are being pushed too hard, too fast, and all of the CMHC data and the personal stories we have listened to over this hearing bear that out. We also know we need more construction workers to help us build homes. Next slide, please. Some of you may recall in the late 70s, the federal government introduced a program for the multiple urban residential buildings, or MURBs, to address affordable housing issues at that time. The MURB program offered an incentive to the private sector to deliver low-income rentals through preferential tax depreciation and allowed for deduction of rental losses that supported lower rental rates. I cannot help but think some form of this type of program is worthy of a relook, perhaps in conjunction with a land trust and relaxed capital gains treatment. Municipalities need to provide appropriate land to engage investment, and we need to ensure that the outcomes are ultimately consistent with the objective. The bottom line is we need true affordability for existing residents, like young people starting out, seniors, post-secondary students, and for our existing vulnerable populations. Once we have these citizens covered, we then are ready to welcome newcomers. Otherwise, we help no one and ultimately hurt everyone. Next slide, please. Lastly, I would like to say it is patently inappropriate that this council bought into blanket rezoning conditions to obtain Accelerator Fund program funding without appropriate provincial or constituent engagement. It was indeed very kind of the federal government to offer us back our tax-paid money, although not so kind in offering it through extorted means. The slide on the screen shows some content and language used by our federal Minister of Housing with our mayor regarding this. It is insulting to me as a citizen of Calgary that the government believes they know what is good for me, my family, and my community on something as sweeping as this without constituent input. The minister then threatens not to support our community if we do not comply with what they dictate. Sounds like a bit like the communism my parents and sisters escaped from before they arrived in Calgary and lived in a single-car garage and all slept on a twin mattress sideways.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. You're just at time. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to see if there's any questions for this panel. I don't see any questions for this panel, so thank you all for taking the time to be with us today. We appreciate your presentations. When we come back at 7 p.m., we're going to be carrying on with panel 142, and it'll be John William and John Schwartz. Panel 143 will be after that, and it's Davin Suominen, Steve Kolber, Adele Gendron, Rhoda Ekanabor, and Rafaela Sabito. So we will see you all at 7 o'clock.
The regular meeting of council will reconvene in public session shortly. Please make your way back to chamber.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the regular meeting of council. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Spencer. Councillor Walcott.
Here.
Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Madam Clerk, can we just recess immediately?
Yes, please.
Okay, we need to recess immediately, council, because we need to start the public hearing meeting. We will recess that. I'll explain everything as we go. We need to do this so we can start the public hearing meeting. Okay, so do we just need general consent, or I just
General consent would be
general
great.
consent to recess? I don't see anyone opposed. We are recessing this meeting. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the public hearing meeting of council. I'm going to explain what's going on because this will seem a little strange. We are resuming the public hearing, but we need about 15 minutes to get some business done from the regular meeting of council that we had earlier today. So I'm going to recess this public hearing meeting. If you're here live in person, just stay seated. We'll resume the public hearing as we normally do. If you're tuned in online, I would say give us about 15 minutes to come back to this meeting, and we will resume with public hearing at that point. I appreciate everyone's patience. I'm going to recess this public hearing for now. Do we need to roll call? Okay, let's roll call.
Thank you. On the roll for the public hearing meeting of council, Councillor Carra. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
Here.
Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Wyness. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Now we're recessing. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to what will more than likely be the conclusion of the regular meeting of council for today. Madam Clerk, do we need to do another roll call?
Yes, please. New meeting restart. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Present.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
Here.
Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so to rise and report, Councillor Spencer to move, Councillor Sharp to second. We'll just bring the motion up. Anyone opposed to rising and reporting? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. That brings us to item 12.2.1. We'll just get the motion up on the screen. That motion is before you. It's being moved by Councillor Wong. It is seconded by Councillor Walcott. Can I get you to go to e-scribe to vote on this one, please?
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Pootmans, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gonda, call the vote, sir.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Let's move on to the next item. It is 12.3.1. This was an intergovernmental item. We'll just wait for the motion to come up. This is being moved by Councillor Meehan. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is in response to the announcement we heard today from the provincial government in regards to their cutting of their funding for income support on the low-income transit pass. And so what we are asking here is requesting the mayor to request to the government of Alberta. Many people will know that a third of our property taxes that Calgarians pay are remitted to the province, and that we would request $6.2 million of their property tax requisition to stay with us to offset provincial cuts to the low-income transit pass, of which we already pay $31.8 million. And then also request that if the mayor to request the government of Alberta pay a grant amount equivalent to the full amount of property taxes that would be owed on provincially owned properties. And Councillor Walcott can explain exactly what that is. And that's really the gist of it, but happy to take any questions or hear any debate from my colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you. This is seconded by Councillor Penner, and you have a request to speak. Please go ahead.
Yeah, just a really quick debate. We have no other mechanism other than to request the mayor to write a letter. We can't direct our administration to do it. So we are basically arguing in public about this, and that is not the way to do good policy. But I don't want to take away from the good work that our administration did do behind the scenes in advocating for this, because I think that's sometimes a failed part of the equation that we don't always take into account, that our administration brings forward these recommendations, puts them in our budget submission to the province, and at this time the province chose not to follow through. And it's interesting in a time where the provincial requisition on municipal property taxes is higher than year over year, and we are not seeing those returns come to the city. And as a friend of mine said today, you can't get ahead if you can't get around. So I hope that the province reconsiders their decision.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you so much. To further Councillor Meehan's point about what exactly point number 2 is for the public, essentially what we're looking at is that within the city of Calgary there are significant amounts of provincial properties. Since 2019, the province actually stopped paying the full amount of their property taxes. The province doesn't actually pay taxes directly, they pay in the form of a grant, and they say that that grant amount is just supposed to be equivalent to whatever taxes they would have paid like anybody else. In 2019, they cut that grant amount to 75% of the amount that they should have been paying for property taxes. In 2020, they cut it again to 50%, and every year since they've been paying it at 50%. And because they're still paying a portion of the property taxes, they've never gone into arrears. But the fact is that building on the municipal fiscal gap that we have with the provincial government, where they are continually pushing down costs to municipalities, the least they can do is pay their taxes. Further to that, it's really a conversation about income support in this whole thing here, because this is something I knew Councillor Sproul was going to say it. Actually, I just saw your RTS in there. Is that even in Minister Nixon's mandate letter from Premier Smith, this program was specifically cited as a significant program that needed to be kept. And here we are, Calgary and Edmonton, seeing it get cut.
Go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, I took the words out of my mouth. I think this 100% is provincial responsibility as far as this providing this service to our low-income Calgarians. It is a need for our most vulnerable population, and the fact that we've increased the amount of funding to provincial government on the education side, I think to the tune of about $95 million more year over year. I think it's a small ask for them to give us back the 6.1, whether they do that through a relinquishment of the provincial requisition for education or give us a larger percentage of the grants in lieu of property taxes. Either way, I think it's we should be asking for this. It's in my opinion 100% their responsibility. So at least help us help our citizens.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you. It doesn't feel that's ironic. We're spent a whole week and a half talking about housing and affordability, and this is one situation where, again, we can call it nickel and diming our local Calgarians and perhaps our residents in Edmonton as well. This is one situation where we all need to get together and trying to find a way to support affordability of all Albertans, and this is a gentle request that we are making to the province. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Meehan.
I think some great points have been made by my colleagues, and I'll just say I don't think it's right for the government of Alberta to stop funding income support programs for the most vulnerable. And they are continually saying to us, you need to stay in your lane, stay out of ours, and we will do that, but you need to stay in your lane and do the things that are right and that are income support for Calgarians, and we're just asking you to make that a reality, and I think that these are reasonable ways if they don't want to provide the grants that we can make up for that amount of money. So I hope that when you make the request, Mayor, that they are receptive. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Pootmans, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Condic, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Let's go to item 7.23. Right, this was a collective bargaining update. It's being moved by Councillor Thaliwal, you're leaving. Yeah, you're welcome. All right, Councillor Thaliwal had previously recused himself over a pecuniary interest. He has left the room. This is a collective bargaining update. It's being moved by Councillor Walcott, seconded by Councillor Penner. Please go to e-scribe to vote.
Mayor Condic, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 12-1 with Councillor Chu voting against. Councillor Wong, can I ask you to go get Councillor Thaliwal, please? Thank you. That moves us on to item 7.24. So 7.24 was pulled from the consent agenda. It is being moved by Councillor Meehan, seconded by Councillor Penner. Councillor Chabot, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I've gotten one of my answers so far, but I did have 4, and I'm hoping to get all 4 of those, but until then, I'm going to have to vote against it.
Thank you. I don't see anything further. Let's go to e-scribe to vote.
Mayor Condic, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 9-5 with Councillor McLean, Councillor Winus, Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Chabot voting against. Madam Clerk, is that it for today's items on the regular meeting?
No, Mayor Condic. This morning at consent agenda, item 7.9 and item 7.14 were also pulled.
Okay, let's go to item 7.9, please. So 7.9 is Harmony Wastewater Infrastructure. Can I get someone to move this one, please? Councillor Penner's moving it. Who would like to second it? Councillor Pootmans, thank you very much. I don't see anyone in the queue for debate. Let's go to e-scribe to vote.
Mayor Condic, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 10-4 with Councillor Winus, Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Chabot voting against. Let's go to item 7.14. This is tax relief for residential properties. Councillor Spencer, do you want to move this one?
Yes, please, Mayor.
Thank you. Who would like to second it? Councillor Penner. Thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue for debate, so let's go to e-scribe to vote.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? It's carried 10-4 with Councillor Wyness, Councillor Wong, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Chabot voting against. Madam Clerk, how are we doing now?
We're done.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn, please? Councillor Penner, seconded by Councillor Walcott. Anyone opposed to adjourning? Seeing and hearing none, we have adjourned the regular meeting of council and soon to go into the public hearing. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the public hearing meeting of council. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll for the public hearing of council, Councillor Carra, Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Here.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan. Here. Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
Here.
Councillor Wong.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. And Mayor Gondik.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, so we are going to resume with the public hearing. I had promised that we would start with the people that were left in 142 and then move into 143. I also understand that from panel 141, Sarai Barrios is here, right? I will call you when it's time, so thank you for letting me know that you're here. Let me ask, is there anyone else in the audience that was here for a panel that you missed prior to panel 142? And how about on the phone line? Is there anyone that should have been here before 142? Okay, so then let me see if we've got the people from 142 and 143. Do we have John William?
Beginning.
Hi.
Yep. Hi.
Do we have John Schwartz?
I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have David Swiminen? How about Steve Kolber? Hi, you can take a seat up front, sir. Do we have Adele Gendron? Hi. You can grab a seat up front there as well. And do we have Rhoda Ekanabor? Do we have Rafaela Sabido? Okay, we're going to proceed with these 4 panelists that we have confirmed. Let's start with John William, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gondek and all City Council members. My name is John William, and for purposes of this public hearing, I wish to convey that I am for affordable housing and increased density, but against blanket rezoning, as that will not help accomplish those things. In an issue with much contention, one point that seemingly all Calgarians can agree on is that there appears to be significant confusion about what would be permitted where with the application of blanket rezoning for the entirety of the city. The city's online development map for a 50 by 120-foot lot initially described a maximum of 4 units. However, with the option to include a backyard or mother-in-law suite and also secondary suites, we're now looking at significantly more density than outlined. On the rezoning website, zoning examples of Calgary communities initially only showcased 2-story examples, but just recently was updated to include examples of towering 3-story row houses next to single-family dwellings. I feel that this is not just a coincidence. A little bit of background. I'm a resident of North Glenmore Park, having purchased a 1960s bungalow in late 2021. Formerly a resident of Calgary's Beltline, I chose this community for its proximity to pathways, ample school options, and the R1 zoning providing less hustle and bustle and more quiet. I like the idea of having a backyard and a semblance of privacy. I like the idea of knowing my neighbors. I like the large, mature foliage. These are expectations that one has when making the largest purchase of their life and choosing to do so in an R1 zone neighborhood. Next door to me is a large 2-story infill that has eliminated practically all the morning hour sunshine to the south of me. The idea that the rest of the sunlight could be significantly reduced owing to the rezoning made me all but scrap the idea of committing to a large investment in solar panels. We can all agree that something must be done to assist Calgarians with housing options. My and many others' qualm is around the notion of rushing such a procedure and opting for the one-size-fits-all approach that would be blanket rezoning. It has been discussed before, but there are many concerns around the idea of this occurring at such a rapid pace. The City of Calgary speaks to the concern of having affordable housing options, but I'm not understanding how the development of row houses, priced at upwards of $750,000, helps address that pressing issue. The fact that many of these developments are being built by inexperienced firms or house flippers rather than reputable, professionally licensed home builders who are versed in large multi-dwelling establishments will often result in delays, increased material costs, and decreased quality. That's not just aesthetics, that's safety. I've been unable to assess just how much public land the city owns that is currently sitting vacant, but I'm fairly certain that a large percentage of that property is in close proximity to transportation hubs, such as LRT stations. Why then not immediately construct housing at these locations? It would alleviate concerns about parking and provide affordable, nearby transportation options to those living there. In the construction of row houses and large dwellings on formerly single-family lots, I've seen swaths of trees removed and replaced with, at best, tiny saplings, whose survival into the next year is 50-50 at best. These torn down trees are ones that have been in place for decades and are practically unreplaceable. With the city already permitting row houses to replace garages, my neighbors now have the peril of a 2-story house, formerly a garage opposite the alley, looking into their private backyard. The idea that 8 units could be constructed next door to me is an avenue of even greater frustration and anxiety. These same new developments are practically monolithic, with no character or uniqueness to them, and they look completely out of place. The existing infrastructure in place cannot accommodate such a sizable increase in population. Increased wastewater will overwhelm the systems in place and cause even more construction, lasting months on end to rectify. Not far from me is the Central Memorial High School that sees every entrance and exit to the community come to a halt during the commencement and recess of the school day. With the potential of such a sizable increase to population, I think it would be foolish to have to deal with this on a daily basis during all hours of the day. Public schools are already at capacity. There has been no notion of how this will improve with increased density. It will only make overcrowding worse and lead to significant learning loss for children going forward. Up the road from me is the community of Altadore. It's a prime example of something I do not wish my neighborhood to turn into. continually under construction. The avenues between 20th and 16th Streets are in complete disrepair, owing to the heavy machinery contributing to potholes and crevices. Main roads are frequently blocked altogether, leading to commuters to traverse side streets where they often exceed the 40-kilometer speed limit and don't even come to a complete stop. You're lucky if you can find a parking spot in front of your own house. I understand the notion that council was elected by Calgarians to decide on major issues. The problem here is that the last election did not include blanket rezoning as one of the major issues on the table here. Over the 7+ days as council heard from the public, it is of my opinion that the majority of Calgarians are not in favor of enacting blanket rezoning. On such a contentious and important issue, I feel the only truly fair option would be to conduct a plebiscite, thereby allowing every citizen the opportunity to cast his or her vote on an issue that will affect the next several generations. In contrast to public engagement not occurring for the land use bylaw amendments of 2022, I thank you for your
Mr.
time
William.
and allowing my
Thank
fellow
you.
citizens.
You're just at time, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. Hang on the line on mute in case there's questions for you. Let's go to John Schwartz, please.
Good evening, Your Worship, Council, and Administration. My name is John Schwartz, and today I'm representing myself, my wife, and our 3 children. I would like to thank Council, Mayor Gondek, and Administration for showing their commitment to our city and its constituents. The subject at hand certainly caused a lot of emotions from citizens on both sides of the coin. I urge Council to be realistic about the impact of the rezoning and its intended and unintended outcomes. All statistics can be presented in ways that support one's opinion, but I think we all need to be honest with ourselves. As consistently outlined in Calgary's housing strategy, the goal of rezoning is to increase affordability by increasing supply. This supply implies that by relaxing regulations around development, we are hoping that the supply will eventually outpace the demand, causing a downward pressure on price. Hope is not a strategy. Through this rezoning, we are entrusting developers and speculators from all around the world with the future planning of our city. The board of directors from the Calgary Inner City Builders Association, from day one public hearing, could barely contain their excitement on the prospects. Outside of developers and special interest groups, citizens in favor of upzoning have delivered a consistent message. There needs to be more affordable options. Given the housing crisis that has been declared, do we believe the builders and speculators will fill this need? Or do we think the increasing supply of the type of product they offer, luxury, inner city, condo, townhouse, will achieve the hope that eventually these developers will have a downward pressure on what they can sell a house for? Or are we just fulfilling the demand of the already affluent people in our city and those moving to our city in search of a brand new residence? Redevelopment and densification is necessary for our growing city. However, it has become clear to Calgarians there remains extreme ambiguities around the initiative for upzoning, the requirements of the developers that benefit from it, and the factual benefits of the policy. It appears we may have the cart before the horse from many different perspectives. I myself am a product of co-op housing. My single immigrant mother raised my sister and I in government-supported housing that allowed her to get ahead and move to a market-based home. My sister and I are a product of the benefits of this process. My family will be all right, whatever happens with this rezoning, because of our privilege. We are extremely lucky because of the support we received and all of our hard work. Not everyone is this lucky. What I fear is the number of constituents that are placing their hopes in this rezoning helping or solving the near-term crisis. Ms. Landry from panel 138 mentioned the financialization of housing. It is my view that blanket upzoning will work in the opposite direction needed and cause further financialization of housing. I am by no means an expert on this complex issue. However, this hearing has proven that our city is full of very intelligent, well-versed individuals on this subject. Please listen to them, slow down, and don't make decisions based on hope. Please listen to your constituents. Go back to the drawing board, engage the public, and provide the people of Calgary with a clear and achievable plan. Please vote no for the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and please hang on the line on mute, and if there's questions for you, I'll let you know. Steve Kolber, please.
Oh, there's a presentation? Okay.
We'll get that up.
Okay, let's go. Thanks. It's the new final one. I wrote it 3 times, so. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Steve Kolber. I'm a homeowner in Ward 8 and speaking on behalf of myself, my family, against the blanket upzoning proposal. There's been much we've actually agreed upon in this hearing. Non-market housing solutions for families in need are supported by Calgarians. Thoughtful density in areas with capacity in schools, infrastructure, close to transit systems is also supported by Calgarians. Upzoning the entire city will have little to no impact on affordability. I think we're already pivoting from that messaging, and so I'm going to spend a little time discussing that. So after hearing so many excellent speakers, I have rewritten this presentation 3 times. I think the best way I can add value to this is use my finance and economics background to illustrate why upzoning won't have the desired effect to make housing more affordable. First slide, please. So simple supply and demand curve currently in Calgary. We have had a significant increase in demand in a sudden period of time. So what you will see this is a shift in the demand curve from demand 1 to demand 2. And the result of that is an increase in the price of housing, and we've also had an increase in the quantity of housing. The chief economist of the Calgary Real Estate Board mentioned we are increasing our housing starts. We just haven't been able to keep up with the demand. Next slide, please. So the goal of upzoning. We all agree the goal of this blanket upzoning proposal is to increase the supply of housing in the hopes that housing will become more affordable. So what you'll see illustrated here is we're trying to shift the supply curve to the right, meaning an increased quantity of housing and in fact a lower price of housing. So the key assumptions to this, to have this curve be shifted in this way, is that 1, the cost to build will stay the same with increased activity, meaning there's no inflation in labor and there's no inflation in material costs. 2, we have the capacity to build more units, and from everything I hear is that we are at capacity today in terms of skilled labor. The demand for housing won't change if we change supply. And I think we've heard many arguments that there's a housing crisis in Canada and we don't have enough units in Canada. So I would argue to you all that if we increase the supply of housing in Calgary, we're going to have more people migrating here. And the 4th assumption, and this gets a little complex in economics, is that if we increase the supply, that benefit will be obtained by the buyers and not the builders. So I'll argue that all these assumptions are highly suspect. Next slide, please. So what should we expect when supply is increased? Well, we should expect an increase in building costs. I think we're seeing that today as we're trying to increase supply in Calgary. We will see an increase in housing demand. So as I mentioned, housing demand is determined nationally since Canadians are free to move about the country. So we all have seen the stats. Canada has record immigration. Alberta is getting record migration here. So our population is growing in a record manner due to the immigration and migration from other provinces. And this is due to the relatively low housing costs we have today. So easy examples are Toronto and Vancouver. They're moving here because today it's relatively cheaper. There's also good job opportunities, the lifestyle we have in Calgary. The city we all love, we promoted it really well. So we cannot expect to increase supply and not have an increase in cost and an increase in demand. So what should we expect when supply is increased? Next slide, please. So we have our shift from demand 1 to demand 2, and I've introduced this curve, the supply curve S3. This is the likely case. So supply curves are actually very convex. It's very easy to add a unit at a low cost if you're not at capacity. Once you're at capacity, supply curves are very steep, and every incremental unit you add has a pretty high cost. So I would argue that if we do this blanket upzoning and try to increase the supply when we're already at capacity, you will see an increase in the price of housing and a very little change in the quantity of housing. Now, the best case scenario is that we can hold the cost the same and we do have capacity, and I put a best case chart there, and you'll see no increase in the price of housing, which I think everyone would like, and an increase of quantity of housing, which standing in front of you, you might say, I'll take that. Well, I'll tell you why that's a problem. Next slide, please. So if we do that, the best case scenario is we haven't had any change in housing affordability, but we've exacerbated every issue we face today: water, sewer, power, green space, availability of social services, school capacity, family doctor to population ratios. The list goes on and on. We've also created adverse impacts for existing homeowners, most of which are against or who are opposed to this bylaw change. And these are reversible changes to the character of these communities. So these are all unintended consequences, and I hope we don't go down a path of such a large change to our city that we just say, well, we really tried hard to make housing affordable, sorry for the unintended consequences, because this is too big of an issue to do that. So I have 3 actions in closing. Next slide, please. Please contact the federal Liberals, thank them for the $228 million, and tell them you're going to use the funds exclusively to build housing for our most vulnerable. That will increase housing.
Thank you, Mr. Kolber. You're just at time. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Let's go to Adele Gendron, please.
Thank you. My name is Adele Gendron. I'm a woman, mother, daughter, sister, friend, lover of humanity, and in favor of density. For work, I'm a spiritual coach for business leaders, and I'm here to speak on the power of trees and nature and its essential role in cities in an ever-increasing digital world. I'm in opposition of this blanket rezone, specifically because with this proposal, a complete wipeout of any nature is permitted. Trees of any age, any size, type, any mature pollinator, flowering hedge, or medicinal plant are allowed to go without the blink of an eye. Blanket bulldozing a property in 2024 is wrong, and it contributes to dehumanization. How we treat and care for nature is how we treat and care for ourselves. Hurting nature ultimately harms us. When we damage ecosystems, we disrupt the delicate balance that sustains life. So in essence, harming nature is equivalent to harming our own life support systems. It also harms our soul. Cutting down trees evokes a sense of loss and sadness, as trees are often seen as symbols of life, growth, and connection to something larger than ourselves. Just witnessing the destruction of something so majestic and essential to our well-being stirs feelings of discontent from the natural world. It weighs on our consciousness to destroy something that we are completely interdependent with. If it's not enough that it negatively impacts our heart and souls, bulldozing a property to build a structure also has several physical negative consequences to our communities. Number one, environmental impact. Trees provide oxygen, filter air, water, support biodiversity, and prevent soil erosion. They are a resource in their provision of timber, fruit, nuts, and medicinal plants. Climate change. Trees absorb carbon dioxide, a greenhouse gas that contributes to climate change, a topic we hear from our governments daily, and Canadians are forced to pay an additional carbon tax. Yet is it not hypocrisy that you're allowing a wipeout of trees and reducing garden capacities and then asking us to pay tax to reduce greenhouse gases? Aesthetic and psychological impacts. Trees enhance the beauty of our landscapes and contribute to people's well-being by providing shade, increasing conversation, reducing stress, and keeping alive the bird song in our neighborhoods. Refusing them negatively impacts mental health. There is a new mental health disorder coined in 2005 called nature deficit disorder, a mental health problem that is caused by the growing disconnect of humans and nature, particularly in urban environments. Nature is the answer to our mental health crisis. We need more trees, not less. Do you know how many trees on average are required per person for good air quality in a city? The well-researched answer is 10. Are you adding 10 trees for every 160 people you are adding per day in this city? That's 1,600 trees per day and 584,000 trees per year, not including replacing the irreplaceable mature trees that builders will have a blanket ticket to demolish with this rezone plan. On another note, 70% of your constituents are clear that they don't want this plan. Do you? I'm confused as to why I even need to stand here with those numbers. This is alarming, and it confirms it's not only our trees and our nature at large that is at risk, but our democracy and sovereignty as well. Do we want to solve a housing and climate crisis by creating a concrete, soulless megacity with mentally ill people, ensuring a slow pathway to a post-human world? Or do we want to live in an inspiring, balanced, well-thought-out, dense city with clean air and healthy people? How do we want to live while we're here? And what legacy do we want to leave behind for our future generations? Please hold the line and preserve our mature trees and propose planting thousands of new trees in any plan you put forward to us. Doing so will effortlessly maintain the critical balance to our ever-increasing digital world. To the people of Calgary, thank you for standing your ground and planting your trees and gardens, as it is truly sacred. You are sacred, and you are the ones we are waiting for. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel. Let's start with Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Mr. Kolber. Thanks for your presentation, sir. I appreciate it. When you talk about the exacerbating issues, the downstream, I'm curious, that slide where you kind of have outlined them, would you be comfortable, moving the housing supply to just growth in terms of, I see them as synonymous. I'd be curious what your, if you see a distinction between growth and just the pressures of housing supply.
Well, if I understand the question correct, my second point that I was going to make in closing was, I think we need to understand the go-forward immigration plan. I'm an immigrant of Canada, third generation, proud to be here. But we need time to catch up on our infrastructure. And like I said, we have so many people. We have deficits across the country in infrastructure and housing. And the order that should be tackled in is really up to councils such as yourselves to do the studies and do the work and figure out what order makes sense. But to bring as many people as we can here without an infrastructure plan in all those areas. School is one that's dear to my heart, and I got a letter that my daughter couldn't go to our local area high school, and we're big supporters of public education, and we want to walk. And so at the same time I get that letter, I'm being asked to upzone the community that can't have the kids, and I don't think there's a plan to build a Western Canada high school on top of Western Canada High School. If there is, I'd love to know about it, and then maybe, I know I'm rambling now, I hope I answered some of your question. I don't know the order that infrastructure and housing, which should come first, but we need both, and you can't have one without the other. You probably need infrastructure today to meet the housing that we have today. So
I'd say we all agree around this horseshoe. We have some considerable, we have a gap and we have pressures, right? We have an infrastructure gap and we have pressures meeting the demand right now. Are you aware of the province's position on immigration right now?
I read what I can. Okay. I'd like, could you tell me?
My understanding is the province and the feds are pretty much aligned they don't like to be right now, but they are fairly aligned in terms of the growth pressures, just with where we're at in the demographics in this country, that we have an aging boomer population, and for macroeconomic sake, we actually have to, for our long-term viability. So it is a download. My understanding is it's downloaded. So I'm curious, does that change your perspective at all in terms of like we are essentially as a city being asked to adapt for something that is being asked of us from on high?
So again, if I understand the question, you're saying, we need to do this, the province and the country are aligned, the demographics are changing, we need growth, so that's why we have the immigration numbers that we do. I do agree with that.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if they all need to come in, if we need maximum or record immigration in 2024 and 2025 while we have these structural deficits in everything that we need to address.
Yeah.
And again, the timing of that, I'm not sure. I think it needs to be studied in more detail.
Okay. The only other question have you ever, sorry, this is a bit of a leading, but have you ever compared the housing accelerator costs, say, to the cost of homelessness? Because both numbers you can Google. Is that something in your kind of economic analysis you've delved into?
I haven't, but I am in favor of taking the housing accelerator funds, but not with the conditions. I think that if we positioned it that we're going to spend every dollar on that on vulnerable Calgarians, who could say no to that?
Right.
It's a wonderful use. And then you will take in vulnerable Calgarians that are competing in the affordability zone of the market, not the affluent inner city, $1 million condos, and you really might make a difference. Okay. So I think if we can slightly change the terms, I think everyone would say yes to that.
Yeah, so I thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I think we see the same problems, and we genuinely are feeling stuck. So thank you for putting it into such great detail.
You're welcome, and I want to thank you for polling your constituents. I think that was a very important part of this.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Kolber, if you don't mind. Thanks. No, very interesting graph. I think it was Anne-Marie with Calgary Real Estate Board. She brought us some information recently and talked about how single-family residential dwellings were where we had the greatest deficiency in housing stock. And when we're talking about converting units now through RCG from single-family residential to some other sources, she's suggesting that it'll push up the price of that single-family product because it'll further reduce the supply of the one product that's in greatest demand. You talked about increased costs for construction. Was it beyond the input cost of just the land, or there's other factors that you think would, again, further add to the cost of the type of product that we're talking about building here?
Yeah, so I was excluding the cost of land. I was talking about labor and materials, especially, if we're trying to accelerate the number of units being built.
Yeah, labor is an interesting thing to consider if we've got a shortage of manpower.
If you have a shortage of manpower, there is no way to build more supply, and what will actually happen. And I'm not trying to vilify builders. This is just economics. They will take their labor that they have and make the most money they can with the labor they have. And so, to me, they will do the math on duplexes on a greenfield on the outskirts and RCG eightplexes in desirable areas. And if you can get $1 million an eightplex in a desirable area that has more margin for them, they'll take their labor there, and that doesn't help housing affordability. It may increase the supply a little bit, but I think it'll increase the cost.
And I don't know where we are as far as supply management is concerned, as far as materials is concerned, but obviously that's not likely to get any better in the near future.
No, I mean, it's part of that's regional, part of that's, it's hard to know, lumber and windows and trusses and things like that. But yeah, if North America, by and large, has a housing shortage, then you can't imagine it's going to be cheaper unless they can increase, like the people supplying the materials can increase the supply. And by the way, every industry has its own supply and demand curves, and they have different elasticities and different, and so I think a really useful study would be to understand what Canada's supply and demand curve for housing is, what Calgary's is, and that would take, a group like Anne-Marie's to do that. It's certainly, I wouldn't be qualified to do that, but I would certainly be interested in the answers.
The previous presenters actually looked at other options other than RCG that would lower the input costs and potentially provide some, more phased type upzoning, specifically in relations to backyard suites where you don't have to buy more land or possibly basement suites or above garage suites. Do you think that's something that you and your community would be inclined to support if we went to something like that?
Yeah, I think if the community is engaged and understands it clearly, then it may be something they support. My actual third point that I couldn't get across is I am in support of densification, just in a thoughtful manner in areas that have capacity, and the normal things close to transit systems and so forth.
Yeah, sensitive intensification.
Yeah.
I might have mentioned that before. Thank you. No further questions for me. For you, Mr. Williams, I think it was, previous presenter. John William?
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Williams. Mr. William, you were saying that you support density in appropriate locations. The same question to you. What do you think of the idea of adding backyard suites to single-family residential in addition to basement suites? Do you think that's something that would be a reasonable alternative beyond the RCG? Because you seem quite opposed to that. Is that something that you think might be supportable? Or again, are you looking for more strategic, focused intensification, even of that magnitude?
I can see more. I can see myself being more inclined to agree with the mother-in-law suites, perhaps replacing the garages. But I just think in terms of the notion of an 8-plex next door just seems a bit excessive. Again, I just feel the whole process is rushed, and the idea of a one-size-fits-all notion just doesn't seem like the greatest idea. But I mean, as a compromise or something, to go along the way, I think that would be a better option rather than, allowing for such significant growth, right next door to single-family dwellings. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. No further questions.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions in the queue for this panel, so thank you all very much for joining us and taking the time to give us your presentations. Let's assemble the next panel. We are going to take Sarai Barrios Rodriguez from 141. You can come on up and grab a seat. Do we have Lilit Nagasi? Do we have Wanwozen Tabor? Do we have Martin Meben? How about Claire Oster? Michael Storojakov. Please come on up. Okay, I'm going to move on to panel 145 as well and see if we can blend some people. Do we have Enrico Festa? Do we have Levi Molinawe?
I'm here.
Hi, is this Levi?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please stay on the line. Do we have Paul Busser?
Thanks.
On the line?
Hi, this is Paul?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have Wanda Triton? How about Brad Bakuska? Hi, please come on up, sir. Okay, so I'm just going to announce who's on this panel in a second, but let me tell the folks that are going to be on the next one that they're up next. So after we hear from these 5 folks, we're going to have Brian Donaldson, Sandeep Singh, Barbara Jenkins, Ms. Rahman, and Noah Davis. So for now, the order is going to be Sarai Barrios Rodriguez, then it will be Michael Storojakov, then Levi Molinawe, Paul Busser, and then Brad Bakuska. So please take us away, Sarai.
Hello, my name is Sarai Barrios Rodriguez. I live in Ward 2 and I'm represented by Councillor Wyness. I'm here not as a civil servant or as an organization representative, but I'm here representing my family, my parents. I'm a first-generation Colombian Canadian. I was born in Canada and have lived here in Calgary in Ward 2 since I was a year old. I'm here because of some questions I would like to ask the administration, but first I'd like to share a little bit about my family and why it's so important for me to be here today. The moment my family was contacted about this housing strategy, our immediate reaction was one of surprise. Why surprise? Because it seemed like an answer to our prayers. In 2015, my mom, an internationally educated engineer in Colombia, was laid off due to the oil crash of that same year. From then on, my family's economic situation has been unstable, with utility bills, insurance, property taxes, carbon taxes, as well as many other bills piling up. Since I was about 10 years old, my family's economic circumstances have consistently occupied my mind. I would accompany my parents to countless meetings at banks, witness the stress they faced every month while bills were being mailed in, and the anxiety that controlled my mom as she frantically and constantly attempted to get a job that could return my family to a more stable economic circumstance, instead of solely relying on my dad's income, which was at times not enough. My mom, during this time, jumped from one low-income job to the next to provide for my brother and I. Since the moment she got laid off, we prayed constantly that she would return to her field and be given a job opportunity within the Calgary's oil sector. Now, in 2024, my mom continues to apply for employment within engineering, despite still working in a relatively low-income position. Our home, an RC1 single-family house, has now become too large for our family. Due to our economic circumstances, we are constantly trying to find new ways to lower how much we spend on bills. And we've taken notice of how our house has become less and less sustainable for us, though we do own it. We have even contemplated several times on selling and moving to a smaller living space, like a townhouse. The reason why this housing strategy seems like an answer to our prayers is because of our house's unsustainability, which has truly become a concern for us, and we believe that this housing strategy could provide a great opportunity for us. We believe that this housing strategy offers more housing for Calgarians and provides economic opportunities to Calgarians who wish to rezone, like us. Councillors and Honourable Mayorship, I ask that you please consider all the families that are to gain from this housing strategy. I ask you to think of my family when placing your vote for or against this proposed bylaw. I do not represent anyone but my own family, and I ask that you please think of us, for this would open so many doors. A few questions I have for the administration, but I know that they cannot answer, are that if or how will the property taxes be affected by rezoning? How will property value be affected? And the proposed housing strategy includes the years 2024 to 2030. What does this imply? What happens after 2030? I do understand that if the administration is not able to answer my questions during this public hearing, but I would at least like to make it apparent that the administration's presentation has not been clear in relation to my questions, and I'm requesting clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Michael Storojakov.
Alrighty. Hi, Mayor and Councillors, and everyone who's made this public hearing possible. My name is Michael Storojakov. I live in Ward 13. In my time caring about this issue, I've learned from several groups: Urban Calgary Students Association at U of C, More Neighbors, and the U of C Student Union. But today I'm representing myself to ask you to vote yes on this proposal. A lot of my friends have been moving lately, looking for affordable places to live, and it's shown me a lot about this process. During the entire time of my geography degree at U of C, I've lived with my parents. I have not had to wonder who else has applied to this place for rent. How much can they outbid me in rate and terms? Should I have started looking 3 months ago? How much more can I work? Instead, I have the time to go up here and speak to council. I will have to deal with the housing crisis soon enough, but we can do something about it today. We know that adding housing units at any price point reduces pressure on the cheapest units. When you add a housing unit somewhere, someone can afford to move in, and most of the time they do. In doing that, they free up another spot. Housing is all one system. It's good to take people with more wiggle room out of competition with those with less or no wiggle room. The shorter the list of people applying to rent a place, the better for each of them. I think it's been lost at times during this conversation that this proposal unambiguously helps with affordability by adding housing supply. This is a clear mechanism that you can only ignore if you have not lived it, if you've not wondered anxiously about what's on that list. I'm speaking today because I love Calgary. I walk around a lot. I like getting to know different neighborhoods. I even have a daily photo blog about it. I am very glad to be here. But as people have said earlier in this hearing, for me to stay here, I'd like these neighborhoods to like me back a little bit by building middle housing. However, the current process of land use redesignation is long, costly, and work intensive. I don't just mean the work done by the city or by applicants. I'm talking for the price we all pay for this delay, everybody who lives here. Of course, there's all the desperately needed housing that could have been built that's blocked by the price and time of this process. And then there's the fact that when a developer does go in for a land use change, the cost of that process doesn't stay with them at all. The project ends up more expensive to build, in higher rents because of lower housing supply, in the travel time because of sprawl, in the travel costs because of sprawl, the toll of travel on our bodies physically and mentally, how much more we work to pay for this, the costs of maintaining and adding new infrastructure, as the city sprawls to accommodate the people who are moving here anyway. The ecosystems were part of this. The ecosystems we're part of pay for this too when we lose habitats. We give up a lot for this delay. And what we're doing it for is for a bunch of houses to have the right to never change. We, as the actual living creatures, get to enjoy this place, to love this land, to make our lives and communities here. We're constantly made to adjust to them, to accommodate them, to work longer hours for them, to limit our life goals for these structures of wood and plaster and all the things they represent, the investments. We're all, as a community, paying for each other's choices to be restricted, for each other's lives to be harder. And we're paying for people to come up here and oppose new housing units not once, but twice or 3 times, and then say they're being silenced or disenfranchised when they don't get a second go at it. Meanwhile, most people who could have lived in the units proposed won't even know it was happening, and they won't know what was being denied them. They don't see the process that's happening. They're too busy. This proposal is reasonable and modest. It's an important building block for a fairer housing system in the city. It's important for housing diversity and supply and affordability, and for the well-being of everyone and everything here. I urge you to vote yes on this motion, and so do many people who couldn't be here today, including my parents who own the R1 house that I live in. Thank you so much. Vote yes.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Levi Molinawe, please.
Thank you. Member of the Council, my name is Levi Molinawe. I'm representing myself and my family who live in a beautiful Barrington subdivision. I am here today to express my stand to oppose the blanket rezoning. I am one of those who received the letter that our property is one on the list to be rezoned. The time I got the letter, my anxiety strikes. I got sleepless night, can't eat and overthink. Getting a house is not easy. You need to be prepared. You cannot get it overnight. You need to work hard and to be financially stable. You cannot get one if your financial is on the rock. You need to build a good credit background and be qualified for all the requirements for the mortgage. Even affordable housing will be implemented. Still, you need to meet the numbers and do the math to be considered. Our journey in buying our property is not easy. You never know how much sacrifice we've been through to get our first one. We need to be ready financially, emotionally, and physically. Financially, to be able to meet the required financial stability, to have enough down payment, and others. We lived to save for our kids. We live simply. We control ourselves not to be extravagant. Physically, we need to be physically fit, to work hard, to maintain payment for our mortgage and other utilities, and of course, for our daily cost of living. Emotionally, be ready to embrace the historic of the property and the community. Though with this, we got our first home. We chose to live in the community where we are now because of its beauty and uniqueness. Aside from accessible to bus station, we have a small backyard that me, my husband, and my 3 kids stay to enjoy fresh air, good sunlight, and play for family bonding. We are not selfish. We are just reaping what we sow. We worked so hard to achieve a comfortable life. And now, you are taking down the value of our property because of this rezoning. This is our right to choose where to stay and live conveniently. Please, don't invade our freedom of choice. The decision for blanket rezoning is not fair. Why you are targeting our property? We're in Calgary, have enough land to use for new housing. I've been seeing a lot of views on news, stagnant, underdeveloped land. Why don't you plan to use those instead? I know you have a great planner that can work on this. Why you are in a hurry to implement this blanket rezoning? Do you have enough supplies and manpower, builders? Council, please do what is best interest for all Calgarians, not for the developers and politicians who can benefit for all of this. For me, the best excellent way or manner is to have a plebiscite. Let the people speak up and decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Paul Busser, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Paul Busser, and I speak for my family, although many of my neighbors share similar thoughts. I live in my RC1 zone for 33 years. I oppose rezoning. I do not want to live the remaining years of my life participating in a mandatory lottery where I can only lose when a corporation buys a property next door and constructs a multifamily housing unit. Introducing the terms of the Liberal Housing Accelerator Fund is creating a divisive atmosphere in the city of Calgary. Some say older versus younger adults, others the have versus have-nots. Regardless, you won't make anyone happy by applying a one-size-fits-all solution. The problem is that the planned bylaw is too simplistic. It removes the role of the opposition, gives a landowner unlimited options as to where and what he is allowed to build, and the city is nowhere to be seen. I'm not opposed to densification. However, there are specific areas that are more appropriate for higher density as opposed to everywhere and anywhere. Despite what some people say, there are new developments in established communities, such as the apartment complex currently under construction at the co-op site at Southland and 24th Street, approved under the existing zoning bylaws. The rezoning plan is causing the overwhelming concern for homeowners because it removes all sense of control. They present a negative response because they are forced to imagine a worst-case scenario where a developer builds a 12-unit residential building next door. I can't imagine that fitting nicely in a cul-de-sac in an old RC1 area. Ask a millennial who someday owns a house or half a duplex if he wants a building next door with 12 residential units in it. How about one on each side? Right now, they just want a place to call home. Perhaps they don't appreciate the ramifications of what is being proposed. Once rezoning occurs, how can a community protest, as pointed out by one of the councillors on day one? I would think that a developer would seek damages against the city if the city were to intervene in their pre-approved project. So if the city will not act, what chance does any community have to protest or modify a proposed project? Please realize the city has zero control or influence in where or what is built once you have given such wide sweeping pre-approvals. I don't know if the council caught the news last night. Tyler Gandam, president of Alberta Municipalities and Wetaskiwin Mayor, is opposing Bill 20. He wants a collaborative relationship with the province to be consulted and participate in the creation of bills and legislation. How ironic. This is what municipal leaders want, yet you deprive us of the very same thing. Maybe I should let that sink in for a few minutes, but I only have 5. Council and proponents talk about affordability. Rezoning doesn't guarantee anything if you give carte blanche to all developers. You have heard from builders who say they will save costs by eliminating the 6-month delay, but will they pass those savings along in a tight market? I doubt it. They will still sell at the highest market price obtainable, and rental building owners won't rent at rates lower than what is commonly charged. You have already heard that developers are building high-end accommodations, not the so-called affordable homes. You don't get what you want unless you contract for it or make some type of demand. With regards to parking, you've already heard it all. Once there are too many cars parking on the street, count on the residential parking permit program, adding another expense for people with mortgages. You have heard from others that there are community plans that highlight which areas could be used for multifamily dwellings. So why does the city need to go for a one-size-fits-all solution and potentially destroy the character and peacefulness of every community in the city? It's time to stop the rezoning plans and time to work with individual communities. One last comment. I live near a small green space, and in your plans it is stated that parks would be rezoned, but would not be proposed for development. Question: if City Hall can arbitrarily change zoning bylaws, then how long before parkland will be sold to developers? Again, I oppose the general rezoning. As council moves forward with it, I hope the province uses Bill 18 or Bill 20 to force you to repeal this proposed land use bylaw, because that top-down implementation is also what you are doing to us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Brad Bakuska, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm Brad Bakuska, longtime resident of Wildwood. I started out on the fence about this issue, but now I can say I'm opposed to the blanket rezoning proposal. I do agree that we have to fit more people into smaller spaces, but there's a smarter way to do it. Instead of throwing out traditional R1 zoning, the city should focus on encouraging high-density housing around infrastructure hubs that need it, such as near LRT stations, universities, downtown shopping centers, etc. With lots of land and taller buildings, an almost unlimited number of people could be housed, while at the same time preserving most R1 areas. Blanket rezoning is a knee-jerk reaction that will not solve the housing crisis. The housing crisis is a Canada-wide problem, not just Calgary. The federal government has caused the housing crisis with its irresponsible inflationary spending, coupled with a poorly planned immigration policy. Calgarians should not be bullied and rushed into changing the traditional fabric of the city in an effort to cover up federal failures. If and when there's a change in government and spending and immigration are brought under control, only then can the housing crisis subside. In the meantime, Calgary should keep R1 zoning and refocus efforts to encourage higher density housing around infrastructure hubs. Throw smaller blankets around these hubs, if you will. Furthermore, if council really wants to help, it should cancel the climate emergency and put those hundreds of millions of dollars towards the housing emergency. Councillors, please vote no to blanket rezoning. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just looking to see if there's any questions for this panel, and I can't see any, so thank you all very much for taking the time to bring your presentations. We appreciate it. I'm going to go to the next panel now, and let me ask before I go there, is there anyone in the audience who was here for a panel earlier than 1:45? Hi, which one were you on? 1:30, and what's your name? All right, why don't you come on up? And is there anybody on the phone line that's here for a panel earlier than 1:45? Okay, then let's see who else we have here. I'm going on to panel 146 now. Do we have Brian Donaldson? Do we have Sandeep Singh? All right, please come on down. Do we have Barbara Jenkins?
I'm on the phone.
Hi.
Hi.
Do we have Ms. Rahman?
May I correct my name? My name is Gianluca Cross-Bussoli.
And which panel are you on, sir?
146.
And what is your name?
Gianluca Cross-Bussoli.
Yeah, we've got Ms. Rahman is on here, so please go ahead. And do we have Noah Davis? Okay, let's go with this panel of 4. We're going to start with Hugo Morton, then Sandeep Singh, then Barbara Jenkins, and then Mr. Rahman. So let's go with Hugo, please.
I want to thank you all for your time. I've been listening over the past week, and I don't envy the position that you are in. My name is Hugo Morton. I live in Ward 8. I'm also a member of my Communities Development Committee. First, I think it's worth stating that I'm confused about both what we are doing here with blanket rezoning and why we are doing it. Originally, the narrative for blanket upzoning was to increase affordability, but over the last few days, I've noticed a few councillors say it's not about affordability, it's about supply and density. Blanket upzoning was one of the 98 recommendations from the Housing Affordability Task Force. The majority of the members of the task force were advocates for the disadvantaged. Further, their mandate referred to affordability. Not to mention that the placards outside the atrium here mention affordability in multiple spots, and the mail-out documentation also referred to increased affordability and dealing with the housing crisis. I did notice that some councillors seem to be focused on supply and that this will help supply, but the bottom line is the rationale is not clear to me. As for the what are we doing, what is RCG, the city has not been transparent. The mail-out promoting blanket upzoning talked about the type of buildings, semi-detached suites and row houses that could be built, but not how many. The letter similarly did not disclose how many number of dwellings on a lot. And when I looked at my lot on the interactive map, it stated that my home would be rezoned to RCG and gave the description of RCG, referencing secondary suites, but again, it did not say how many units were possible. Then on April 19th, I heard the mayor on Global News where she said she wanted to clarify misconceptions about blanket upzoning and that it would result in a single family lot being permitted to handle 1, 2, 3, or 4 units. And last week I heard Josh White, co-chief planner of the City of Calgary on CBC, in a quote in an interview with Lauren McGuinness stating the same thing. It's up to 4 units. However, in discussions with my community association president and a municipal lawyer, I learned that in planning language, unit refers to the number of doors on the row houses and excludes suites, garden houses, and laneway suites. The fact is, very few people understand that, and I personally still don't know how many dwellings are permitted on my lot or any other 50-foot lot in the city. There is a failure by council and administration to disclose in plain language the true meaning of blanket upzoning. Citizens are confused. We don't know what you are doing. Back to why we are doing this. Supply, density, affordability, affordable housing. I, just as much as anyone, want to live in a progressive and modern city. However, we have seen multiple presentations, including from Ms. Lurie, with empirical data that demonstrates 2 things. 1, blanket upzoning will not provide affordable housing for those that need it. And 2, it increases the prices of the housing that is available in the middle ranges. Namely, the bungalow is always replaced with a more expensive comparable option. So even though blanket rezoning will increase supply, we are going to see increased prices. This does not help affordability along the continuum in any way. If I were in your shoes, I would be worried that if I vote yes for this, I won't be reelected, and quite possibly the next council or even the provincial government will reverse this decision, meaning nothing will have been gained from all the time and effort, and most importantly, no progress made on affordability. So how can you move forward? I think there are solutions that could be a win for affordability, a win for council, a win for the builders, and a win for this city. First of all, you need an economist to model all the potential solutions so they can be evaluated based on data, not on policy ideals. We need numbers. On affordable housing, there has been excellent ideas provided, including federal funds can be used to hire inner-city builders to build co-op housing, whereby builders still get the profit they expect, and we ease the affordability crisis. City-owned land could also be sold at below-market prices for the exclusive purpose of builders to build below-market units. For empty land not owned by the city, council should incentivize builders to develop those lands using property tax incentives. On the goal to improve supply and density and create a modern Calgary, good news, council already has a solution. It's the LAPs. Council should double down on that process. It includes engagement with communities and is sound planning. Let's put more resources into the LAP process so it can be expedited. Finally, I caution council against adopting blanket upzoning with amendments. This is a major change for everyone. People don't know what's going on and they need to have a chance to consider any amendments you may make. So don't approve blanket upzoning with amendments. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Let's go to Sandeep Singh, please.
Can you hear this, or? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Sandeep Singh, and I am an affected body by virtue of the fact that I am an affected landowner. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness, it was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness, it was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. That is from Charles Dickens, Tale of Two Cities, published in 1859. If you haven't read it yet and enjoy moody period pieces, I highly recommend it. I hold this quote dearly to me as I have gone through the ups and downs of life. I used to feel adrift at times as the rapid advancement of technology and my own growing up with it meant I was teaching the elders in my life things from a young age. This is a disorienting at a primal level as they are not the ones meant, are they not the ones meant to be teaching me? This is especially true as a child of an immigrant and a past university student. Let's build bridges to connect generations. Let's build a city that heals the mind, that brings communities together to grow towards a better future. Hence why I cannot support this blanket rezoning item. To be clear, Council, I humbly ask for you to vote no. After much thinking, talking, and research, I realized this proposed blanket rezoning will divide us. It will set the path to a dereliction of community, and most of all, it will set a dangerous precedent. We live in a democracy. Moreover, in a representative democracy, each of you councillors has been elected to represent your constituents. Their voices, hundreds of thousands of them, must be heard, and most importantly, not moved against. I grant to you, public sentiment is not always erudite, but it does not make it wrong. Vote no. Go back to the drawing board and honestly engage your constituents to fundamentally build something that works for the people you represent. Very few are against densification. All I have heard is a request for consultation, predictability, and a voice. We all live under the rule of law. Should you go against the will of your constituents as elected members in a representative democracy, it will set a dangerous precedent, laying the groundwork for a tyranny of the minority. A quick history. I was born in Singapore and I'm part of the East Indian diaspora. My single mother worked hard her whole life and at the age of 40 took a master's degree in teaching in Calgary. She is now a thriving math and science teacher, Councillor Walcott. I came here at the age of 15 and at 18 I went back to Singapore, as I was born there, to serve the mandatory military service term of 2 years. The one thing I could not forget was how big the sky was here. I felt suffocated at the freedom, so the blue sky label makes sense to me. But I came back because of the freedom that a democracy affords. I attended university, racked up a large debt. Life wasn't easy, but I worked at Denny's, pinched my pennies, worked summers in construction, and graduated with $50,000 worth of debt in 2014 when the oil price collapsed from $110 a barrel to 20-something. Most of my friends left Calgary for employment elsewhere, and relatives and associates have continued to graduate from the University of Calgary over the years, have continued to find jobs elsewhere, and to join the allure and hustle and bustle of city life. Back to 2014, I had to leave to earn money to pay my debt. But at 24, I finally realized why I came back after military service term and why I gained Canadian citizenship. Why did I give up Singapore citizenship? I gave 2 years of my life to the military there. The sense of community is what drew me back to Calgary. I could not and did not want to leave. I was broke anyways, not poor, by the way. To quote Dave Chappelle, poor is a state of mind. Broke is a temporary financial situation. I have worked hard, and many steps later, I co-founded an environmental company in Calgary that has several proprietary technologies that remediate tailings ponds in the Alberta oil sands. Okay, freedom of choice. Right now in Calgary, we are on the precipice of greatness. We have the resources, drive, public engagement to really build a city that leads the world, like Singapore, like Zurich, like Helsinki. I would suggest the urban planning principles of Jane Jacobs with a focus on humane spaces. The missing middle, you talk about townhomes. I disagree, okay? At the end of the day, the missing middle and affordable rents can be bridged by looking at Singapore's urban principal modalities. Think HDB specifically. Let's push trees as a luxury item in yards for as long as we can. Like we shouldn't. Trees should not be a luxury items in backyards. Everyone should be able to have a tree in their yard, okay? And maybe innovate beyond the social stratification that comes with density. There are studies out there for that. Finally, adapt Switzerland Canton-style engagement to a Calgary context for bottom-up community engagement. My mother, ever the self-sacrifice enterprising individual would always tell me, stand on the shoulders of giants. The elders of Calgary are not gatekeeping or standing in the way of progress. They are protecting to the best of their tired selves the communities that we future generations will inherit and continue to inherit. Thank you, I know.
Thank you
very much.
Let's go to Barbara Jenkins, please.
My name is Barbara Jenkins, and I'm speaking for myself. Many knowledgeable people have clearly outlined the flaws in blanket rezoning as well as alternatives. Instead of repeating them, I will speak about the big lie. Many supporters of blanket rezoning seem to think it's the answer to the affordable housing shortage. It's not, nor is it about creating affordable housing at all. That's the big lie. Supporters have been led to and allowed to believe it is. It's a big lie. The Mayor, Councillor Sharp, and the City Lawyers Exchange last week made it clear that affordability will not be top of mind for councillors as they reassess blanket rezoning. It sounded as though they may actually be restricted in how much weight they are allowed to give it, if any. Letting people believe blanket rezoning is the answer is not only dishonest, it's cruel, as it creates false hope in a big lie. Blanket rezoning is about creating more housing that will remain unaffordable to those it is unaffordable to now because demand continues to grow and shows no signs of slowing. Blanket rezoning will make builders and developers richer. It will be disruptive at best, it will create chaos at worst, and what recourse will people have? The way blanket rezoning is being presented is pitting Calgarians against each other. It's contributing to the narrative that if you're against it, you don't care about the unhoused or young people. You are old, out of touch, rich, selfish, and care more about your cars and parking than about other people. Unless and until immigration to Canada and migration to Alberta and Calgary slow, the current affordable housing crisis will continue. Blanket rezoning can't fix it, nor is it intended to. But that's what it's being sold as, the big lie. For those who claim that this is but one tool in Calgary's big toolbox, then why do we need this tool, which is a sledgehammer? I will finish with questions, rhetorical, since this isn't an opportunity to get questions answered. Why are we here? What is this public hearing really about? Is it about the 70% of Calgarians against blanket rezoning trying to change the minds of those of you who voted against a plebiscite? Or is it just for show? What were those of you who voted against a plebiscite thinking when you decided to ignore the people who voted you in, the people your job is to speak for? Who do you represent? What were you told by planning and development? Were you told a big lie that led you to think that blanket rezoning made sense? Why are you asking people speaking here questions you should already have answers to? Should city planners not have given you the information people like Anne-Marie Lurie, chief economist from CREB, have provided in response to your questions? Why would you move forward with blanket rezoning to increase approvals by 5% from the 95% currently being approved? This 5% is all that currently protects us from a building free-for-all, which has already started. Why haven't you used city-owned land before even considering any of this and spending all the money this has cost? Please build on or repurpose city-owned land or property to house the unhoused. Create incentives for landlords to bring down and stabilize rents. Fix our transit system's deficiencies and create the infrastructure needed to support more people before building more housing. Streamline city processes, making them more efficient, but more importantly, fair and thorough, with the city driving the bus, not developers and builders, and ensuring they have mechanisms in place that protect homeowners throughout the process. Next, I was going to say work with the UCP. When another speaker suggested good faith collaboration with Minister of Municipal Affairs Rick McIver, Councillor Penner asked him, would it surprise you to know that we have tried that route and have not been met with good faith in return? If the provincial government is getting in your way, please tell us. Moving on, push back against federal government policies that are root causes of what we are dealing with. If they won't give you our money for housing without strings attached, tell them no thank you, unless you have already agreed to strings and are now bound by them and unable to change course, which would make these public hearings the biggest big lie. Please scrap this whole idea and start over. Incorporate what you've learned to create a new plan for informed, thoughtful, targeted building. Thank you. Do I have 20 seconds left?
You do.
Thank you to all of you, Council, Mayor, for giving us your time, and to all city staff who have made this run so seamlessly. It is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, and you're right. The team and clerks and the administration have made this run very seamlessly. Let's go to
amazing.
Let's go to Mr. Rahman, please. And you'll have to tell me your first name again. I've got an abbreviated version that's M-I-Z. What's the full name?
Yeah, M-I-Z, I believe so, because it could be possible my email address is misspartner@yahoo.com, though. That's why it could be possible. Okay.
Great. So what is your first name?
Mizanur.
Mizanur.
Yeah, M-I-Z-A-N-U-R.
I am missing the A-N-U-R. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So is this a French is permitted here, or is just only English?
Whatever you like.
Okay, so it's better to go to English then, yeah, Mr. Chabot? Okay, that's good. Yeah, okay. No, seria pas de problème ça aussi, monsieur. Okay, okay, can I start now? Okay. Respected Mayor and member of the City Council, first of all, I really appreciate all of you calling for the public engagement, which is an enhancement of democracy. Before I continue this subject, Calgarian would like to know that who am I? My name is Mizanur Rahman, live in a ward number 13. I am representing on behalf of 60,000 of color, racialized, and marginalized people who were subjected to systemic racism by our former mayor, Nahid Nanshi. Again, who has been systemic racism has been happened by former mayor Nahid Nanshi. This discrimination remained in his file. But unfortunately, this same legacy is being continued by our present council led by the Jyoti Gondak. I participated as a candidate in the Calgary West on behalf of the NDP in 2015. I ran for mayor candidate in 2021 with Jyoti Gondak. And first of all, today, if you have a fair electoral process, the result will be different. Our electoral process is structured, and even it is a provincial statute, we have never advocates to the provincial government. It is mentionable here that citizens deserve from the public servant the best decision and the best conduct. The housing problem in our city has persisted for a far long time, with real estate being used as a political tools for re-election. Our politicians have capitalized on this situation and prioritized their own goal over the social ethics. This is an urgent issue that requires immediate attention and action. So many colored people treated the CAP as their second home. How will the CAP people, those who are putting their hours, right now, 16 hours per day, it is their first home, then their real home. So because it has already been extremely over-inflexed on the market, which is the CAP and all of the ride-sharing company, and Nahid Nanshi leveraged the situation for his personal gain in order to re-elect and jeopardize the colored people livelihood permanently. It is a systemic racism. If you have any question, please ask me. I have the documents. The house problem does not come just today. When our public servants like here do not follow the bylaw for the betterments of Calgarian and just thinks about how to capitalize on the circumstances to go a higher position like our mayor, they forget the social ethics, and which is why we are facing the problem. That is why we need a term. 800 people have been registered for the public speaking, but they do not represent all Calgarian. What is the social ethics? The concept of the carpet rejoining is a carpet bombing. So Calgarians are afraid that any time bomb can come on our head by our council. And carpet rejoining is a politically motivated by the Liberal government, and it is designed by international sources like China, but our city council is non-partisan. It contradicts our law, and that is why the provincial government is properly brings the ideology to our city council. So I am requesting the councillor, please do not approve this unethical project like taxi and ride-sharing company. Because the ride-sharing company take away 50% of the money, whatever the customer they pay. And that 50%, it does not remain in our city. How unethical decision has been done. So that means when Alberta became a part of the Confederation system in 1905, Calgary became an integral part of the province. It is crucial that we foster a strong relationship between the provincial and local government. Any fund coming from the external source, such as from the federal governments, should be seen as an opportunity for collaboration and mutual benefit. We are all in this together, and by working hand in hand, we can ensure the development of our city and the success of Calgary. Adopting this concept, I think could change the nature of our community forever. Do not go that way, please. I will sum it up into two parts. One is detrimental effects of blanket rejoining, and blanket rejoining here is detrimental effect is it could diminish the property value, and it could create a strain on infrastructure and parking and reduce street and fundamentally alter the character of our neighborhood.
For your presentation, sir, you're just at time, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's go to questions of this panel. We'll start with Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Mr. Singh. While you're walking up, thank you very much for that presentation. You could tell it was, you put some passion into that and poured over the words really diligently. I wanted to key in on two ideas that you shared. The first was you talked about this idea of building bridges between the generations. I was wondering if you can condense that into a proposition for this council in terms of how to preserve that and do that through this process as we push forward.
So what Calgary is really lacking is a multi-generational communal space. So you have pubs for the youth, and then you spaces seen it's segregated. If you can look at communities like, say, Taiwan, Japan, Kyoto is great. Osaka is great models for intergenerational. The elders are able to interact with the young, and you're able to be in that space, and you're able to see how people converse, how people move, how it's different, and you get to learn. And so we just don't really have a lot of those types of spaces here.
So you'd be a proponent of like the spaces that we build shape us. Like if we provide a space for people to come together, yes. Most people will take. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you be open to the possibility that some of that is potentially baked into this proposal?
I'm definitely open to that possibility. I don't see that with blanket rezoning.
Okay.
So the issue with blanket rezoning is there's too much of a reliance on good faith actors. The unfortunate thing is that the incentivization incentivizes profit maximization in a free market, right? And you don't have control over that. Well, the city does have control, saying, okay, we are going to build a space that's going to allow for communication to occur. We're going to allow, build a space where people get to see how hard it is to move sometimes. Yeah. It's something that doesn't really clue in. It didn't clue into me till I was 30, that getting up off a chair is hard sometimes. Sometimes you need a more comfortable chair.
Yeah.
When you're in your 20s, your body's indestructible almost, kind of.
So one of the things that we have obviously a great diversity within of the possibilities within this. We have, clear a whole lot, a large 50-foot lot, put in the 4 with the basement suites, the backyard suites. You have that possibility with the small courtyard. I would suggest to you, even in that kind of worst case scenario, that intergenerational living is quite possible and could be a part of. But then you also have other, like the ADUs, the other pieces. So I would encourage you to potentially see that. Yeah, your fear is stated is one of the things that I carry as a burden of this whole conversation.
But I just one thing.
Yep. By all means.
I don't think townhomes have been sold as the missing middle. There are other missing middles. The issue with townhomes in Calgary is that it's hollow. When you buy a house, you trade out problems, right? And so in a townhome with a hollow wall, you're listening to people vacuum, you're frustrated constantly, and now you're going to be blaming, we already have intergenerational friction. Now you're going to be like, oh, that old fellow, blah, yeah, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to exacerbate the problem, unless you build concrete walls, and then that becomes a tricky thing to mandate how thick, et cetera. And so there are other modalities out there that I think, and one other thing is there is a lot of talk around townhomes promoting social stratification, which is something that I'm cognizant of coming from Singapore. So, but yes, sorry, yeah.
Okay. The last one I'd love to key in on. You said that we could be laying the groundwork for the tyranny of the minority. I would love to know what you mean by that, because I have an idea, but I wanted to make sure I understood.
Right. So right now, it doesn't matter who the minority is. It's always changing. That's the issue, right? It depends on the age. But if there's a dangerous precedent that's going to be set if councils in a representative democracy, like what we're engaging in is a form of discussion-based democracy. I can't remember the term right now. I haven't slept. I got a newborn. So
congrats.
Sorry.
Congrats on the newborn.
Thank you. Yes, she's a joy of my life. In a representative democracy, we need to follow those rules. If not, you set a very, very dangerous precedent where lobby groups and special interest groups, and it changes every decade. You know, in one decade it's one decade it's another. And we all get old. We all get old. We're setting ourselves up for, as we age, we're going to be in a society where just because you're older, just because you have a few assets and all that kind of stuff, you're going to be deemed and devalued. And that's not a society I want to vote for. That's not a society I want to see. That's not a society I want to build. And I've come from places, and I know people have come from places where democracy has been violated. It starts small. It starts with the best of intentions. It's a slippery slope.
I get where you're coming from. Thank you for your submission. You're a wordsmith, sir. Thank you for putting all that time and energy into it. It was a little piece of art, so thank you.
Oh, much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Singh, thank you for your presentation. I heard over and over immigration is an issue.
Sorry, in what sense?
Immigration is leading to not enough housing. I'm an immigrant. Am I a problem?
No, you're not. I'm an immigrant too. Like, at the end of the day, if people want to come over here, let them come. And we'll figure it out. And that's what we're doing. This whole thing is the figuring out process, right? And what I'm saying is, if we're going to figure it out, let's figure it out in a better way. We have lessons and models in many cities to learn from. We're not New York, we're not Tokyo, but we can learn from their shortcomings. We can learn from them and build better. Like, I'm not going to assume, but I'm from the East Indian diaspora. I'm Punjabi and everything else. There's a reason I'm not in Chandigarh. There's a reason I'm not in Delhi. I look for those reasons here, and I'm building in my community the things that I wish I had seen. And that's what immigrants do. We bring in and we breathe life. And so, yeah, I don't see it as a problem. It's when people get frustrated and they get a fear, your ideas reduce. And that's what I mean by we need better spaces to allow for better thinking. If not, you're grappling with the worst problems. Like, we need affordable housing. That's clear, right? If the basic thing you're worried about is having a roof over your head and food, you are going to be very reactionary. We can't be reactionary. As City Council, we have that latitude. We have a small, very, very small margin. And that's why I'm advocating, let's build better. We can work with the immigrants, Punjabis are very hardworking. Come on. So, tap into that community. Ward 5, you have a lot of diversity down there. I know a lot of folks in Ward 5. We can build.
You've been to Ward 5 then, right?
Yeah, of course. Northeast. Yeah.
Can you talk about the density that you have seen there?
It's density by choice. So what
do you mean by choice?
Okay, so I grew up in Singapore. When I came over to Calgary, I loved spending time in Chinatown. The reason for that is it's the background noise that you're hearing. In Singapore, everyone speaks Chinese and Mandarin. It was comforting to me. At the end of the day, when you're coming over to Calgary, you're coming for a better life. There are problems though. And so that's why that first generation lands, they like the density. It's comforting, it's familiar. Especially when you step out into the yard, you get to hear the different languages that you are familiar with. That's why the second and third generations, they start moving out of Ward 5. Or they move to Vancouver and Toronto and everything else. Like, I do know of some second and third gens, and they're all over the city because the assimilation process has kind of occurred. But it's density by choice, and it's not a bad thing, by the way. That's how you get the beauty of these different towns. Singapore kind of engineered it, so you'd have a little India, a little Chinatown and everything else.
Let's focus on Ward 5.
Yeah, so the focus of Ward 5 is that density by choice. It's the familiarity that you bring in, but that also lends to a different way of life, and it enriches the fabric of Calgary.
Okay, you're a smart person. You said Ward 5, and how would you compare density in Ward 5 compared to other parts of the city?
Density in Ward 5 is traditionally a lot higher, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Hello. Sorry, don't go away, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. Very passionate. You espoused many of the sentiments that a lot of folks had. And while we, as councillors, can't control what people say, you have a right to, you've got 5 minutes. We are somewhat limited in the kind of questions we can ask you. So, based on your submission, you basically alluded to the fact that you did not believe that RCG was ideally the best solution. And you sort of alluded to the fact that that one type of opportunity may limit opportunities for other things. Do you think there's maybe better solutions, higher density in certain locations or that sort of thing?
I mean, yeah, like I said, follow the Swiss cantonment complex approach, bottom up, work with the communities. The communities know where the density is needed, and something that's been said endlessly. I'm specifically, I think the question is around row housing when you say RCG. I think duplexes still kind of work, but the issue with row housing is the problems you trade up into it are incredibly frustrating. Well, so if you look at Singapore's HDB model, they do build up, and you can have rent. You can take care of rent very easily, especially if you send administration over to Singapore, work with the administrators and the urban planners over there. They can learn some very, very interesting things to do with land trusts and all that. I don't know much about land trusts. I didn't have enough time to read up about it, so I'm not going to be able to answer that. But there's better ways to avoid social stratification and build communities that actually make Calgary, advance into the future in a way. We're going to advance regardless, but it's how are we going to advance? Right. How are we advancing? Are we advancing into a space that's incredibly dense and people are frustrated, and the problems people have to deal with are frustrations about your neighbors parking, about how the walls are so thin, about why am I stuck in this $700,000 townhouse? I paid more for this. I should get more bang for my buck. Or is there a better way forward?
I
don't know if I answered. I tried to understand.
No, it's a good answer. Are you familiar with our process, local area plans?
I started looking into it. I actually emailed, I'm from Ward 2, not asked, but I emailed Councillor Wyness, and I want to get more involved in the community. This has kind of woken me up. I'm like, no, I need to step up. Like I've been at home for long enough. I've been doing other things. I need to be involved in the community.
I think this has woken up a lot of people.
Yeah, it really has. And that's what I mean. We're on the precipice. We can do something.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Morton, please. Just one thing you made a reference to, and that is about amendments. Now, we've heard many people prior to yourself talk about taking a different approach, a more nuanced, a more phased approach, a more strategic, whatever, all the different adjectives that could be there. But you said no.
Yeah, I think that, obviously the response here has been pretty significant. And so if you make an amendment, I think it needs to go back. There needs to be a phase where everyone gets the chance to hear what the amendments are. This is too significant to sort of say, okay, well, we'll take out the laneway suite. Like, I don't think that works. And it's compounded by the fact that, like I said, we still don't, well, I don't, and I don't think many people do, we still don't really understand what's going to happen to the land. Like, it's confusing. So if we take out laneway, but maybe my lot wasn't suitable for laneway to begin with, like, I think it just needs to be a full refresh. Even if you do have amendments, the whole process needs to be redone, if that makes sense.
Sure. And, many times we deal with policies and we make amendments, and this is probably, a fate of this one. There'll probably be other amendments that will come forward. Do you think the amount of amendments or the complexity or the comprehensiveness of how you put the jigsaw puzzle together is just too many amendments, too many needs that we can't do it here? You're thinking we need to take it back to you?
Yes, I think so.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think that is it for questions of this panel. So thank you all very much for taking the time to be here. We appreciate your presentations tonight. Let's go on to the next panel. I'm going to be taking people from number 147. Do we have Emile Marceau-Briggs? I'm sorry, Emily Marceau-Briggs. Do we have Yannick Spellier?
I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Rosalina Templanza? How about Regina McCreary? Humberto Arias? Hi, please come on up. All right, I'm going to go into panel 148 now. Do we have Marge Reefer? Hi, please come and have a seat. Do we have Margot Paul?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. And do we have Aldo Larata? John Schmall. Do we have Louise Castangay? How about Chad Saunders? I'm into panel 149 now. Lori Clausen? How about Jackie Chapman Browne? Riley McCarr? Okay, well, let's go with the four folks we have. We're going to start with Yannick Spalier, then Humberto Arias, and then we'll go to Marge Reefer, and then Margot Paul. So, Yannick, why don't you kick us off?
Oh, hello. My name is Yannick Spalier. I represent just myself. I am a 23-year-old university student who currently lives at home. And I fully... Oh, should I stop talking?
Yannick, do you have background noise happening?
I shouldn't.
Okay, hang on then. If there's anybody else on the line and your name is not Yannick, could you please mute your phone? Please go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. I'm a 23-year-old college university student who currently lives at home.
And then we'll go to Marge Reefer and then Margot Paul. Okay, let's try this one more time. Hi, if you're on the phone line and your name is not Yannick Spalier, you need to mute your phone, please. Okay, I think that might have been the trick. Let's try again.
Okay. Hi, I'm Yannick Spalier. I'm a 23-year-old university student currently living at home, and I want to speak strongly in favor of rezoning the city up to RCG. I think it's a good first step to take in increasing the amount of housing in this city as we face a massive housing crunch. And I don't have much else to say.
Okay, well, thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Humberto Arias, please.
Hello, my name is Humberto Arias. I am from Ward 13, and I am in favor of blanket rezoning. First, I want to thank all the young Calgarians like me who have come to speak over the past week. Last week, I watched a counselor ask a young person if they could put themselves in the opposition's shoes. They asked whether he would like a single-family home in the future as if it were an inevitable option rather than what it really is, which is a luxury. Many of my friends have been asked if they'll still be in favor of blanket rezoning in the future, but our voices right now are just as important. Students have come up here to speak about their precarious situations. They have spoken about how they don't know where they'll live in the next month and how they're being forced to leave their lives behind because they cannot afford rent. In response, it feels like we have essentially just been told to grow up, but frankly, it's not the 1980s anymore, and you can't buy a house for $100,000 like you could back then. Young people have come out here to show council that we do care, that they have come out here to voice their concerns and show council that there are genuine stakes for us. Yet some of the responses that I've seen from councillors and the opposition alike have been downright patronizing. On the first day of the hearing, a student had pepper spray pointed at them for simply holding a sign in support of rezoning. Renters have been disregarded as drifters that don't contribute to the city. And throughout the hearing, many students have experienced endless harassment, especially online, by people telling us that we're brainwashed, naive, lazy, and there's been a lot of people blaming immigrants, but immigrants like me didn't create a housing crisis, policy did. I urge council to think about the voices that have been suppressed out of fear of this backlash. Despite this hostility, many students have been brave and have come out hard for rezoning and will continue to do so because this is our future at stake. We should not disregard the opinions of those who will play a role in the future growth of the city over the interests of those who may never be able to see these changes come to fruition. And it's not just young people. You only need to walk outside of this chamber to see the impacts of a lack of housing. You can go around the corner to City Hall Station, or you can walk across the street to Olympic Plaza and see the effects of our housing market on the people who live here. I want to remind you of those homeless people outside and ask yourself why we shouldn't build more housing. If that's not enough, think about when you'll have to downsize and the risk of not being able to buy a home because you are getting outbid by hundreds of other families which are competing for the same house as you. Or think about your kids, if they can afford to live near you once they move out, or if they can even move out in the first place. I want to emphasize that this isn't just about young people, although this debate has often been framed that way. It's about everyone who will have to enter the housing market at one point or another, whether for the first time or when you're trying to downsize. It isn't a generational issue, it's a societal one. And Calgary is no longer a small city, and we need to allow ourselves to grow in an economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable way. RCG blanket rezoning is an important policy from which we can start to build that growth. The professionals have already spoken. Councillors are already well informed on this issue, regardless of whether they should act on it or not. And I urge council to listen to the planners and do what's right for the future of the city, rather than capitulate to the demands of people who refuse to accept the reality that the city is growing and changing. Please vote yes for blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Marjorie please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gondek, council members, and honorable guests. Honestly do appreciate this excellent 5-minute speaking engagement. My name is Marge A. Reefer, currently live in Ward 11 in the Willow Park area. My talk is to represent my family, Mama, Sister Linda, and Dennis, my wonderful husband, for the blanket rezoning project for Calgary, which we are totally against it wholeheartedly. Prime Minister Trudeau's debts at $1.2 trillion and $50 billion deficit will become yearly. Let's get started now, talking about my brilliant winning solution for Hearts and Homes with Love, a program to give back. Please note, my neighbor, a retired school teacher, welcomed a Ukrainian family of 4 into her home and taught them English, speaking skills, writing, reading, and skills so they could get job opportunities. And my second friend sponsored a refugee family living in a camp for a year through the church, the Anglican Church, and found a beautiful and loving wife. They both gave their hearts of gold to both families and received kindness, love, and new friendship. Please listen up to all members of the public. We need everyone to step up to the plate and sign up for our new program. Honest, it's Homes and Hearts with Love, where you can make a difference with our row houses, power outages, our streets, congestions. Mayor Gondek, step number 1, we need you to find out exactly the exact number of single guys, girls, families currently living in hotels. Step number 2, all 14 council members, hands on deck. Mayor Gondek, media attention, your department. Radio announcements, hook up with Premier Daniel Smith, morning show, Mayor Gondek, Dan McLean, and Sonia Sharp, and all other councillors. Please sell and promote Homes and Hearts with Love. Be excited and enthusiastic. Registration at town hall meetings, phone lines, real people, text, faxes, emails. Take down names of the public to meet and hook up with potential candidates to live with each other in peace and harmony. Mayor Gondek, in my closing statement, please be kind and ask Mr. Trudeau to provide a tax incentive to support all homeowners who have participated in support of our newcomers to Canada. Thank you so much for having me. Let's work together as a team to make Homes and Hearts with Love love a Canada-wide program for Canadians as a whole. So let's do it now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, council and honorable members. And God bless you and thank you. And let's make this work. We can do it as a whole, as a team. We need team skills and we need voting. We need 15 members across the board to vote for this, because this is an excellent program and we can get results. And this will cut down on having to build as many houses as you will learn from other people, and you'll get so much enrichment and love, and you'll feel good about yourselves. This is the way to go. Do what Carolyn, my neighbor, did. Do what Bill did. Come on, people. We need everybody. We need you all on board, and thank you so very much. And I appreciate this. It's on behalf of my mama, my sister Linda, and Dennis. Thank you so much, and God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Reefer, thank you for the happiest presentation I think I've ever had in these chambers. Thank you for that. Let's go to Margot Paul, please.
Mr. Gondek and City Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important topic. I am asking you to vote no with regards to blanket rezoning to RCG. Calgary does indeed have a housing crisis. However, it is a crisis of affordability. The only way that affordability will be addressed is through government backing of affordable housing projects. Government should also focus on providing student housing on campus in order to free up additional housing for permanent residents. I am opposed to blanket rezoning for many reasons. Removing older, more affordable bungalows from the rental market may further reduce affordability, as well as reduce options for aging in place. Rezoning will directly impact our established communities where the majority of our illegal suites are located. Developers will target these older bungalows because they are in good neighborhoods and have not always had proper upkeep. The unintended consequence of this rezoning is that we are on the verge of potentially losing 32,000 affordable dwelling units. 16,000 older bungalows plus 16,000 illegal suites. Please let that number sink in. 32,000. It is not a step we can afford to take when we are in the middle of an affordability crisis. Both the rental cost and the purchase cost of a new RCG unit are higher than the current cost of an older affordable bungalow. Calgary's shortages of affordable housing and blanket rezoning to RCG does not address this issue. Furthermore, blanket rezoning does not equate to sensitive planning. The added density will be focused on established communities, but no new amenities are being provided. No public realm improvements are planned, nor are any additional parks and open spaces. Families are also less likely to live in the smaller RCG units, which could put local schools at risk of closure and redevelopment, further reducing the open space in these areas. New communities with RCG as the base land use are planned communities. The density is focused in areas with similar land use, not randomly interspersed. Public spaces have also been created to accommodate the added density. Blanket rezoning removes this careful planning opportunity for established communities. The greatest concern with RCG as the base land use are the changes from 45% lot coverage to 60% and from a 10-meter building height to 11 meters. This will severely impact our urban canopy and create privacy and overlooking issues. Something can and should be done to negate this impact. The first step is to oppose the current proposal before you to blanket rezone to RCG. There are other ways to introduce sensitive densification. I have one that I would ask Council to consider. My proposal aligns with the form-based planning model, yet mitigates the effect of RCG-type builds and removes exclusionary zoning, thereby meeting the requirements of the HAF. I propose that the RC1, RC2 land use be changed so that the minimum units per hectare, I propose that the RC1, RC2 land use be changed so that the maximum units per hectare is 55. The maximum height for RC1, RC2 would remain at 10 meters, and the maximum lot coverage would remain at 45%. This would allow for 3 units per standard lot plus 3 secondary suites. A primary unit could also have multiple secondary suites. The maximum number of dwelling units, including secondary suites, would need to be capped at 6. The minimum number of parking stalls would need to be 0.5 per unit, including all secondary suites, and round up, not down. By increasing the number of permissible units, the exclusionary zoning would be removed. Maintaining the 45% lot coverage and 10-meter building height would allow for a contextually sensitive build form. A developer could then create a triplex, each with secondary suites, and still provide a triple parking garage, no backyard suite above it. A homeowner could have a single-family home with a basement suite and have a backyard suite over top of a triple garage. Two semi-detached homes could both have basement suites and two small backyard suites above a quad garage. This would allow for sensitive densification and would have far less impact on established communities. We don't need row houses on every street. Developers could continue to apply to redesignate to RCG as it is currently defined. No additional backyard suite, etc. Mid-block RCG should be discouraged. Maintaining the current height and lot coverage maximums will protect our urban canopy and prevent massing. While there will be an increase in the units in the established communities, the built form will remain consistent with what is currently permitted on our lots. I strongly encourage you to consider this alternative. In the meantime, please vote no to the blanket rezoning that is before you. It is not sensitive planning and will have a lot of unintended consequences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. We're going to go to questions of this panel. We'll start with Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Mr. Arias. Thank you for your presentation. Just a simple question. Why is this so important to you? I heard in your presentation, but I just want to understand again, for you and your generation, why is it so important?
Because we want a place to live in the future. It's as simple as that.
And what does that place look like?
It could be a single family home, it could be a townhome, it could be an apartment, it could be anything, but only single family homes, that's like not realistic. Our city's growing, obviously, like I said, and it's changing, and we can't expect to just like have people like live in only single family homes because that's really all we have right now. Like that's like the only options in terms of like the developments. But yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you so much for making the time to join us today. We appreciate your presentations. I'm going to now go into panel 150. Do we have Samantha Carter? Hi, you can come on down.
Sorry, Mayor Gandhi. Jackie Chapman-Browne is available. And she was in panel 149.
149? Okay, Jackie, we'll get you onto this panel as well. Thank you for letting me know. Do we have Sean Ovens?
Hello?
Hi, is that Sean?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you've got your hand up? 146, what's your name? Okay. Noah, we'll get you in. Do we have Jerome Liebert? Do we have Dave White? Please come on up. And do we have Harry Chandler? Okay, so for this panel, hi, who's that?
149, Chad Saunders.
Chad, you're here, come on up. Okay. So this is how we're going to assemble this panel. We're going to go in order of panel number. So we're going to start with Noah Davis, then we'll go Chad Saunders, then Jackie Chapman-Browne, then Samantha Carter, then Sean Ovens, and then we've got David White. We've got 6 people. We can manage this, everyone. Let's kick it off with Noah.
All right, thanks for accommodating me. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. For context, I am 25 years old, born and raised Calgarian, and a full-time architecture student with a keen interest in the intersection between architecture, urbanism, and housing. I have been watching this and all other debates like it with a great deal of anxiety as a young person who's still unsure about his future in the city. I want to express my appreciation for this council's willingness to have these kinds of difficult conversations and the efforts that are being made to improve our city. When I first signed up to speak, I marked myself as neutral because I believed there are better alternatives that should be explored. However, as I have listened to others speak, I am becoming more accepting of this proposal. As others, such as those from More Neighbours Calgary and other organizations have explained previously, this proposal alone is not nearly enough, but it is a good start and it can be effective when used in tandem with the other strategies outlined in the City of Calgary Housing Strategy. Our goal should be to increase population density so that services can be expanded upon and provided more cost effectively, to increase the options available for people in choosing where and how they want to live, and to make our communities more livable, sustainable, and equal. This rezoning proposal is a good yet small step towards this goal. Given the staggering amount of vacant and underutilized land in the city, we have the capacity to massively increase housing stock and improve population density while simultaneously creating new population centers outside of downtown that support vibrant and sustainable urban living. It is shocking how underutilized the land around existing C-train stations is, and I urge this council to make a greater effort to facilitate a thoughtful development of these sites. When transit nodes are utilized properly, it can help make moves like what's being discussed today more effective. As a young person, frustrated with the mistakes that were made in the past that have led us to this point, and with those who staunchly oppose change at the expense of my generation's well-being, I urge this council to vote yes to the proposal being discussed today and to then work on more ambitious plans and strategies such as those outlined in the rest of the city's housing strategy. Blanket rezoning coupled with targeted and well-designed densification strategies along vital transit corridors will directly achieve the results we're looking for, which is to make Calgary more affordable, more livable, and more sustainable. This is not a matter of doing things in lieu of this proposal. This is a matter of yes and. We can upzone all land and densify main corridors and build dedicated affordable housing. Now let's be honest with ourselves. Buildings that are classed as RCG are a perfectly acceptable building form and level of density for most neighborhoods. It's going to be okay. Calgary is a rapidly growing city of almost 1.5 million people. It's time to start acting like it. Citywide RCG zoning will not put excess strain on community infrastructure, and it will not lead to some collapse in our standard of living, as some have claimed, so long as the city is proactive in increasing the quality and capacity of infrastructure like schools, recreation facilities, and public transportation. I echo the concerns of my fellow citizens who fear that these measures will not be met with appropriate investments in additional services. While blanket rezoning is a great idea as it will improve elasticity in the housing market and give people more choice, we also need well-designed and specific area plans and strategies that will indicate to Calgarians clearly how these changes are going to be accommodated for at a larger scale. This can happen concurrently with this rezoning strategy. However, because we can't afford to wait, it is incredibly counterproductive to say that we should wait to improve our infrastructure and affordability when we need measures like this now in order to facilitate those improvements. To close, I wish to speak more broadly to all Calgarians. Change can be a really good thing. Please remember that it is not realistic or sustainable for neighborhoods to remain static and unchanging for all of eternity. We need to let our communities adapt. It is the fiscally and socially responsible thing to do. Housing in and of itself is a public benefit. It's a good thing that we're trying to build more places for us, our friends, and our family to live. I plead with my fellow Calgarians who are broadly opposed to this to understand that this proposal and others like it are about increasing the choices available to people in deciding where and how they want to live. Is that not a worthy endeavor? Finally, hope I have time, I hear people say all the time that Calgary is a city for cars, as if that's some immutable law of the universe and not a choice that was consciously made by the city, builders, and consumers. They use that as an excuse for why we should impose regressive policies like parking minimums, not invest in public transportation, and reject new housing. Prioritizing investment in infrastructure for cars comes at the expense of everyone. It makes our city uglier, less efficient, and fundamentally unequal. The viability and success of higher density development suffers greatly when excessive accommodations are made for private vehicle infrastructure.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Let's go to Chad Saunders, please.
I have a presentation as well, and I hope I don't get heckled by Surrey. All right. Good evening, season's greetings, your worship, councillors, and listening public. My name is Chad Saunders, and I have a long history of living in Calgary as a homeowner, landlord, renter, apparently speeder to get down here, and more. I've truly enjoyed the presentations from all viewpoints on this hearing. This is an important exercise in engagement, and I hope more citizens take an interest and role in participating in not just these sessions, but in other civic efforts. I presented to Council and other city engagement sessions on a number of zoning issues affecting Killarney, Kingsland, Marda Richmond, Nob Hill, and Woodland Park, all communities that are facing new growth opportunities and challenges. I'd like to share an example of my experience in this conversation. I bought my home in 1999, and without doing much for the first 15, 20 years, the value of my home grew almost fivefold. I would no longer be able to afford to live in my community as a homeowner nor as a home renter. Our 1950s bungalow has good bones, as they say, on a corner lot, so we modestly renovated our bungalow and decided to replace our dilapidated garbage shed thing with Calgary's first two-story sea container laneway, which you see up here in 2017, 2018. This Happy Days Arthur Fonzarelli Correctamundo suite in the laneway above the garage has housed 4 different groups of renters, aka drifters and didn't earn it's, such as a teacher, an engineer, a nonprofit fundraiser, an arts admin executive, an elementary student, an electrician, and a sports agent. The rent we charge is about 50 to 75% lower than the current Calgary rental market average, allowing 2 of our renters to save enough to graduate to be able to purchase their own home. That said, if we were to build this building again, we would be facing 1.5 to 2 times the cost to do so, even in just 6 years. Every month, we have developers inquiring about the property, even with all this development, to put up row housing, including 2 inquiries in the past week. Slide, please. While I'm an example of this works, subject to opinion, of course, there are other examples where one could argue this doesn't quite work just a few blocks down the street from me. Again, all subject to opinions from neighbors and Calgarians alike. This is before and after with my laneway on my property. Next slide, please. This is just down the street where you can see this bungalow was removed about a year ago, and this is the new row housing. One underlying issue that I've heard all week from presenters is that public engagement must not be overlooked, eliminated, or marginalized. If an input mechanism is removed from rezoning planning, it will rob citizens the opportunity to offer on-the-ground neighborhood perspectives, share unconsidered factors, and the feeling that they may have just been given a chance to be heard. Clearly, we need a true housing strategy that goes beyond yes, no, for, or against. It is so important for council administrators to instill and foster trust and confidence in this process of public engagement. Next slide, please. One simple example would be to provide the public with access to post-development debrief, if you will, summarizing how the public input did or did not shape final decisions. We need to hear more about examples of what has worked and not afraid to point out where we made mistakes and where we can learn from them. Surely we can figure out creative solutions to address where to put recycling bins, figure out appropriate lot coverage, where to park, where to plant trees, all while approving new developments. The housing elephants in the room are plenty, but I'll highlight 2 of them. The first is identifying land parcels that are acceptable and available to develop housing in existing and on government-owned properties. Curry Barracks was a lost opportunity in the 90s and 2000s to develop a range of housing options on Crown land, be it subsidized housing to replace end-of-life Mount Royal College housing, or accessible and affordable seniors housing. Right now, Viscount Bennett School site, the Richmond Green Golf Course site, and the Westbrook LRT are all potentially, hopefully not, lost development opportunities, and issues of engagement have been raised. Housing has to be depoliticized if we're going to find shelter for our neighbors. A housing strategy that partners municipal, provincial, and federal governments that doesn't get interrupted by election cycles is the toolbox cities need to deliver accessible housing options. Some of the stories that presenters have shared over the course of this hearing about their housing challenges shows that action is needed now. What a shame that sharing personal stories of what it'll take to find shelter for so many people. ACE recipients, people with disabilities, Indigenous and racialized populations, people whose only asset is their home, those who feel that they'll never have a home, the list goes on. We all know someone who has struggled to find housing. I suspect that once this public hearing is completed, we'll land somewhere in the middle to apply a blanket approach to as many housing beds as we can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Jackie Chapman-Brown, please.
Okay, evening, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, I have slides, please. Slides, I'll ask the first one put up shortly. My name is Jackie Chapman-Brown, and I am representing myself. At this stage of the presentations, I'm not going to be sharing anything you haven't already heard, but I do want to lend my voice in support of some of those concerns. I am not against rezoning. I'm against blanket zoning. Rarely does a one-size-fits-all resolve any problem. let alone an issue as large-scale as housing shortages in Calgary. I'm concerned also that the Housing Affordability Task Force, created by Council, did not have representation from Calgary community associations. After attending meetings regarding blanket rezoning held by community associations, I feel this was a crucial opportunity for the task force. I heard an association support the majority of the task force recommendations by knowledge and understanding of the current housing crisis. I was impressed with how concerns expressed by people in attendance were addressed in the same knowledgeable manner with possible solutions presented by the association. I do not understand why this informed group was not brought to the table of the task force as a knowledgeable voice prepared to work with others in tackling the housing crisis. Secondly, I am confused about the messaging around the purpose of blanket rezoning. Like many, many people, I heard the purpose of the proposal was to address affordable housing availability. However, an email I received from the manager of city planning indicated, I may quote, the rezoning proposals apply to market housing. Example, regular development of real estate. They do not address the other actions in the housing strategy regarding providing affordable housing, end quote. It would appear there is a separate strategy regarding affordable housing not being addressed by blanket rezoning. I hope you can see why I am confused. There's a previous slide there, if you could put it up, or the next slide. There should be one of the park. Thirdly, I am unclear of the city plans moving forward with green spaces, such as spaces between Breton Close and 14th Street along John Murray Northwest. I do not know if there are other communities faced with the same impact of the rezoning proposal, but I will use that as the example in my concern. Firstly, it took weeks, and I mean weeks, to try and find out whether the map on the blanket rezoning website indicates that the left along the green belt was in fact included in the rezoning. First we heard that it was an error, then we heard it wasn't an error, it was to be included, then we heard it wasn't to be included, and then we heard it was to be included. This goes back and forth, very confusing, depending on from whom the city was answering the question. It was very frustrating. The last we heard was that it actually part of the park is included in rezoning. This decision causes me great concern. This is the park I'm talking about. This decision causes me great concern. We are a large city that has passed and a strong community. We all remember the floods with people helping people, neighbors helping neighbors, complete strangers showing up to help complete strangers. As we continue to grow, we must be mindful of how we can continue to foster that sense of community. A key component is providing space for people to meet and interact. This space is a main artery for people of all ages living in the Northwest to use and cross paths with each other and get to know one another. At a time when it seems that public discourse is in danger of losing its stability, it is even more important to maintain green spaces to draw people, to draw strangers together. As well, because of the number of trees in these areas, development would have a significant backward impact on our environment. The other slide, please. I have 3 asks of Council. Visit the concerns brought forward from the feedback you have received from Calgarians and ensure there is representation from community associations during review. It doesn't have to be blanket rezoning, nothing. Please take time to revisit and create rezoning solutions utilizing some of the research and expertise and strategies presented by speakers to this Council. We want citizens to be represented in how our city addresses rezoning. This is not a decision to be left to developers, which blanket rezoning implies. 2, please clarify why affordable housing is being included as a purpose in the proposal for blanket rezoning if the blanket rezoning addresses development of market housing only. And 3rd, assign more value to green spaces, such as along John Laurie. Ensure the preservation of the space and the trees by designating them specifically as SPR special purpose zones, preserving the green spaces for now and generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's go to Samantha Stair, please.
Hello, Council, Mayor Gondek. I'm a recent urban studies and sociology grad from the University of Calgary. I live in Ward 4, and I'm here today in favor of blanket rezoning to RCG. Originally, I was going to use the bulk of my time here to talk about my personal experiences with housing affordability that have informed my decision to support this rezoning. Unfortunately, they are not unlike many of the stories that have been shared by previous speakers over the last 7 days and likely will continue to be shared over the next few days. So some context about me, I moved to Calgary in the fall of 2021 from Red Deer and have since lived in U of C residence and 2 apartments. I have also experienced skyrocketing rents, lining up around the block to view an apartment, and being forced to move out of my apartment that went up for sale. Spoiler, that apartment didn't sell and was relisted for rent at almost $700 per month more than I was paying when I moved in 18 months prior. I know blanket RCG zoning is a very modest increase in density, but anything that can be done should be done to meet the ever-increasing demand for middle housing that is driving up rents across the city. I've been watching much of this hearing since it began last week, and if I had to use one word to describe how I feel about what I've seen, it would be disheartened. One thing in particular that has stuck out to me is a presenter who said that we as renters are nothing but drifters who make no material contributions to the city. I'm also left feeling confused by the people who are fighting so hard to keep their streets exactly as they found them 50 years ago, when the great thing about cities is that changing and growing is exactly what they're meant to do. They always have and always will. Cities are also meant to be the epicenter of diversity and inclusion, where people from all walks of life can find community, acceptance, and safety. Rejecting this proposal will do nothing but prolong the fight towards affordability, and as a result, actively deny housing to those who need it most. I'm referring to newcomers who are fleeing war, low-income essential workers, young families, 2S LGBTQ+ people, students, people who are fleeing domestic violence, people with disabilities and chronic illness, those experiencing invisible homelessness, just to name a few. Rejecting this rezoning proposal will not only continue to make it harder for people to find the housing they so desperately need, but it will send the message that they are not welcome here and have less rights to be here by virtue of the fact that they simply don't have the resources to buy property and that privilege of secure housing. With this decision, you have to consider who we are building this city for. Calgary is going to lose the core of what makes it so unique, its people. I truly believe that it's the people that give a community its character. It's not the monoculture lawns along the sidewalk or a street full of available parking spots. It's the neighbor's children you see playing in the front yard as they grow up. It's that person you see every morning at the train station on your way to work. It's that barista at the local coffee shop that knows your order by memory. All of these people deserve a safe and secure place they can call home that doesn't cost them an arm and a leg, even if that means they have to rent instead of buy. Everyone has the right to call this city home. You've already heard from the experts on how much time and money this bylaw would save, how many homes could be built under this policy. You've already heard the stories and seen the numbers of how many people are struggling to just survive in this city. So please vote in favor of rezoning, knowing that it is just a small piece of the housing affordability puzzle, but an important one nonetheless. While it may be a relatively small change, it still means more families can be housed compared to if we stick to the status quo. It is crucial to ensuring that more people can stay in the city they call home while having access to the fundamental human right of a safe roof over their head. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Council, I'm just going to ask your general consent to go past the 9:30 conclusion time. Anyone opposed to that? Seeing and hearing none, that is approved. And I just want to remind everyone that we start at 9:30 in the morning tomorrow. That's already been approved, so we don't have to do anything with that. So let's go to Sean Ovens, please.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Gondek and councillors. I'd like to start by thanking you for sitting through this very long hearing and listening to everyone's comments. It's been very interesting to hear everyone share their stance and the reasons behind it. So my name is Sean. I'm representing myself as a homeowner in Ward 7, and today I am voicing my support for the universal upzoning. So a lot has already been said about the housing crisis and how eliminating restrictive zoning is a small but important step towards increasing our housing supply. So given this has already been discussed in some detail, I'd like to list a few more reasons I believe upzoning is a good idea. So first, I've heard a few times that blanket upzoning takes the voice away from community members by disregarding existing local area plans and eliminating public hearings for individual land use redesignations. However, I contend that the local area planning process has not adequately heard the voices of community members either, at least not all community members. For instance, of the people who participated in any phase of the North Hill Community's local area plan, 85% were homeowners. However, around half the households in the communities covered by this plan, 48.5% according to the 2021 census, are occupied by renters. This is just one example of a demographic that has been largely excluded from the current planning process. On the other hand, as can be seen in the public submissions for individual land use redesignations, homeowners adjacent to these redesignated plots often express frustration that the city is not listening to them and or that the redesignation is contrary to their LAP. Even though public comments on land use redesignations from RC1 or RC2 to RCG are generally in opposition of the change, these redesignations are nearly always approved anyways, as has already been mentioned by several other speakers. But in spite of these largely negative local responses to RCG redesignations, we've also seen during this public hearing that there is a substantial appetite for more density in Calgary. So it seems that many aren't feeling heard by the current process anyways. The second reason I believe we should end exclusionary RC1 and RC2 zoning is just that. It is exclusionary. Restrictive zoning policies like the ones we have now effectively segregate our population by socioeconomic status, creating enclaves of wealth and pockets of despair. There seems to be a contradictory idea that somehow, in order to achieve a diversity of housing forms, we need to pick and choose exactly where each kind of form can exist. In other words, in order to support a diversity of housing options, we need to explicitly disallow diversity in certain areas. On the contrary, I believe that communities are healthiest when people of many different backgrounds, socioeconomic standings, and life stages coexist in the same space. This is why a universal approach is needed rather than the piecemeal strategy we use currently. The third and final reason I think blanket rezoning is appropriate is to achieve economically sustainable communities. So extremely low density suburbs that enjoy all the benefits of the city's services and infrastructure, wide streets, sidewalks, sewage systems, drainage, etc., do not generate enough money in taxes to maintain these services in their communities. Such suburbs need to be subsidized by more tax-efficient communities in order to preserve their idyllic lifestyle. By simply rethinking our idea of low-density housing, the city may be able to improve services while balancing the books, without the need to drastically increase property taxes. So as I've outlined, I believe that the universal application of this proposal is important. And while I do have some sympathy for those who oppose this proposal, as far as I'm aware, many of the more specific concerns, like shadowing, building character, privacy, and removal of trees, for example, these are relevant to the development permit stage rather than land use bylaws. So perhaps we can work towards a more collaborative development process to address these concerns, while also removing our current unnecessary and sometimes arbitrary restrictions on building forms. So with that, I thank you very much for your time, and I hope you decide to vote in support of this proposal.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to David White, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dave White. I'm Principal of Civic Works, and I've shared some slides, and I see they're up. Thank you. On behalf of the Civic Works Studio, we're joining the public submissions to express our strong support for the housing strategy and citywide land use bylaw amendments. Council is familiar with our application by application advocacy for middle housing of all types, and so I won't spend time revisiting those need, policy, and planning considerations thoughtfully raised by so many submissions by Calgarians over the last 8 days. Next slide, please. Instead, we've drawn on our experience in the middle housing space and used GIS analysis of the city's own robust open data sources to address what we think is a core misunderstanding, to address the questions we're hearing on the minds of many folks. Will 8-plex developments be built everywhere now? Will this be one size fits all? To answer this, we focused on what you need in a parcel of land to actually build a stacked 4-unit and 4-basement suite corner or mid-block development, that most dense version of RCG. So will these 4x4s be built everywhere if council supports and passes citywide rezoning? The short answer is no, not by a long shot. Next slide, please. This is because the 4x4 built form requires very specific conditions, typically only found in our historic grid-based inner-city communities, where there is an adequate lot depth, at least 120 feet, adequate lot width, at least 50 feet, more regular lot shapes, typically no pies or triangles, and with a rear lane, a must-have for access and parking. Without these Goldilocks conditions, it is very difficult or impossible to physically fit the units, parking, amenity space, landscaping, setbacks, and storage requirements required by the land use bylaw. Next slide, please. Out of the 216,000 parcels being considered for RCG zoning, less than 5%, 4.6%, or about 10,000 are viable for 4x4 built form. And this is because, in addition to those essential parcel characteristics I just mentioned, a viable site also needs an assessed or market value that is not so great to make a project uneconomical, typically no greater than $800,000. It needs an older age of housing stock, typically nothing built after 1990, as this makes the parcel value and the house teardown proposition too expensive. There are other disqualifying technical considerations, things like being outside of the flood zone and outside of public realm bylaw setback areas. You also need to be in a local area policy support zone, allowing for more than 3 units on a parcel. Finally, there are also market realities about the attractiveness and the risk of developing 4x4s within most of the established areas outside of the inner city. Take Cedar Brae as an example. Even if there were plenty of Goldilocks parcels in this community, which there are not, it's a simple demand question. Is there a market for a 500 square foot basement suite without a parking stall in a community that is relatively disconnected for major amenities, employment, educational institutions, a community with limited transit where you can't conveniently walk and bike to where you need to go? I'll close by sharing that the uptake will also be tempered by industry's capacity to actually build middle housing of any type. Like citywide secondary suite rezoning, this will not be a tsunami of change, as infill builders represent a relatively small segment of a larger city building industry, an industry primarily focused on scale greenfield development and larger infill buildings. The proposed citywide rezoning will primarily make the gentlest of new density and redevelopment forms easier to realize, providing much needed housing supply and helping relative affordability in the long term. The Civic Works Studio would like to recognize administration, the clerk's office, and all of council for your time, energy, and commitment in this process. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel. We will start with Councillor Demong, please.
Thank you. Mr. White, please. So you mentioned that there were, oh, is he there? I can't quite see him. There.
Yep, he's there.
Hello, Mr. White.
Yes, hello.
You mentioned that there's viable for a 4x4, only 10,000 units or parcels in the city. Amongst those parcels, if it doesn't quite fit for a 4x4, wouldn't a developer simply turn around and say, well, if I can't quite squeeze 4 in here, why wouldn't I try and squeeze 3 in here? And that is kind of the whole point of what a lot of people have come out to talk about, is they're not comfortable with these large massed bodies being imposed 2 and 3 feet from their lot line. So can you talk to me about why, like, how many more of these are going to be 3x3s then instead of just 4x4s?
Councillor Demong, it's a great question, and I think all I could offer is there has been a lot of conversation about the most intensive form of middle housing that we've seen in the 4x4. As parcel size, in width, in depth, as long as other characteristics were in place, existed, you would see a declining number or a combination of units and suites. But that said, there are so many important characteristics that drive down the percentage of units that are proposed to be rezoned that could be in a maximizing scenario. So lane condition is one that's top of mind, which would really prohibit the type of form that I think folks, through at least the hearing that I've watched, have been significantly concerned about in terms of being out of context. So while it is possible, it is an extreme minority of the parcels that are proposed to be rezoned where the more maximizing outcomes could occur.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please. All right, Councillor Thaliwal then, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. White, question. You just said less than 5% are viable. Can you elaborate on that, how they are viable and what criteria will go into that?
So lot width, a minimum 50 feet, a minimum of 120 feet in lot depth, on a lane where you can access the waste and recycling component required, and most importantly, the parking. Irregular shape does not work, so these are the fundamental pieces, but there's just simple land economics. So lot value, which is driven by how recent the home and lot have come into the existence in the city. So typically housing that's been built after 1990, when you connect that with certain other variables, we're talking about a price point that wouldn't make sense for the most maximizing of the RCG scenarios.
And that's assuming 4 units?
4 units and 4 secondary suites.
Great. And you focus on the established areas. What about the areas like RG?
Sorry, which community?
Like non-established areas, like we're...
Sure, there's a couple of considerations, but the RG neighborhoods, for instance, wouldn't allow the mid-block configuration of the 4x4 just by way the bylaw is written. And RG neighborhoods are quite interesting. There's a mix of lane and laneless depending on what part of the city you're in, but there's also a lot of very narrow lots, so 42 and less feet, which was typical in a certain generation of building and is still common today. As shallow or a depth of 36 feet is not uncommon. These are not parcels that lend themselves to that maximizing scenario in RG.
Okay, do you know offhand, like how many percentage-wise, if there's lots, like you said 50 by 110, 120, how many by percentage would be in established areas compared to RG areas?
It's a great question, and I have some stats on the left-hand side here, but that's that I don't have.
Okay, great. My last question is market attractiveness. Can you define what that would be, and where do you see most of this coming?
Thanks for the question. When we're referring from Civic Works experience working for developer builders in the middle housing space, when we're talking about market attractiveness, it's interesting to hear the public submissions talk about for sale townhomes. While that does happen, will happen, the vast majority of folks that are looking at the maximizing scenarios are essentially doing purpose-built rental. So there needs to be a rental market. And when you're providing less parking stalls as a ratio to units in those maximizing scenarios, they need to be located where transit is convenient, where walking, biking, amenities are close by, and the places we need to go, whether it's for work or to study, are in close proximity. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up for a market position that would be risky. So we're just, even with the scope of the rezoning, for the maximizing scenarios, we're just not seeing a market based on what our clients, the builder developers, are telling us about where they would make those investments.
Okay, great. And you've been working on this for the longest time?
We've been part of the segment of the industry that have been in the middle housing space for quite some time, in and around when RCG first appeared on the scene as part of the land use bylaw.
So you could be considered an expert on this?
I would have a depth of expertise on this, yes.
Okay, great. So if this goes through, do you see this happening in a certain part of the city compared to not the other parts of the city?
The simplest answer I would have is you'll see it occurring where it's already occurring for the most part on an application by application basis, which is largely described as the inner city, but even that is a larger geography than where you're seeing it.
Great, thank you so much. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, David. So going to the one chart where you had the funnel there, 216,000 down to 10,000, basically less than 5% of your properties.
Correct, yeah. 4.6% of the properties that the city proposes to rezone specifically to RCG, because you're proposing to rezone to HGO as well and other things.
Right, fair, thank you. So the conversational blanket, blanket rezoning affecting 4.6% is where the fear factor is for most people. It's the 4.6% of the property, not the 95% of the properties that are out there. Correct.
That's a fair statement, Councillor Wong, based on the public submissions. Those most concerned about the most intense form of RCG, it would represent about 5% of the parcels that you're proposing to rezone.
So the question I then have is, why are we advocating blanket? Even 95% don't count for RCGs, right? As opposed to targeting the 4.6%, is maybe the more rational recommendation that could have been made or should have been made.
And Councillor Wong, it's an important question, but of course, we thought to add to the public submissions by discussing that 4x4, the most intensive version that there's been a lot of discussion about. Of course, middle housing is such a diverse spectrum. So there's so many important configurations that are obvious and some that I think we're seeing quite a bit of innovation on. The RCG move is welcoming a whole range of gentle density, semi, secondary, backyard lane. And other configurations, as Councillor Demong was pointing out, yes, if it's a smaller lot, you may see forms of attached in 3 units or less. So those are important forms as well that add to the middle housing spectrum.
So, I guess if we were to use the numbers you've got there are two different ways of approaching it. We could have approached a blanket and saying 216,000 properties, 95% you don't count for RCGs, don't worry about it. You might go from RC1s to RC2s. That might be a gentle upzoning for the 95%. For the 5%, we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you in a much more understanding, collaborative, consensus, whatever way. We could have done it that way. The other approach is to say, you know what? We'll rezone the 95% to RC2, and for the remaining 5%, come back to us one by one as you would do today. And of that, we generally approve 97% of them anyways.
Councillor Wong, it is certainly an approach that could have been taken. Civic Works' perspective it resonates with the housing strategy and all of the tools, all the levers, all the buttons, and to position this for a more protracted or fine grain or scalpel approach could have been one way of approaching it. But I think this is a consistent level playing field. Not all parcels are made equal, and there's such a spectrum of middle housing, and the uptake and the market, as well as the industry ability to build and supply it, will be more gradual than I think folks may fear. So I think the blanket approach was a thoughtful approach and aligns with some of the best parts of the housing strategy.
I'm sure both approaches, I'm sure 15 members of council will probably say both approaches, it's the same outcome, but the question is, how do we deliver it to get acceptance? That's probably the critical question there. Okay. I had one more question for you, and it's very site-specific though, and that is where we see consolidations of lots. And a consolidation of, you talk about 50 by 120. you take 2 lots, 100 by 123 lots, you know, so on and so forth, multiples, and to which case you start stacking more and more and more in that. To what point do we stop?
Another great question, Councillor Wong. We've seen, you know, a few. Assemblies are difficult. There's more capital, more risk. It's more arduous for a lot of reasons, and it starts to get out of the smaller, more boutique infill developer space, just in the amount of debt and capital. But when that does occur, when there is a successful assembly, you know, we're seeing 150, 200 feet. There are larger ones that are appearing for different reasons. In terms of market assembling their own kind of neighbors together and then selling as a group. I don't know what the answer is, but to imagine a block of, more fulsome block of what we were describing as the most intense version of RCG in a lot of places in the inner city, we would describe as appropriate. Just as appropriate as it would be for a mix of singles, semis, and that 4x4 to be next to each other. They're all house scale, and they're relatively compatible from our perspective, especially in that inner city.
Okay, that's where you and I disagree. There's one that you and I talk about, but that's where I disagree with you. Okay, we're getting late, so thank you. I appreciate your time. I just wish you came earlier in the presentation as opposed to later.
There was a long list.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, David, for your presentation. You perked me up. Dozing, getting tired at the end of the day. This is a very finite number of parcels. Given a split with Greenfield, given other opportunities, there's maybe just a few years worth of inventory here, potentially.
Councillor Putmans, I think that's accurately described. I believe it's late, just like you're all feeling, but I think the city is projecting, you know, maybe a doubling of what we're seeing in row house or the more intensive version over the course of time if this were to occur. So I don't think that's a big delta. It might be from several hundred to 1,500 type of units in this space in a given year on a most optimal projection, which I think is not unreasonable. So it wouldn't take too long for the most intensive version of RCG to gobble up what we're describing. But of course, there's so much else in the middle housing spectrum and there's so many more lots at well over 200,000 that can welcome a secondary suite, a backyard suite, a laneway suite, a semi-detached, where there might be a single dwelling today.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all for making the time. We appreciate your presentations today. With that, I will announce which panel is up in the morning. It is 1:51. That includes Brett Harris, Monica Duarte Ramirez, Esther Sutherland, Trevor Maurer, Fiona Ruan. Followed by that is panel 152, which is a little skinny. It's Ray Yu and Andy Wolflag. And as always, I will call for anybody who was on panels before panel 151 to see if they have returned, and we will assemble some panels for them as well. So we will see you all at 9:30 in the morning. Have a good evening.